Welcome to the inaugural MedTech World Symposium. Discover how blockchain, AI, quantum computing, IoT, big data, and other emerging tech are taking healthcare to new heights, creating a patient-centric, collaborative, and efficient medical ecosystem. Leading experts will address the opportunities and challenges the industry faces and debate deep learning, bioprinting, augmented reality, smart implants, and much, much more. Log on to med-tech.world and register today, October 20th and 21st. We're gathering online with the best from the industry for the inaugural MedTech World Symposium.
I believe that it's going to really change the way that we look at medicine globally.
Welcome to this inaugural Medical Cannabis World Malta Conference.
We're all in a very exciting industry at a very exciting time.
We have racism against a plant simply because of how we were socialized.
When you have a child that's very severely ill and in hospital all the time, that's absolutely no life. And what medical cannabis has done for my son is give him a better life.
People just need to take it upon themselves to look into this because there's real science there starting to back all of this up.
We have what can be seen as a growing mental health crisis.
Because there's no oversight there, because there's no standardization, you get these dangerous products.
The research is so lacking.
Formulating products, services, educational models based on wellness is the future of cannabis.
The best thing about this event is gathering like-minded individuals, academics, business people who all believe in basically furthering medical education about cannabis.
The thing that interests me the most with this conference is the support from the government, and you don't see that as directly with the other countries.
So I think Malta has an unprecedented position where it can take the lead at EU level.
The industry is at a very early stage, so we can shape it and mold it in the way that it needs to go.
There is an opportunity here for cannabis to play an incredibly important role in improving the general mental health of the entire population.
Welcome to the inaugural MedTech World Symposium. Discover how blockchain, AI, quantum computing, IoT, big data, and other emerging tech are taking healthcare to new heights, creating a patient-centric, collaborative, and efficient medical ecosystem. Leading experts will address the opportunities and challenges the industry faces and debate deep learning, bioprinting, augmented reality, smart implants, and much, much more. Log on to med-tech.world and register today, October 20th and 21st. We're gathering online with the best from the industry for the inaugural MedTech World Symposium.
I believe that it's going to really change the way that we look at medicine globally.
Welcome to this inaugural Medical Cannabis World Malta Conference.
We're all in a very exciting industry at a very exciting time.
We have racism against a plant simply because of how we were socialized.
When you have a child that's very severely ill and in hospital all the time, that's absolutely no life. And what medical cannabis has done for my son is give him a better life.
People just need to take it upon themselves to look into this because there's real science there starting to back all of this up.
We have what can be seen as a growing mental health crisis.
Because there's no oversight there, because there's no standardization, you get these dangerous products.
The research is so lacking.
Formulating products, services, educational models based on wellness is the future of cannabis.
The best thing about this event is gathering like-minded individuals, academics, business people who all believe in basically furthering medical education about cannabis.
The thing that interests me the most with this conference is the support from the government. And you don't see that as directly with the other countries.
So I think Malta has an unprecedented position where it can take the lead at EU level.
The industry is at a very early stage, so we can shape it and mold it in the way that it needs to go.
There is an opportunity here for cannabis to play an incredibly important role in improving the general mental health of the entire population.
ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Welcome to MedTech World as well as Med-Cann World. My name is Eman Police and I'm the founder of the Sigma Group, organizer of some of the largest symposiums worldwide in various industries. I must say I'm very proud to be with you today because the world is finally waking up and embracing new technology for medical use, be it blockchain, be it AI, fintech, big data, Internet of Things, and even quantum computing. The world is also embracing the use of medical cannabis for alternative medical reasons. So I couldn't be more happy today to have some of the brightest minds gracing our virtual floor plan for some of the most enlightening conversations. I hope you stay with us today and enjoy this content, and I wish you a pleasant rest of the day.
Thank you, Eman, for that introductory speech, and welcome to the viewers watching from home. We're very excited to be hosting this digital event where we will be focusing on medical cannabis and medical technology with a litany of panels focused on topics such as regulation, going all the way to investments within these two realms. For those viewing on YouTube or Facebook, we highly suggest that you log into the platform Swapcard using the event code popping up on the screen, where you will be able to have conversations with other delegates, ask questions to all of the speakers, and organize meetings with prospective clients. Now, before we get to the conference, we'd like to thank the Minister for Economy, Investment and Small Businesses, the Honourable Silvio Scambri, for honouring us with his presence at our summit.
Introduction to Med-Cann World. Welcome note by Honourable Silvio Scambri.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure to address you all, marking a historical milestone in our country's economic advancement. Since the legislation of the Malta Cannabis laws in 2018, which allow for the cultivation, import, processing, and production of cannabis intended for medical and research purposes under a controlled and supervised environment, the Production of Cannabis for Medical and Research Purposes Act has not only allowed family doctors to prescribe medical cannabis to eligible patients, but has also paved the way for the generation of a new and advantageous economic niche. The enactment of these pioneering laws in Malta has garnered the attention of a number of investors who immediately appreciated the potential of our country offers for the implementation of their projects. Bolstered by an already existing holistic ecosystem in place, which readily facilitates the setting up of such enterprises, it was only a matter of time before the demand escalated. And the numbers speak for themselves. Over the past couple of years, Malta Enterprise has received more than 27 applications by interested investors emanating from this sector. An extraordinary number indeed. But more importantly, it is estimated that these projects will create around 700 jobs over the next 3 years. In addition to directly creating new jobs, investment and export, this sector will create a multiplier effect through ancillary services as well as locally made products. As a government, we not only actively advocate the need for a diversified economy and strive to identify niche industries which would prove beneficial to our small nation state, But through the enactment of the necessary laws and the implementation of a robust regulation, we go above and beyond to ensure that these industries can take root on our shores and ultimately flourish. In spite of a particularly challenging year for the cannabis industry, Malta Enterprise has continued to approve projects and support businesses as they are gearing up for production and export. During the past year and a half, the industry has faced various challenges and suffered changes as a result of thereof. Renowned names in the cannabis sector have experienced great losses due to a number of factors, including lacking of finance opportunities, a distribution network lacking infrastructure to meet demand, and gaps in pharmaceutical standards across jurisdictions. Shortage of cannabis produced under GACP and GMP compliance was another challenge faced by many, as well as the shifting of standards and lack of regulatory harmonization. In Malta, during this year, we have witnessed companies setting up their facilities and the first licenses being issued by the Malta Medicines Authority, both internationally in Israel as well as in Malta. Soon, we shall have the first Maltese medical cannabis exports distributed in Germany, and as we move forward, we are continuing to add layers to this ecosystem in order to ensure its long-term viability and competitiveness. To this effect, we are looking at our regulatory framework to explore new niches, at startups with interesting and valid research ideas, as well as the provision of knowledge and training specific to the sector, along with other ancillary services. The Malta Medical Cannabis Cluster is in its nascent days, but set to grow to become a strong and robust pillar in our economy. To this end, we will use all possible channels, including technology, to fully deliver and ascertain our commitment to this fledgling sector. Therefore, knowing that we have carefully laid all necessary groundwork for success, we now look forward to witnessing the flourishing of this industry, albeit under new normality. Thank you, and wish you a very fruitful discussion in this e-seminar.
Thank you, Minister Skembri, for introductory speech. We're happy to hear that Malta is moving forward and taking progressive steps towards making the island a more welcoming place for medical cannabis. Start of the day with panels on policymaking and regulation, which is an area of discussion that obviously involves everyone, as nothing goes on in the industry without a proper legal framework supporting business development. If you'd like to interact with the speakers and other attendees, don't forget to log on to the Swapcard platform using the event code Med-Cann World. We're also going to be having some polls for all of you to vote on, the results of which we'll be sharing you later on in the show. Now, before we get into the panel, we would like to thank our sponsor Cannabiz for their support. And with that, let's get into the first panels.
WHO and its impact on national policies.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Med-Cann World panel discussion on the WHO and its impact on national policies. My name's Damon Booth, I'm moderating the discussion today. I'm the founder and CMO of Cannabiz. I'm joined by Sherry Boudram, who's the CEO and co-founder of CanDelta, and Evan Ross, who is the Vice President and Government Relations and Biz Dev of Eve & Co. Welcome guys.
Welcome, Damon.
Thanks for joining. We'll get it kick-started off. First topic of discussion is how much sway, power do you guys believe the WHO has over the CND meeting in December with the UN? What sort of element of control do they actually have on the decision-making skills of that meeting? We want to start with yourself, Sherry.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I think that the WHO is certainly influential and likely is the most influential international organization to fuel changes within the CND, largely because of the WHO's connection to such a diverse group of global stakeholders. I mean, like, let's also not forget that the CND has its mandate of to vote on scheduling recommendations, and that rather than voting on WHO recommendations that would have far-reaching implications for the global cannabis industry, the CND decided to postpone the vote to December, and the CND essentially, decided to continue considering the recommendation of the WHO on cannabis and cannabis-related substances, and also decided that, even though the vote was postponed, that they they still need and intend to vote on its when they reconvene in December. So the CND knows that they need to do this in order to preserve the integrity of their international scheduling system as well as their mandate.
Do you think that delay is politically motivated? Obviously, election year coming up. Is there a bit of an element of that, or just coincidental?
I think it's a little bit politically driven, of course. Taking into consideration the members that make up these committees as well. I mean, I think that there is some rationale for why it was delayed, but there's a lot to consider in a lot of the recommendations. Aside from that fact, the WHO recommendations have consistently shown to be a positive step towards relaxing international controls of cannabis, which of course would be the redundancies, while others may actually potentially cause more control, especially where pure THC is considered.
Okay, and yourself, Ivan?
Well, this is an easy answer for me because I essentially agree with everything that Sherry said. So I do think the WHO, though, has a moral and ethical kind of consideration for governments to go forward and develop their policies. And I still believe governments look to the WHO for that. So life would certainly be a lot easier if they do come out and they talk about cannabis a little bit more, and we start to change the mindset a little bit about that when we talk about it as a medicine and as a product that you can use for medical purposes across the world. So absolutely, I agree with what Sherry said, and I would hope to sort of see that, and this is where it's great where the discussions are happening to move along that path.
And do you think in December this will be it, or do you think there could be potentially more delays? We're getting mixed sort of feedback. I personally believe they have to do something in December. They can't keep postponing it. But do you think this could be the final sort of meeting?
If my career in government taught me anything, and I know Sherry comes from the same background, I think, yes, there's going to be more discussion about it. I mean, I hope that they certainly do not postpone it again. They go forward with the decision, but I'm sure there'll be other wrinkles that will come out. There always are. There'll be other implications to look at. But I am pleased that there's an optimistic note in it that it should happen, it should go forward, and then we can advance the discussion and start dealing with other issues along that. But to your point, Damon, yeah, I would say this is not the last we've heard of it at all, and there'll be a lot more stuff to come from that for sure.
Yeah, I agree with Ivan. If anything we know about government is that they're not, the quickest moving. I think I agree. I mean, the recommendations have definite implications and consequences, so it may take more convincing. For instance, the fact that the WHO provided clarity on cannabis as a source of treatment for pain and for other medical conditions like epilepsy and MS is really encouraging. And really, should the CND accept those recommendations, they would indirectly be acknowledging the fact that there's medical value in cannabis at the highest international level, and that's huge.
Yeah. And I suppose the real issue is we're not just dealing with one government, right? So we all know how one government can be difficult when you're dealing with multiple, with different agendas. It's obviously going to be even more tricky to navigate.
Right.
Well, I would say even we know this really well in Canada, given all the provinces
Right.
and while we have a federal system for the overall kind of use of cannabis, I mean, it gets divided amongst our provinces and territories when we think about the distribution.
Yeah.
So absolutely, I think that's a really good point, especially when you think of Europe and the European Union and what we see in the U.S. But it's going to be fascinating times for sure.
That sort of leads me on to my next topic, which is probably the real drive for this year's CND meeting, especially from my perspective in my business, is the CBD reclassification. And what your thoughts are on that. I could talk about it for a long time, my issues with what's going on. But what's your general consensus over in Canada at the moment?
So Sherry and I looked at. I'm going to pass it over to Sherry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course, Canada is. I mean, they're considering it, the same as any other, international country in other jurisdictions. Of course, there's a lot of push for, classifying CBD in a different light than THC products, especially when there's predominantly, CBD products. I think the issue comes about when, they establish a threshold for a low limit of THC. And, there's still going to be some control of that. And how do you standardize that across the board internationally, especially when there's international trade? making sure that there's some sort of standardized level of testing, which is not always easy when different jurisdictions have their own challenges in terms of, technology and resources, and having the right personnel to be able to run those tests and interpret it. There's a lot that goes into it from a financial perspective. Maybe not so in the developed countries, but in a lot of the developing countries, this is an issue. I went to a conference in Jamaica, I think this was last year, and we were talking to a lot of the universities there, and they were mentioning how they actually didn't have the right instrumentation to do a lot of the testing, even for research purposes, and that is a little bit concerning, especially if you want to create some sort of standard across the board.
Yeah, and should the WHO be setting that sort of guideline for CBD? So obviously it's never going to be across the board. Different countries have different THC requirements. You've got different standards authorities. You've got FDA, GMP, EU GMP. There's obviously different standards. Should the WHO maybe take a stance on it and just say, look, this is the guideline. This is what we should adhere to, and then hopefully everyone kind of comes in line.
I would certainly like to see that happen. Absolutely, and I mean, I think we. In this industry and the way we look at it, the conversation is going along, which is great. But I think we tend to overcomplicate it, and I think we have to look at these international organizations for that type of leadership. I mean, and it's based on science, it's based on research, it's certainly based on experience within this country and others. I think Sherry brings a really good point about the difference between, developing and developed world and what the capabilities are. So you have to take advantage of the WHO, or why do we have that, body? And I know I'm now talking at a very high level in that sense, but I think they have to take a leadership role on it. I mean, it's advancing, right? We do have the science. We have more science coming. And why we continue to sort of look at cannabis and then decide overall anything to do with the plant or hemp is somehow there's a risk to it, when CBC, there's a long history of it, whether you derive it from hemp or, the THC heavy cannabis plants, I think is a little bit ridiculous now. So I would hope that the WHO does take a stance on that and set the bar for governments to look at. And the one thing I would add is certainly, when I was in Health Canada and government, the first thing we looked at when we were looking at creating an industry in Canada were obviously the conventions. I know those are UN conventions about the drug treaty and so forth, but the WHO was part of that conversation with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and obviously with CBD, there's already a big business there, right? It's already,
absolutely,
the industry's huge already. Yeah. So it's growing rapidly. Someone has to surely get a grip of it.
I would think so, and I think it's also a good thing for the industry where there's different, like the standards start to get broadened out, right? And you just mentioned, Damon, a whole bunch of, whether it's GMP, EU GMP, whether it's Health Canada and what it falls under. It's not saying that patients can't take their own path forward, but at least you have a base to work from, right? Like any other industry out there, and I always refer to the pharmaceutical industry, so that is a good roadmap to go forward and to sort of compare things to when it comes to CBD and cannabis writ large.
Cool. And I don't know if you guys are following sort of what's going on in Europe at the moment in regards to CBD specifically. Obviously the EC have sort of made it clear that they may be keeping it as a scheduled narcotic as CBD. Which is obviously, we all know is very silly, but at the same time, it could be just the EU protecting itself from external trade. So obviously people currently might be buying from e-commerce from the States, from Canada, even from Australia, into the EU. It could be protectionism. It could also just be a real big shot in the foot for everybody in the CBD industry. How do you guys see that panning out in not an ideal world, but probably a more realistic world?
Yeah, I think that a lot of countries are to some extent protectionistic. I think Canada is actually pretty protectionistic. Yeah. I mean, even though they allow for, import and export of CBD or, cannabis that, has THC in it, that's classified all the same in Canada, and they do allow it for medical and scientific purposes. That's what that's what is stated under our current legislation, but it really happens only under very limited circumstances, right? And I think that's intentional. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Europe is seeing it the same way, as well as a lot of other countries.
Possibly. I mean, we went down the novel food route, which, although I thought that was pretty stringent as it was, and then for them to sort of take a U-turn on that is a bit of a kick in the teeth, I think, for most people in the industry.
Yes.
I personally feel they may hold on until December and the CND meeting before they actually action anything. Again, I think back to the original point, the WHO's sway and power could be integral in the actual EU's decision-making skills, hopefully. Because I personally feel they will push for reclassification on CBD.
Well, I certainly hope so. And I think it's like anything. This industry has to mature. We're growing. We're learning more. And, I'm not a fan of protectionism per se, but just call it that, right? Then if that's the case, to allow the homegrown industries to either grow or look at it. But, we have to stop a little bit, I would argue, this nonsense in and around, still classifying it as a narcotic, right? When there are a lot of other things that we could start worrying about when it comes to narcotic control and so forth.
For sure. And back onto the sort of next topic, should the UN, WHO be the driving force behind countries' national policies, state policies in general? Should they be the guys that take the lead? Personally, I feel they should. I think that's what they're there for. They should be making these tough decisions, and countries should be following suit. Well, what are your opinions?
Yeah, again, as I was saying before, I think it's important to consider who makes up its membership. They're being composed of government and ministerial representatives. The CND is actually often criticized for being viewed as more of a political commission as opposed to, a group of experts, which is why many of the discussions and negotiations appear to be less based on in-depth knowledge on drug policy issues and instead seemingly resulting from, policy decisions overruled by political interests of certain stakeholders. So, unfortunately, while the CND focuses on the issue of drugs, it's also less so involved in input from other relevant UN agencies whose work, really affect drug issues as a whole, such as, those around human rights and health and development and culture. So, I would personally like to see more of that. But, so those are some of the primary issues I think that the UN and WHO have that kind of make me question whether or not they should be the driving force. But ultimately, there needs to be an international, third-party body like the UN and WHO, if not them, to set some sort of international standards. Otherwise, international trade of cannabis will be extremely difficult to manage and control in the long term in a meaningful way. So, I do think that the UN, WHO are very well positioned to do this, and if they're I think a great driving force for this. But even if they weren't, involved any longer, there would be a lot of, concepts that are intertwined throughout the UN convention that, that contains recommendations from the WHO that will likely continue to be ingrained in a lot of these, state level and country level policies and laws. And I think that's really hard to pull out, so. Should the UN...
there's always that little element of the underdeveloped countries that are trying to get into the market, maybe being stifled more by the UN. I've had some of that experience myself dealing with some of the emerging markets that we're operating in, where they really have to ask, are they allowed? Whereas I'm guessing some of the more developed countries, especially in the West, don't really have that issue.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, a lot of these developing countries don't really have the tools to do otherwise. So, if they created a lot of policies and laws based out of guidelines from the UN and WHO. So if they were to make any changes and repeal or amend anything, they would actually take a lot of time, and especially when they're factoring in other political perspectives and cultural norms into a lot of their policy. It's easier said than done. So they're kind of tied to following what the UN and WHO are saying.
For sure. Cool. And
I would just add, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, please.
I was just going to say I agree, and I really do think, and I would hope it's a partnership overall, because I think that the countries do have a right to lead, and I would absolutely, if I was leading policy in a developing country too, I would want to take that forefront and say, look, we're going to go ahead with it. We want to work with the WHO, whatever you're coming out, and our partners, whoever they happen to be, but also allow countries to go forward on that based on cultural norms, historical norms, and so forth, right, when it comes to this. And I would say that writ large overall, and that the WHO and the UN, what I see there is the body of knowledge and advisory that they can put forward on these issues. It may sound naive, but that's certainly what my hope is going forward for sure.
Cool. And do you think there's a general confusion between all governing bodies, between the UN, WHO, right through to national policy, and then on to the actual standards agency? Is there just no communication going on? Is it really just a bit of a mess, or is it maybe getting back online? Obviously, Canada's been sort of the leading light, and I know even over there you guys haven't had it. It's not been smooth sailing by any stretch. But at the same time, is that the direction we should be going in other countries? Is there a better way? You know, how do you guys foresee things moving forward in regards to getting everybody in line?
Well, I'm confused every day, to tell you the truth, and sometimes even within my own country, and I've been in this industry for a decade now. But I mean, that's a good and a bad thing, I guess. And our little company, you know, we are exporting to Europe and Germany, and I'm always fascinated by all these differences. So what I am hoping, where the optimism comes from, sure. You know, when you look at the rules and where you look where we were and where we are, it's a whole learning process, right? And I do hope there is, you know, a streamlined approach where we do get to a point where we treat it like any sort of industry, whether it's a finished product or it's a raw commodity like the dried flower, and that across boundaries, whether we're importing, exporting, developing, doing R&D, that there's a certain recognition. And again, we've got that model, and I know it's two different things, but there is a model when we look at a pharmaceutical product. And I know cannabis is very unique when we think about it as recreational, adult use, and medicine, right? That's, you know, where it's totally unique. But we've got this path forward that all these countries, our country included, have that experience. So I think there's the opportunity from everybody to learn from everybody and to bring it together. But to sort of understand, I guess the base root is, look, it's not the boogeyman that everybody thinks it is, and that we can move forward on this. And primarily where I come from it's the medicine aspect of it, for sure, right? And what you can derive from it. So I would think, you know, we've got a long history internationally of dealing with medicine trade across boundaries, and hopefully we should be able to make it work. That will, of course, take time. But I mean, a conference like this is a great example of where we're having those discussions, for sure.
Yeah, and I think even as far as going to the offshoots of the plant, when you move into even the hemp industry, the fact that the Farm Bill was only introduced, 18 months ago? And it's crazy that even to this stage, we're still not able to utilize the plant the way it should be utilized, right?
Exactly.
Great. Okay, guys, we're about to wrap this up. So thanks for your time. Thanks, Sherry. Thanks, Ivan. And yeah, thank you for your time, and thanks for listening.
Thanks so much for having me.
Well, thanks, David.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Israel, export regulations and global business developments.
Hello everybody, it's a pleasure and an honor to attend this global virtual conference, and I'm happy that whoever is here online attends, as we are all in adjustments to a new present and a new era that requires us to collaborate and interact virtually. So I'm happy to be here, and I hope that this conference will be a success. As I was requested to address the globalization issue, especially from the Israeli side, I would like to briefly go a couple of steps back, where in 2018, actually at the end in December, the Israeli government has approved the legalization of export reforms from Israel to all legalized markets. Israel has been leading the global, or the Israeli market, I would say initially, in terms of regulations and protocols that have served many countries and many regulatory bodies throughout the world. By 2019, the Israeli government has changed the rules, which has enabled or has defined the processes of export of medical cannabis to all legalized markets and countries. Unfortunately, since then, certain delays and issues, including multiple elections that have occurred in Israel and are still not stable, have taken place, which have delayed the process of the export. And as we all know, the COVID-19, which had recently struck the world, did not really contribute in any way to the globalization or the exports of medical cannabis throughout legalized markets. Nevertheless, Israel in general, throughout its licensed producers, and I'm proud to say BOL Pharma, the company with whom I am a part of and representing their global issues and interests, has spent a lot of time, effort, and money in preparing for the right moment where export will begin. We have gone through our protocols and regulations. We have established and adjusted various production and manufacturing protocols to meet diversified markets on all their demanding requirements, and have gone through a variety of products which we have in a way started exporting in small volumes to test the waters and meet and see how the markets react. And luckily and proudly to say, they have been very well perceived and accepted. BOL is Israel's largest medical cannabis entity. We have been fortunate enough to be accredited throughout all the value chains, meaning we extract, we grow, we are the largest grower in the country, bigger than all other licensed producers combined. Our facility is GMP certified by the IMC, the Israel Medical Cannabis body within the Health Ministry in Israel, as well as EU GMP approved and recognized for our APIs, dronabinol, THC, CBD, and derivatives of those, CBDA and the like. We have structured relationships in strategic markets. We have identified and established strong positions, whether distributors, importers, or strategic alliances in Europe, in North America, Canada, in some of the LATAM markets, which we have been setting and putting a lot of effort in adjusting or learning or processing the requirements based on the LATAM requirements and regulations. And we have been building foundations that once export will begin, hopefully very, very soon, we will be ready and prepared to launch our products throughout our strategic alliances to all relevant markets, with the initial focus on the European market, but also Australia, New Zealand, which represent, I believe, a very important and significant markets within regulations and within presence of foreign companies, as well as some of the Latin American territories, including Brazil and Mexico to come, hopefully soon, and some of the smaller markets, which are just as important and which represent a very significant and strong basis to set up good strategic alliances for exported products. We have been putting our efforts in setting those globalization processes and requirements, and I believe that when the time comes and the doors of Israeli export will open up, we will be ready, just as I hope that we will have our strong strategic alliances set in a way that will present a very important foothold for this young industry, which is still emerging and adjusting within those difficult days of the COVID-19 period. So I wish you all a very good future, very healthy, and all the best of success in the time to come. All the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. This is Roy from Israel. I would like to speak about the export future to come from our small country in the Middle East. And let me share with you the presentation I made for this occasion. So if we are talking about the Israeli regulation and how we are preparing ourselves towards the export, I would like first to talk a little bit about myself and share with you that I'm with approximately 10 years of experience in the medical cannabis industry. I'm one of the founders of Kandok Pharma, one of the Israeli LPs. As the company CEO, I led the company to be the first Israeli public LP. We did an IPO here in Israel. And today I'm a senior lecturer as a faculty member in one of the Israeli academies. So what I want to speak about here in my 10 minutes lecture is what really happened in the last couple of years in Israel. And it is quite amazing because around 10 years ago, journalists came to our farm here in Israel and were amazed about what we are doing here with cannabis and how we treat our patients. And it took only 9 years till we got an invitation to speak in Davos, the World Economic Forum. In those 9 years, we really did a lot. And I would like to share with you what has been happening here in Israel. So what are we doing today towards exportation? Yes, this is me in the picture. So if we are talking about the old regulation that Israel started in 2008, we had only two entities. We had the grower and the patient. And the grower started to grow cannabis, cultivate, process, and then distributed it directly to the patient. The patient had a license, and it means that all the value chain happened under one entity. The product was not under GMP. We talked about the name of the strains, and the price per patient per month was approximately 19 euros. This regulation is almost over. Today, the new regulation is working a little bit different. When we are talking about the regulation, we moved from licenses to prescriptions. Instead of one link, which means the farm, we are now having 5 different links in the value chain. Today, when a patient gets the product, it has to be GMP, like in Europe. We are not talking about strains anymore. We are talking about cannabinoid profiles. And now, once everything is open, also the price is not fixed anymore. The market choose and direct the prices according to the demand. How it looks? Well, the 5 different links start from the nursery, which has to be under GAP, Good Agriculture Practice. Then it goes to the growing facility, the farmer, again under GAP. From that point, after harvesting and curing, we need to bring the buds to the production facility, which has to be GMP certificate. In the production facility, we are having the final products, 10 grams of buds or 10 ml bottles of oil. From that point, the products are going to a pharmaceutical wholesale, and from there, it is being distributed to pharmacies all over Israel. This is the new regulation that we are facing in the last almost 2 years here in Israel. The idea in this regulation is to take what we did at the beginning, which called medical grade, and move it to the pharmaceutical grade. which means we are talking about products under prescriptions for medical indications, only GMP products. The distribution and the selling point is in the pharmacy. And hopefully in the future, like Germany did, we will be able to also get reimbursement for these products. When I'm talking about pharmaceutical grade, it is important to understand that our regulation talks about IMC GMP, which stands for Israeli Medical Cannabis GMP standards. It is not identical to the EU GMP, but it is quite similar. It means that we have a doctor, a physician, that prescribe a patient with a prescription. According to a specific medical indication, this patient goes to a pharmacy and get the medicine on a monthly basis. The medicine is in a specific cannabinoid profile table that I will elaborate in a couple of seconds. And the idea is that we have the numbers, the ratio of the THC percentage and the CBD percentage. The Israeli Ministry of Health checks also the CBN content. So by having this cannabinoid profile, the patient know what they are getting. And this is the medicalization program that Israel did. And if I'm taking the overview of the last 13 years, in 2008, we started as the 3 LPs in a pilot program. Later on, the Ministry of Health and the Israeli Medical Cannabis Agency started to move forward and build the medicalization program. Over there, they started to talk about the exportation from Israel. They started, for that point, selling in pharmacies. There was a pilot, and today it's a mandatory. At the beginning of 2020, one of the Israeli LPs, Kandok, had the first importation to Israel. And hopefully, in the next couple of months, I really hope that before 2021, but it is coming soon, we will have the first exportation from Israel, probably to Europe, with our amazing products. If you have any other question, please feel free to contact me in this email. It was my pleasure, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Prohibitive licensing fees.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jen Larry. I'll be moderating today's panel on prohibitive licensing fees. I'm the president of CBD Strategy Group, a Canadian-based company that focuses on business strategy and commercial marketing. And I'm here with a great panel. On one side, a farmer, on one side, someone who's kind of built out clinics and retail. So I'll give the panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves. Rachel, if I can start with you because you're to my left, please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I thought you said Stephen, Jen. My name is Rachel Zedek. I'm the founder of Wicked Farms here in the interior of the Beira in Portugal. And we are a medicinal grower, so organic, sun-grown medicinal cannabis.
Thank you so much. And Stephen, now to you. Please tell us a little bit about your history in the space and what you do.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, everybody, and appreciate seeing you again, Jen. We have a long history in cannabis together as well. My name's Stephen Verbeek. I'm the founder, president, and CEO of Hello Cannabis. It's become an international entity that had very humble roots, starting as one of the world's first medical cannabis clinics in Hamilton, Ontario. Since then, we've expanded into rolling out recreational retail stores and consulting with various government entities around the world, as well as creating our own supply chain and our own product line to be able to facilitate different ailments for many of our patients.
Amazing. And I'm really excited to have both of you on the panel today because I think so much of what the cannabis space is this spectrum of services and, skills, which starts in an agricultural perspective and putting a seed in the ground. And so having a farmer's perspective, I'm hoping will give us some things to think about today. And of course, from a commercialization perspective and being able to create access and serve patients and now customers and really kind of define what we will look back decades from now and know was kind of the beginning of this sector. So I know today we're on a panel to talk about some prohibitive licensing fees, but in our earlier discussion as a group, I think we all came together and expressed the notion that fees alone were not what were the only kind of barriers to entry. So I was hoping each of you can speak to your market perspective on some considerations that those listening to us today can take into account when it comes to what has been prohibitive in your own personal journey, fees or any other things, whether that's operational or commercial. So Stephen, let's start with you. Maybe you can take us through your journey in cannabis. What have been some of the barriers to entry or things that are currently still prohibitive and operating in the way you believe you should for the cannabis space?
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll keep this focused on the medical side, considering the title of this conference is Med-Cann, but I assure you we encounter the exact same issues on the recreational side as well. On the medical side, there certainly was no shortage of patients looking to use cannabis as an alternative product to be able to help with their ailments. What we found was very challenging is in the early stages of our medical cannabis rollout, we lacked the supply chain to be able to create quality products that patients actually needed to be able to meet. So we had a massive influx of patients and then unfortunately very little supply. So that's why it's actually quite useful to have somebody like Rachel on the other side here, because I truly believe this had nothing to do with the farmers or the actual producers of the product. This had to do with the government regulations that were in place, limiting the quality of product that they could put through due to overtly aggressive restrictions on what types of equipment they could use, the levels of security that was required, to the point where they took growing a plant into essentially growing and taking care of plutonium. That's a very fast analogy. I can come up with many different examples, but I think overregulation was a massive hindrance with the medical cannabis rollout that really disrupted our supply chain and slowed down the availability of quality products for our patients. And that's one of many examples I can come up with, but I do believe that's probably the strongest one.
So Rachel, maybe we can just jump to you on the other side. You're in Portugal, a market that's, say, less mature in its legalization or normalization than Canada is. Hearing what Stephen said about access to product and based on your experience at the farm, what are some of the most prohibitive, elements for you on a day-to-day operating in the cannabis space?
Well, I'm really happy to be with both of you. And, Stephen's work on being able to give patient access is amazing because we have none of that here in Portugal and really none of it in Europe yet. We're still struggling with CBD, let alone a full spectrum product. And recreational really is not legal yet, unless you're in Amsterdam, and then it's just tolerated. So it's exciting to be able to talk about, everyone's wants to grow. So we're also goat farmers. We own a commercial goat operation. So when we got into cannabis, we thought this is a great opportunity. So I think I'd like everyone to first understand that while it could be a great opportunity, we weren't fully prepared to understand all of the policy problems and all of the regulatory problems that existed in order for us to not only grow a beautiful plant and grow it in the sun and grow it with very few inputs, so a really environmentally friendly product. There's industrial hemp as well. So bringing back hemp and cannabis to Europe, where it has been and has been kind of pushed out, and to be able to welcome young farmers to grow something that could earn them a great income. The problem was then where do we sell it? Because there's a lot of buzz about who is what and buying what and processing what and where is it going. There is a glut of cannabis flower in the market. There is in Europe and in Canada and the United States in terms of if it's medicinal. So I think that there's a lot of buzz in the media about the big money and the deals that are going on and the money to be made. But it's a very different reality to have a commercial farm operation, get that operation licensed and set up to be legally compliant, but also agronomically successful, to actually grow a great plant that doesn't have mold in it, that doesn't have bugs in it, that you didn't like you grew a crop outside. And we did that last year, and we harvested 104 kilograms of dry flower from an outdoor grow. So it worked out to less than 24 cents a gram. So that, at the base of the model, makes it a really cost-effective product. Now, you have to add extraction and packaging and all the other things, that the bells and whistles that go to it. But right now, we are stopped there at growing flower. The flower can't go anywhere else and actually get it to a European consumer now. So our supply chain is crippled. So I'm talking to you guys on the other side of it who do have access to flower. And so it's exciting to hear what your challenges are and what you're doing, because from where we are here in Europe, to be a grower means very little. We did not plant this year.
Well, I think it's interesting something you bring up specifically around the outdoor grow. You know, maybe Stephen, you want to speak to this a little bit, but in Canada, one of the things, both of you have brought up this idea of, you know, where policy or regulations are creating really big challenges. And as someone who's worked for the last 20 years in a commercial, context, I can tell you that it is always the biggest gap. Governments turn around and create policy, but none of them run businesses. And the way the businesses need to run, it's like they've given us some kind of guideline, and most don't know how to operate within it. So I want to speak directly to how the operations can also be impacted by, you know, what is prohibitive as far as how you can grow. Rachel, you talk about this outdoor luxury, this ability to maybe be in a climate where you can bring costs down. And Stephen, we don't live like that in Canada. So much of what we did lives in boxes. So can we just discuss for a minute a position of, do we think that it is prohibitive from a cost perspective to have to grow indoor versus outdoor, whether or not you're managing your climate?
You nailed that right on the head, and it's a perfect topic, actually. This was one of the major prohibitions that our government put in. Really tragically, we had to maintain everything indoors and meet absolute absurd infrastructure levels in order to be able to grow cannabis legally. Outdoor growing was just permitted last year, with only 3 of about 400 licensed producers being able to get their applications and all the infrastructure to permit an outdoor grow in time. And as Rachel very, very clearly stated, that the outdoor grow, you are able to keep your costs down astronomically. Curtis Wallace, a close friend of mine and head of cultivation of Weed MD, I was literally just last week touring a 57-acre site. He grows at 17 cents a gram. I just toured another licensed producer that cannot produce a gram of cannabis for less than $2.50. So that type of restriction that our government put in to force indoor growing for the first few years of our rollout, one, crippled our supply chain because it's far more difficult to be able to grow, to be able to build out all of this infrastructure. You're talking billions of dollars of investment going into all of this big infrastructure. Whereas if you are growing in your outdoors, my backyard right now has 4 plants that are absolutely flawless and beautiful, and it cost me actually $0, because of course I already had access to the plants and I used leftover pots. $0. When you start looking at all the electrical costs, fertilizer costs, blah 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 blah, it starts racking up, and then unfortunately that cost gets pushed down to the consumer, and of course the consumer is not going to have much incentive to go towards the legal market, because the cost and quality are often nowhere near the standard that the illicit market has already put in place, because they have been around for quite some time building up their businesses. So this is another perfect example of where Canada dropped the ball, in my opinion, and I truly hope that Europe does not follow, where over-regulation has created a bottleneck in the supply chain, which essentially limited the quality and the price point that both medical patients and recreational consumers in Canada needed. And we have figured it out the hard way, and we are now finally seeing disruptive products coming out of the legal market. But I believe it took far too long to do this, and I urge people in Europe to be able to reach out to many Canadian compatriots. We are here to help, and we want to, because you can save a lot of money and a lot of time by not making the same mistakes that we made over here.
And I think that's a really good point, Stephen, to learn from people that have made mistakes. So Rachel, I guess I want to flip that to you. You're a farmer, so you obviously have a lot of practice in understanding the land. What are your thoughts about growing indoors? I want to pull on this for a second, because sometimes we're talking about harsh conditions from weather, but other times we're talking about controlling something or being able to turn things around in different cycles. What's your perspective? Outside of the cost being prohibitive, is this something you think is important for farmers to consider?
I think one of the other reasons growers went indoors was not just to hide, but it was also because of the genetics they were breeding to have super high THC levels for recreational market. And so these genetics were really gentle and sensitive. So I'm not interested in that marketplace. I'm interested in family farmers who want to grow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hectares of a lower THC content product, but a really robust genetic. And that whole world of genetics is something that we're all starting to talk about now more and more, because that's one of the policy barriers, is what genetics are you allowed to grow? Are they registered? Are you talking about what's called an F1 or an F2 phenotype, F3, F4? Is it a stabilized genetic? So we're talking about barriers. That's a whole nother sector of the industry that doesn't actually exist. Jenny, when we started this, when you introed us, you talked about all those little sub-services. So in the agro space, where we are, not in the retail space or the consumer space or the therapeutic space, like you guys are on the policy level, even in our environment, our ecosystem is completely defunct of all of these services. So seed companies, organic fertilizer companies. So we use compost from goats, but it's not certified, so technically it's not organic. So you've got all these systems as well that we have to fit into in Europe that are very, very different than Canada. And nothing exists. So if I grow flower, I can't get it extracted commercially. I know in Canada that kind of service exists. So I hope that answered your question. But I think that even on the production side, going down the supply chain or even back up it, growing medicinal cannabis is a great idea. And growing it outdoors is a great idea. But what we're seeing policy drive us to do is to put plant indoors. And I think that's criminal. From a carbon footprint perspective, from a cost per gram perspective, I don't think that we should be lighting plants inside when they can be outside in the sun for free.
Well, I imagine that around the world, Rachel, a lot of people would agree with you, and in my own personal experience, to places where 365 days a year it is conducive to outdoor. I think we're going to start to see new trends. But I think you brought up an important point of where it's going to continue to be prohibitive, even if it's not about the dollars. It's about the genetics. And, Stephen and I, we come from a country that is well respected in the way that we've managed industrial hemp. We have a seed bank. We have a very clean path for farmers each year to register, move through their lands and produce, what they feel is something that's stable and something that's conducive to their day-to-day. And for some reason, we didn't extend that and take a natural approach with what we'll call cannabis as a genetic. And maybe to your point, the same way they put boxes to hide, there was a point in our policy where you just had to get genetics into play. So I do want to ask you guys, because we have only a couple of minutes left, and I hope that all of the people listening today take an opportunity to reach out to somebody on this panel and continue to ask more questions. But knowing that no country's done it right, and the goal is here to hopefully give people something to cling on to, because you want to have best business practices, you want to see yourself succeed if you enter the game. Are there any practices you see from any country around cannabis that is worth discussing? Are there things from other sectors that you believe should be quickly adopted into cannabis to make it less prohibitive? And why do you think those things are so important for the next wave of the sector's development? Stephen, let's start with you on that.
Yeah, I'd love to touch on this. Many people are going to get quite angry with me for using this analogy, and I'm cringing as well, because in no way, shape, or form do I want to draw comparisons to alcohol and cannabis. So I would truly like to really reiterate that first. But the way that alcohol is regulated in Canada, I believe, has officially been a successful platform. When you purchase regulated alcohol, it is grown and then standardized and then refined into a product that is not going to make you go blind, that is consistent. You know exactly what you're going to get with one specific brand of beer, one specific brand of vodka, what have you. And it is controlled. Tax dollars are in place. Government regulations are restrictive, but not over cumbersome. And access to the consumer is readily available. Cannabis should be following the exact same suit, not exactly the exact same plan, but you need to be able to have all of those things executed properly in order to have a successful rollout. So I believe if Canada's cannabis industry was regulated in a similar fashion that our alcohol industry was, we would have a far better rollout, because we would still have the end result of a standardized product, a safe product, a product that we know is registered, that is overseen by the government, but still allows for private companies and private investors, all the way from family farmers, all the way to commercial grows, to be able to participate in the industry.
Thank you. Rachel, any thoughts on your end? Something else to add?
Well, I mean, I wish Europe was doing what Canada has done, which is to give access. You know, at least recreational, even if in that gray space people are self-medicating, you have opened up the medicinal space. And I know that it feels clumsy for you guys. But when I look at what's going on in Canada, I almost want to, I'm an immigrant in Portugal, I almost want to become a Canadian. Because it is moving, and it may feel painful for you, but this is a place where now they're talking about across Europe advocating or regulating that CBD be a narcotic. So we're in a really different boat than Canada. So really, I look to Canada and I applaud Canada with its path forward, step by step, painful as it may be, and I also applaud Thailand. They've come out with frameworks for medicines to be developed using Chinese traditional herbs, like those frameworks that exist in Chinese medicine for thousands of years. So they've gone back to heritage, which I think is really interesting, and I think that will play well in other countries. And I'm excited to see what happens there, even if it's still being controlled. I think it will still be a flagship for what's happening in the world. And I'm excited to see what's going to come out of South America and Africa. Because I think while Europe and North America are all busy playing around, I think Great Britain and Africa and South America could do some very interesting things. But let's see, nothing is going to be fast. There's no fast wins in cannabis.
Well, thank you. And I think to both of your points, just to pull on them, you know, Rachel, your comments about Thailand, I think what is interesting is that they started with genetics in the academic space. They opened up a Thai languaged kind of portal for education, which onboarded 10,000 doctors, and Canada could learn a thing or two about integrating the academic space willingly without barriers, and of course onboarding doctors through the colleges, which have still created great barriers for us. So I appreciate that you use them as an example. And Stephen, I'm sure we can talk about this a lot, because in your international efforts, you will continue to create impact around the world, and of course in Thailand. And I just wanted to highlight on Stephen's side, you know, when he's talking about alcohol, I think the context there for those around the world who may not understand is that so much of what has, I guess, spearheaded the Canadian position is dried flower. We have 20 plus years of an anti-smoking lobbyist mentality, which has really crippled, for all the right reasons, the tobacco industry. And bringing forward a smokable product certainly, you know, made everybody uncomfortable in the government. And so they used the Tobacco Act alongside, you know, some of the qualifiers that already exist with natural health products and pharmaceutical products to create a very stringent Cannabis Act, which we know today. So I think, Stephen, just to your point, I'm not sure that it's about the alcohol industry as much as it is to show that there is a sense of products responsibility and maturity, and that you can use farmers and businesses in ways where you can hold them accountable without boxing them in so that they can't operate successfully. I want to thank you both. We are unfortunately out of time, and I hope that we serviced you today. It's really incredible to have people around the world. I say this all the time. My life is already better because we're talking about cannabis globally, and I can't wait until we've literally overturned the world and the war on drugs is now more about responsible import and export. So thank you both so much for helping our listeners understand some of the prohibitive elements and hopefully shine strong as you continue to show us what great success also looks like.
Thank you to the panelists for their insight on the various aspects of policymaking and regulation. As the panelists mentioned, the World Health Organization definitely holds some amount of sway on national policy, and this could obviously have an impact on anything from the licensing or the overarching frameworks discussed on the other panels. Now, during this section, we sent out a poll to all the viewers, and we asked which territory they would see as interesting to import medical cannabis from, and we found that most of you thought that Malta was the most interesting, followed by Israel. Now, next we're going to be digging into the medical cannabis in the European Union with a focus on the harmonization of regulations and CBD specifically. We'd like to remind you that if you'd like to interact with the speakers and other attendees, make sure to log on to the Swapcard platform. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors, Medical Cannabis Europe, for their support. And with that, let's get into the next panels.
The need of regulating cannabis for medicinal use.
Medical advances are defined by developments in our approach to science and practice, reflected in enhanced regulations along the years. The history of medicine can be misleading, though. The standard narratives for the first miracle drugs, such as disulfonamides and penicillin, recount how a solitary scientist in search for a cure to a deadly disease would identify, usually by accident, a magic bullet. The lengthy trial from the lab to the patient's bedside is often absent from the story. The promise of a magic bullet has gradually progressed from good fortune in drug discovery to advanced research and development with multidisciplinary involvement such as chemical, pharmacological, and clinical aspects. More science and less magic ought to escort a product through the regulatory pathways leading to patient access. The terms medical and scientific are mentioned 18 times in the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs with respect to defining permissible purposes and use. Over half a century later, the global debate on the regulation of cannabis continues across jurisdictions. The past decades have witnessed political, legislative, and judicial processes alongside reforms to control regimes, appraising the therapeutic and research aspects. Despite the expanding regulatory experiences, the world has not yet reached a consensus. Conversely, as a politician and medical doctor by profession, I reckon that the need to regulate cannabis for medicinal use is by now clear to all. How can a plant become a regulated product for medicinal purposes, one may ask? Cannabis-based products, in whatever form presented, are widely associated with the plant itself. Little do we associate morphine, codeine, digoxin, pilocarpine, pseudoephedrine, quinidine, vincristine, or vinblastine to their plant source. A number of important medicines currently in use progressed from chemical substances derived from plants. Building on nature's intelligent design, recognized by older medical communities, to develop products that meet patient needs is not new in the pharmaceutical scenario. While having a natural source may sound comforting, intricate processes are entailed since researchers may need to go beyond the study of a single molecule, as is often the case in benchmark pharma. While cannabidiol, CBD, and tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, are the most studied active components of cannabis, the plant contains over 400 chemical entities, having more than 60 cannabinoids with corresponding synergistic and antagonistic effects. Different strains may produce different outcomes, and varying concentrations of active components have varying implications. Research on THC and CBD, the endocannabinoid system, the biosynthetic and metabolic pathways of endocannabinoids, as well as other phytocannabinoids, has widened our understanding of how cannabis works. I recall my vivid conversations with Professor Jorge Manzanares discussing preclinical studies on the effects of CBD in alcoholism and its potential to reduce the reinforcing and motivational properties of alcohol, thereby preventing alcohol-induced relapse. Other experimental findings have pointed towards CBD's effectiveness in reducing anxiety behaviors relevant to multiple disorders with minimal sedative effects and a favorable safety profile. Such observations do not automatically infer clinical applicability. Scientific advisory bodies have reported conclusive or substantial evidence of efficacy in a number of conditions, with moderate, limited, or no efficacy in others. Michael Eisenstein, in his 2019 Outlook contribution in Nature, suggestively described CBD as a multitasking molecule with a difficult delivery. Further research is anticipated to address many of the unknowns we still have today. Randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled studies are often cited as the gold standard in pharma. Then again, just like for many pharmaceuticals, it is envisaged that once a solid evidence base is construed, a paradigm shift from the one-size-fits-all to a precision medicine approach shall ensue. Genetics, sex, age, social environment, comorbidities, and concomitant drugs are some of the confounding factors considered in the delivery of personalized care that may determine individual response to cannabis-based therapy. Over the past 2 years, with regulated medicinal cannabis accessible in Malta, a number of physicians considered such products in diverse clinical presentations, ranging from anxiety, insomnia, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder to migraine, pain, fibromyalgia, multiple sclerosis, and cancer. Practice-based observations through contribution of healthcare professionals from primary care and community settings may support the body of knowledge by drawing attention to therapeutic potential as well as safety concerns. The Medicines Authority, in liaison with the Superintendents of Public Health, actively oversees developments within the local context and beyond. The regulatory role, which emanates from recent legislative amendments, reflects Malta's policy to establish a framework that enables medicinal and research practices. The limited international harmonization, alongside evolving patient needs and industry developments, necessitated striking a practical balance that mitigates any regulatory disconnect which could result in patients self-medicating with questionable products, while scientists struggle to source quality products for clinical research. We have all read reports on the prevalence of contaminants, whether microbial, pesticides, or heavy metals, in non-medical cannabis. Being unregulated, the direct human toxicity is poorly quantified but may include carcinogenicity, infection, developmental and reproductive abnormalities. Fungal spore contaminants have been identified, including certain strains of Aspergillus that produce aflatoxins associated with a number of mitotic lesions. Complex cannabis dosing formulations and administration routes may alter the transformation and bioavailability of such contaminants. The cannabinoid profile, dose uniformity, and expected effects are poorly definable if the strain is unknown, and the content reported on the label, if any, is unreliable. Our patients deserve otherwise. Cannabis-based products seeking regulatory approval in Malta are required to be manufactured in line with EU good manufacturing practice and be released against a certificate of analysis, which includes mandatory analytical testing for microbes, aflatoxins, pesticides, heavy metals, and assays measuring THC and CBD content, also backed by stability data. Labeling is standardized and each individual pack is serialized for traceability. Established standards, including applicable methods and acceptance limits listed in the European Pharmacopoeia, must be complied with. It is understood that these measures may not resolve all concerns, but shall serve to drive the industry towards quality science with patient-centered roots. Unlike medicinal products that follow the pharmaceutical regulatory route, like Sativex and Epidiolex, which would have most considerations, such as indications, route of administration, and dosage regimen, predetermined by that process, cannabis-based products made accessible through alternative routes undeniably present regulatory challenges. In laying down provisions, sensitive points include, for example, whether to authorize use to treat only specific conditions, as adjunctive treatment, first line or last resort, who should be authorized to prescribe, source and supply, cross-border issues emanating from different national schemes, determining how relevant data will be collected, compiled and reported, ethical and medical legal aspects, as well as training and educational needs. Looking back and moving forward, I consider stakeholder engagement and incessant constructive dialogue to be key in implementing sensible regulation. As Parliamentary Secretary responsible for the Medicines Authority, I sought to ascertain that the authority's mission to protect and enhance public health through the regulation of medicinal products and pharmaceutical activities cascades to this new regulatory commitment. Besides upholding the high-level, professional, and efficient regulatory processes for which it is widely recognized, the Medicines Authority is bringing together regulators, policymakers, patient groups, and professionals who share a vision for spearheading sustainable development, accomplishing best practices, and consolidating research endeavors. The Academy for Patient-Centered Excellence and Innovation in Regulatory Sciences, established under the authority's auspices, characterized cannabis for medicinal and research purposes as a priority area for its upcoming programs, because regulation and education go hand in hand, and the patient, I again repeat, is the focus of all our work. Thank you.
Harmonising EU regulations, a multi-stakeholder approach.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. My name's Stuart Lambie, and I'm the Secretary General of Medicinal Cannabis Europe. We're a Brussels-based, multi-stakeholder organisation advocating for harmonised regulation on medicinal cannabis across the EU. Today I'd like to say something about the current status of medicinal cannabis regulation in the EU, the advocacy goals of Medicinal Cannabis Europe. I'll explain why we strongly believe a multi-stakeholder approach is crucial and tell you about the activities we're working on now and give you some information about our future planned actions. Most EU member states have some kind of toleration or regulation of cannabis-derived medicines, and the market for these products in this region is forecast to grow enormously in the coming decade. However, despite this, the legal situation relating to the entire medicinal cannabis value chain varies greatly across and in some cases even within EU member states. However, the good news is that members of the European Parliament are aware of this situation and have requested that the European Commission take action, starting with creating a clear definition of medicinal cannabis. So there's a clear need for proper representation of all those involved in the European medicinal cannabis value chain, from producers and the medical community right through to patients. This kind of representation is essential to ensure that the regulatory issues of importance and which will have an impact upon all of these groups are properly addressed. Here at Medicinal Cannabis Europe, we've defined some clear goals which we work towards. Firstly, we need to make sure that patients have fair access to safe, high-quality medicines. Next, we want to access European research funding for companies and the medical community to carry out badly needed research on medicinal cannabis applications. Thirdly, we want to get rid of the variation in regulation across the EU and create a level regulatory playing field. And finally, we want to clear up misunderstandings and misconceptions about medicinal cannabis by educating and informing the public. It's our strong belief that in order to succeed with our advocacy efforts and achieve these goals, we need to bring all stakeholders with an interest in this issue around the table. That's why we work with patients' associations, with the medical and NGO community, and also with companies involved in the medicinal cannabis industry. When communicating towards European policymakers, it's essential that we can present a united front representing the views of every part of the medicinal cannabis community, from patients to industry, from producers to doctors, delivering a unified message describing clear ambitions and goals for the harmonisation of all aspects of the regulatory framework. Only fixing regulation in one part of the chain without addressing others will not create a sustainable legislative situation. So what exactly are we doing to achieve the goals I have described? Right now we're working on two main sets of activities, which I would define as advocacy and communication. In terms of advocacy, we maintain a constant dialogue with policymakers and regulators at EU level, as well as keeping in contact on a national level via our membership. One very important advocacy activity is the increasing support base we have been able to build amongst members of the European Parliament. Our policy pledge, for which we continue to gather the signatures of MEPs from all political directions and geographies, commits them to help pave the way towards a harmonised regulatory framework, as well as supporting research into medicinal cannabis by pushing for access to funding from the Horizon Europe programme. And last but not least, promoting social dialogue on the benefits of medicinal cannabis. On communication, of course, we regularly share news via our social media channels, but our main activity recently was earlier this month when the European Parliament held a conference hosted by members of the Parliament in collaboration with Medicinal Cannabis Europe, bringing together stakeholders to discuss the current situation from a patient perspective, addressing the need for harmonised regulation and exploring the urgent need for access to research funding. So please check out our LinkedIn profile for more information on those discussions. But we're not stopping there. There's so much more to be done and more activities are in the pipeline. In the coming months, we'll see the launch of an interest group in the European Parliament supported by MEPs who have signed the MCE policy pledge. We will continue advocating towards the EU institutions for access to Horizon Europe funding for medical research into medicinal cannabis applications. And finally, we also plan to engage European citizens to send a clear message to policymakers across all member states about the desperate need for harmonised regulation to facilitate access to safe, high-quality medicinal cannabis products. Our ambition is that all of the activities I've described can result in a harmonised regulatory framework for medicinal cannabis applications by 2024. Thanks so much for watching and listening. If you've posted any questions in the chat during my presentation, I'll do my best to answer those as soon as we've finished. Otherwise, please take a look at our website and social media channels and get in touch if you would like any more information about our activities or about joining us as a member to help advocate for the harmonised regulation your sector so badly needs. Thank you.
Is CBD the new demon drug?
Hello, my name is Francis Scanlon. I'm the Managing Director of Cloud9 Switzerland. We're a company that, amongst other things, commercialize products containing CBD. Is CBD the new demon drug? Is the title of this talk. For the next few minutes, I'm going to explain some of my thoughts why I chose that title. Let me first start off by saying that just before summer, in the middle of July, the European Commission came out with a very strange and very alarming statement saying that CBD and extracts containing it should be considered a drug. And therefore, all the novel food applications that are still pending were subsequently put on hold. And the companies that had made those applications were duly informed of being put on hold. Now, where does this come from? So, a little bit earlier this year, back in March, the Health Directorate of the European Commission, DG Santé, they requested a legal opinion from their internal services, and they came back saying that CBD should be considered as a drug. Now, this has provoked a lot of alarm amongst operators in the European Union and here in Switzerland as well, because you know there is a huge industry that's been developing over the last couple of years in this space, especially for wellness products. And the Industry Association immediately in July, they came out with statements and rather alarming messages to all their members stating this new issue that's come up and challenging the Commission based on the latest scientific evidence, based on interpretation of the UN Single Convention from 1961, and also based on the conclusions delivered by the Advocate General of the EU, Tonchev, on a court case called Cannabiz. So this statement in July from the Commission goes contrary to all of these understandings that we know around CBD. Now, CBD, poor old CBD, has been in the doldrums since the beginning of 2019. You may recall in the EU, we had sort of conflicting reports, because on one hand, in January of 2019, we had the European Commission modify the different entries in the EU novel foods catalogue, basically making it much more confusing for a lot of people, but also making it difficult for those companies commercializing CBD products, particularly natural CBD products. And in the same month, you had the World Health Organization, the Director General of the World Health Organization, who issued a letter to the UN Secretary General Guterres with the recommendations that were concluded from meetings held in 2018 of the Expert Committee on Drugs of Dependence, stating, indeed, and I have it here. Let me read the statement for you. So it says here that extracts and tinctures, and of course we know in extracts and tinctures you can find CBD. That's to be deleted from Schedule 1 of the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs. Cannabidiol preparation specifically, it says that preparations considered to be pure cannabidiol should not be scheduled within the International Drug Control Conventions, and a footnote should be added under the entry for cannabis and cannabis resin, which is in Schedule 1 of the Single Convention, reading, preparations containing predominantly cannabidiol and not more than 0.2% of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol are not under international control. And for decades now, this has been the situation with CBD. It is not a controlled substance at international level. Hemp is excluded, it's totally exempted from the Single Convention. So what's going on in the EU? Where is this all coming from? I don't know. I cannot tell you. But I do know that we have an important meeting coming up of the Commission of Narcotic Drugs, CND, of the UN, this December. I think it's the 4th and the 5th of December in Vienna. And for this 63rd session that has been putting off the discussion and the vote on the recommendations given by the WHO, the European Union, again, with a council decision from the European Commission, they came out in December 2019 in anticipation of the meetings in March, and now it's been rescheduled to December of the CND, telling its member states, the 13 member states who are participating in the meeting in Vienna, for the case of CBD, they should take the position that the recommendation should not be put to vote and further assessment by the WHO should be requested. And this is particular to cannabidiol, found in cannabis and cannabis resin. To be fair, in this paper, they also state a lot of the positive things about cannabidiol. How preparations of cannabis have shown therapeutic potential for treatment of pain and other medical conditions such as epilepsy, spasticity, associated multiple sclerosis. That's cannabis and cannabis resin. So we're in a tizzy, to say the least. What we know about CBD, it doesn't have any psychotropic effects. We know that it's not a controlled substance. It does have anti-inflammatory properties, and for that purpose it's found medical use and use in wellness products. So I hope that in Vienna this December some common sense will be applied and it won't fall into the realms of political decision making. Thank you for listening to me. I hope I've been able to share some of my thoughts clearly with you, and I'd also like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Goodbye.
Thank you all for those presentations on the various aspects of regulation within the realm of medical cannabis. Having seen firsthand how the gears of bureaucracy function, I can understand how it may be frustrating for changes to happen. On the other hand, I can also see how difficult regulatory bodies may find it to ensure the proper balance. Next, Moving on to patient testimonies, where we have several individuals who will describe their journey to us, covering things such as pediatric care, education, and collaborative solutions. We'd also like to remind you that if you'd like to interact with speakers or other attendees, to log on to the Swapcard platform. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors, CanDelta, for their support. And with that, let's see what experiences the panelists have to share.
Patients' perspectives, from individual struggles to collaborative solutions.
Hello everyone and welcome. Today we have a few interesting professionals who have had a long journey in advocating for better access for patients needing medical cannabis. We have Professor Anne Lloyd-Keane from the UK, Jacqueline Poitras from Greece, and Carola Perez from Spain. I too have been advocating for better access for medical cannabis for my patients. I have experiences with patients with chronic pain who have had their lives transformed when they've used medical cannabis. And I very much understand, how difficult it is for patients to access this medicine in the environment that we're in today. And I'm sure that you all have your own story on how different methods and different collaborations maybe have helped you along the way to achieve what you have until today. So shall we start with Professor Anne Lloyd-Keane? Tell us a bit about your history and how you achieved where you are today.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning. I am a nurse and have been a registered nurse for over 40 years. A nurse that went into politics in the 90s, which is an unusual step for nurses. However, my reason being I am a strong advocate for equality and social justice. I then saw on my television screen a mother being arrested for bringing cannabis medicine into the UK for her child. And this made me so curious. I wanted to find out how and why was this happening and to find out more about medicinal cannabis. So I proceeded to do that and found that there is great inequality and there is so much to learn about the medicinal side of cannabis. And so I ventured on that journey to do so and eventually found the nurses' arm, because it was UK nurses, the Royal College of Nursing, that agreed at their Congress in 2018 to support the need for this medicine and for the nurse to have more knowledge. I believe the nurse is key to patients. And I really want to praise the mothers and the patients who are involved in this struggle. And I know that nurses throughout internationally would want to help. So my role in the UK is to work with CPAS as a patients advocacy group, but also, very importantly, to educate the nurse, to give the nurse knowledge and a nurse's guide so that we can be better informed for our patients, who I know will come to us first in many instances. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you very much, Professor Anne. Jacqueline, who is the mother of a patient, can you tell us a bit about your journey and how it all started?
Good afternoon to all. I have a daughter who is now 20 years old, who has pharmaceutical-resistant epilepsy, which means that we've tried every kind of medication available and nothing will stop her seizures. In 2013, I saw the now famous documentary on CNN of Charlotte Fiji, and that led me to look into cannabidiol as a possibility for my daughter for her epilepsy. And just through this journey, starting to learn about the plant, starting to learn about the history of this plant, and the fact that we had information that epilepsy can be controlled with cannabis from at least 2 decades before my daughter was actually born. led me to want to get this information out there to the world. I have many friends whose children have various developmental problems like autism or epilepsy, for instance. And so the information just sort of started to spread here in Greece, and that led to becoming political advocate for changes in the laws. We first saw the minister in 2016. The law was changed in 2017. Unfortunately, that doesn't really mean very much because we still do not have products on the market.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Carola, who is a patient herself and has first-hand experience on the therapeutic effects of this medicine. Can you tell us a bit about your story?
Hi, thank you all for being here. Well, my story started when I was 11 years old. I fell down while I was skating and I broke my coccyx bone. From this day, I started to feel a real strong, severe pain. And at the age of 18, they removed my coccyx bone, and this get me worse because I started to feel a very, very strong neuropathic pain. So after 13 surgeries right now, having 2 overdoses of opioids and benzodiazepines, and after having to be 15 hours per day lying face down every day, I was in a place where I didn't want to live anymore, because this is really, really hard to have every day in your life, this type of pain. And when I was asking my parents help to die, someone brought me some cannabis flower and I started to use it by infused milk. And when I tried that, because I tried everything, neurostimulators, all kind of medicines, everything, this really helped me to improve my quality of life. So I said, why, if I'm feeling this pain, why no doctor never told me about the properties of medicinal cannabis, because I could avoid 10 surgeries. And I don't understand right now, as a patient, how is it possible that we patients are suffering a lot, so much, so many things that are so aggressive to our bodies and our minds. And we have this plant, this cannabis, who has medical evidence to help us, and it's forbidden for us. Why don't we have the right to feel like a regular person and improve our quality of life? I don't understand that. So that's why I started my patient association, to help other patients to go out of this tunnel and to improve their quality of life. Because in Spain, cannabis is not regulated. They say there is not clinical evidence that this is not enough, and we have to go to the black market. So this is not fair for us.
Thank you, Carola. Very touching story. I can tell you there are many, many other patients around the world, you know, that have similar experiences, and my story is pretty similar. You know, I had a number of patients who were uncontrolled when I was working as a doctor, and when I started using medical cannabis on my patients, I saw incredible results. You know, patients' lives transformed, patients returning to work, patients, you know, finally being able to appreciate their lives and be back with their families. So I can understand, you know, that we really need to fight hard to get better access to this medicine. So let's start talking about how the advocacy journey transformed over the years with the help of perhaps collaborating with other entities, patients, doctors, professionals. Can you tell us a bit if what helped along the way to make your word heard better? Professor Anne?
Yes. Well, collaboration is the key word. I know that Basia, who can't be with us today, started this with Jacqueline and started to form an advocacy group. And of course, to do that, to be an advocate alone is okay, but alone isn't okay. We need to collaborate with the multidisciplinary team, as we would say. And in that team would be doctors who want to prescribe, but are concerned about prescribing. They're worried about prescribing. They are not sure as to whether it's legal. The information is not that clear in the UK, even though it has gone through NICE for certain categories. Pharmacy, we need the pharmacist. We need the pharmacist on board with us. And this is what we have done with CPAS. We are collaborating with a clinic, Sapphire, which is a private clinic, where we are educating and having webinars at the moment for patients or nurses in particular to be on the Zoom as it is at the moment, as life is, and we are learning from each other. We've brought about a nurse's handbook, which is almost ready, and that's gone to every group you can think of to look at it. And my role is to educate, and we're hoping to do that with a project by Professor David Nutt, NUTT, in the UK at Imperial College, who has got T21. And that will be about the evidence that Carola was speaking about, because the UK is constantly saying it needs its own evidence. And T21 will have 21,000 patients on certain diagnostic indicators and trying different forms from different clinics. And we hope to produce different evidence from that registry. It's not a trial, we can't call it a trial, it's a registry. But in the meantime, hospice movement in particular for end-of-life care has now contacted CPAS and the nurses arm, and we are, in fact tomorrow, Friday, having a webinar with them to see how we can bring in end-of-life care into the medicinal cannabis side. So it's pain, psychological trauma we're looking at. We're looking at the epilepsy, which of course has been approved for children in England, MS and other sort of neurological conditions, pain and anxiety being, I think, at the forefront. And I sympathise with Carola so much because I've had 3 discs decomposed and titanium rods in my spine from my early days of lifting patients as a nurse, and opioids don't do it. And I understand, but we have to get a consensus from a multidisciplinary approach. Most importantly, the patient or the patient's advocate must be listened to, and then we must go for equality, because you can have prescriptions in England, in the UK, at a price. Mm-hmm. It's my role, I feel, to use and be part of that clinic and learn from that clinic, but then to say, but my advocacy is for it to be equal and not to have thousands of pounds. Everybody's free to walk in the clinic, but it depends how much money you've got as to what you walk out with, and that's wrong.
That's right. Unfortunately, medical cannabis, pharmaceutical medical cannabis is still quite pricey all over the world, and that's the main complaint. You know, most of these patients are very unwell and cannot work, you know, to pay for their medicine, and most of these patients are advocating for a right to grow their own medicine and to be able to have perhaps a compassionate grower if they can't grow their own, to be able to supply them with a medicine that is affordable, because it's not always affordable to go to a clinic, you know, and buy the cannabis at the rates that they're sold from the pharmacies. So that's from a nurse's perspective, collaborating with patients and doctors and getting evidence from this new study that's been coming out, and we're also trying to set up something similar in Malta. Jacqueline, from the patient side, you have first-hand experience, having a patient who needs this medicine. How was your experience with collaborating with the professionals and the doctors and other sectors? Can you tell us a bit about your experience?
First of all, I should explain that Mamaka came out of the words mama and ka for cannabis. So it was an association begun by mothers, though today we are a patients association. We help for all sorts of issues that can be helped with cannabis. So our problem is that, and this is a problem for a lot of the patients, is that we're not taken very seriously. And this is really a shame because, and this is something that Carola and I first started to discuss in 2018 when we were together at an event in London. And we felt that the entire focus of the event was on, basically on business, a little bit on science, and sort of last of all about the patients. I believe, and Carola and many other patients also feel, that the patients should be at the absolute epicenter of everything that is happening. Because when it comes right down to it, it is the patients that are the reason why all of this is happening. So what we really need is a cross-sectoral collaboration which would put the patients at the peak of the pyramid, but would connect in this pyramid both science and industry. Because the patients are the ones who have the frontline experience. We have the empirical evidence. We still are mostly ahead of science in the knowledge that we have, and not only patients, but also the traditional knowledge that users of cannabis have. We get a lot of information from people who have been using cannabis for years. So the patients should be in direct contact with science and industry. Industry has to support the patients, because if they don't support the patients and the patients' organizations, we're the ones who are getting people interested in using cannabis. We are the ones breaking down that stigma. We are the ones who are really supporting this entire industry. So industry has to support us. Industry has to support science so that there are research programs happening, which in turn support the patients, because then we have more correct information and we are able to help our patients better by, properly having properly educated medical personnel and investing in research. So I really feel that this is the way to approach it, and this is something that we're trying to begin in a discussion with Carola to make a cross-European patients organization that will help to bring this about.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jacqueline. What about you, Carola? Had you had any experience with collaborating with doctors and other perhaps entities in your country to help you get the message across?
Yeah, indeed, I founded, along with Manuel Guzman, Cristina Sanchez, Guillermo Velasco, some doctors and some of the best researchers in the world that we have in Spain, and we are so happy to have them. We founded the Spanish Observatory for Medicinal Cannabis, where patients with physicians or doctors and researchers, we work together to go to the Spanish Parliament and to all the entities that they are saying there is no evidence, in order to let them know, because I was a patient. So in my first meeting with a politician, he told me, I remember so well, he told me, "You're a patient, you are not a doctor." And I said, "You know what? I'm going to bring all the doctor and all the evidence with me. So we are going to work together and bring you the evidence and all the parameters you need to understand why cannabis is medicine." But not only this, Andrew. I also collaborate and work at the IACM, the International Association for Cannabinoid Medicines. I work as communication manager for them, and we are starting this patient council where patients from all over the world, not just Europe, but just from all over the world, can work together with Franjo Groth and Germen and all the physicians and all the researchers that are there. So we are trying to make some political incidents in Vienna, in the narcotic, in Vienna, also in the European Parliament, also in Europe, and also in Spain. So we were around the world, then in Europe, and then in Spain. So we try to cover as much as we can to collaborate with all the people we can and make things as fast as we can. But as Jackie said, we are a little bit tired because the industry is always saying that we do this for the patients, but then they don't help us to do our jobs. They don't help us. They don't support us. And they're saying all the time, well, you have to make more political meetings, you have to go to Vienna, you have to go to the European Parliament, but who is helping us to support us? Because I am a patient and I have to be in bed in 2 hours again, for all day. So we need help. We are patients.
Not easy.
We are suffering.
It's not easy.
And that's one of the most important points in this kind of panels. Make the industry know that we are a little bit tired, that we have so much difficulties in our daily lives, and we need help to continue doing all this work.
Yes, the patient at the end of the day is the one that suffers the most, and obviously the suppliers, they just really want to sell their products most of the time. But obviously we need to hear, what the patient's needs are, because it's not always affordable for patients to, pay the high prices that sometimes they're asked for. What about Professor Anne? Have you collaborated with other entities outside the UK to help you get your message across and perhaps advocate better?
Yes, CPAS has been involved for some time, and we now are part of the American, Canadian nurses we talk with, and we want to get more involved within Europe. And Brexit won't stop me, I can assure you. Most ridiculous part of my life at the moment, but it won't stop us working together. I think the politicians, sometimes the arrogance of politicians is because they are afraid of that word cannabis.
Yes, it's quite a stigma all over the world, I can understand, and it's quite a common...
It is, but you see, the mothers and the patients will remove that stigma. Me campaigning on my own won't, because the first thing I'm always asked is, do you want to legalize it for recreational use? Well, the first thing I have to say is, that is not what I'm talking about. I'm not particularly, which I'm not interested in. It is purely on this area. And so professors from Imperial, from all over the world, pain management directors like yourself, mothers and patients together, you can't resist, having been a former politician and a nurse, politicians go with whatever they're asked to do.
Exactly.
And if occasionally they're only asked to see Carola on her own, they just...
Okay, so...
we need a much higher impact of this group, saying, this is us. We stand with the mothers, we stand with the patients, professors stand, scientists stand, pharmacists stand.
I agree. The patients need to obviously make their word heard, and that is what is going to make the change at the end of the day.
But they are tired, so we have to do more.
So a final message, perhaps, how we're going to help advocacy throughout Europe, collaborating together between countries, maybe just a last statement from each of you. Something to close, just a last, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now, yeah.
So just
can I just add, this year was to be the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife, and then COVID took over. World Health Organization is having next year as the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife. I think from my point of view, I will take this internationally and ask for support.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Anne. Jacqueline, one final statement before we leave.
Because the World Health Organization is also meeting in December, is that the conversation at this point should no longer be about whether we should be legalizing cannabis or not. That is a 100% taken to be the right thing to do. The question and the conversation should be about how to do it properly. We can't take something that we have done wrong and make it wrong. This is the wrong way of approaching it. We have to start the conversation about how to support the use of cannabis and not whether it should.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Carola, few final words.
Just thank you all, and let's keep working together. Let's make more events like this. Let's spread the word and make people understand that cannabis is a human right for patients, and we deserve the right medicine and as long as the doctors have the right to treat their patients the best way they think they can.
Perfect.
So thank you all.
Thank you very much, and hopefully if we work together and put the patient's words first, we'll get what we are hoping to achieve one day.
Pediatric care.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joseph Rosado, physician, author, and medical cannabis expert. Today, I will be presenting on medical cannabis for autism spectrum disorder. Is it an option? This has been my trajectory in the medical world from the age of 16 to present, and this has been my trajectory from 2014 to present. On the right is the book that I published in April of 2019. The objectives for today's presentation include review autism spectrum disorder, review the epidemiology of ASD, review the screening recommendations for patients with ASD, discuss conventional, newer, and unconventional causes and risks for ASD, discuss the management of patients with ASD in using medical cannabis per the more recognized causes, and lastly, discuss clinical trials using medical cannabis on patients with ASD. You will notice a bold red number in the upper right-hand corner. That is an indication of the references. And at the end of the presentation, there will be 3 slides with all of the references for today's presentation. So, what is autism spectrum disorder? It is a developmental disability that can cause significant social communication and behavioral challenges. The learning, thinking, and problem-solving abilities of people with ASD can range from gifted to severely challenged. A diagnosis of ASD now includes several conditions that used to be diagnosed separately. For example, autistic disorder, pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified, and Asperger's syndrome, all of which are now under the umbrella of ASD or autism spectrum disorder. In the United States, 1 in 59 children is diagnosed with ASD. Screening and diagnosis poses a challenge because there are no diagnostic tests or studies to be able to determine if a child has ASD. An experiential provider can determine if a child has ASD at the age of 18 months or 2 years, which is why the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that during the well child visit At the 18 and 24 month mark, they use the modified checklist for autism in toddlers, also known as the MCHAD, to screen the children. Unfortunately, many children do not receive a final diagnosis until much older because the MCHAD has a sensitivity of only 11%, indicating a high amount of false negatives, and positive predictive value of 9 to 14%, indicating 80 to 85% false positives. Causes and risks for autism include, but are not limited to, the genetic component, also known as the GRIN2B gene, is one of the risk factors that can make a person more likely to develop ASD. Children who have a sibling with ASD are at a higher risk of also having ASD. When taken during pregnancy, the prescription drugs valproic acid and thalidomide have been linked with a higher risk of ASD. Children born to older parents are at a greater risk of having ASD. A newer thought is, are there too many synapses? An interesting feature of the brain from toddler to adolescence is the concept of pruning, meaning that as a child ages, the number of synapses decreases. However, in children with autism, they lack this ability of pruning, and scientists have discovered that it has to do with a mutation of one of the ubiquitin genes, specifically the RNF8 gene. To understand this better, they took a group of rats and they removed the ubiquitin gene, the RNF8, in the neurons in the cerebellum of young mice. The cerebellum is one of the key brain regions affected by autism, which is why they used the cerebellum. The researchers found that the neurons that lacked the RNF8 protein formed about 50% more synapses, and found that the strength of the signal was doubled in the mice that lacked the protein. And an unconventional thought process, as written in her book, The Autism Revolution, Whole Body Strategies for Making Life All It Can Be, by Dr. Martha Herbert, and I quote, "Autism is not hardwired into a child's genes and destined to remain fixed forever. Instead, autism is a collection of challenges, i.e., less than optimal nutrition, toxic exposures, a weak or depressed immune system, and stress." Medical cannabis has been shown to support children with autism in the following ways. Deficiencies in the endocannabinoid system in the body is considered as one of the reasons for many disorders, and recent researchers state that it may help the treatment of autism. In the chronic neuroinflammation can be eased with the help of antioxidants, which are present in the cannabis plant. Cannabis helps with mood and behavior of the patients in terms of emotions and aggressive outbursts. Cannabinoids are believed to remove the damaged brain cells and to improve the efficiency of the mitochondria. With the help of CBD, children can be protected from the neurodegenerative diseases. Cannabinoids help the brain to achieve breakthroughs in learning, which also helps in gaining consciousness and better understanding. And for the sleep issues associated with ASD, this can be addressed by bringing the endocannabinoid system into balance, ensuring proper health, which links to the clinical endocannabinoid deficiency that was discussed in the first point on this slide. Now, clinical trials that have been done using medical cannabis and children with ASD. This study was done in Israel, where they took 188 ASD patients, and they concluded that cannabis in ASD patients appears to be well tolerated, safe, and effective to relieve symptoms associated with ASD. A pending study where they were recruiting patients in New York using the phytocannabinoid CBDV as in Victor. The study started in October of 2018 and was destined to be finished in 2021. However, due to COVID-19, it's expected that it may extend until 2022 using a double-blind placebo study. Now, much talk has been had about CBD, but what about THC? In this study, they used dronabinol, a synthetic version of a delta-9 THC, and they discovered that the use of dronabinol may be able to reduce the symptoms of autism. And in the study done in Chile, although it was a small-scale study with only 20 children, they utilized the ratio concept, i.e., a 1-to-1 CBD THC ratio, a 20-to-1 CBD THC ratio, and a 1-to-4 CBD THC ratio. And although it was a small study, they discovered that oral cannabis extracts were dramatically more effective than conventional medicines. The key take-home message in this slide and study is the following. 2 patients became more agitated and 1 more irritable. And the effects were solved by changing the ratio, which in private practice has served me well to educate the parents that if one ratio or one chemovar was not working, to try and work with a different ratio or chemovar. So something to consider. The concern of THC is on the mind of many patients that manage and treat children. This study, published in September of 2019, studied the associations between adolescent cannabis use frequency and adult brain structure. And they discovered that adolescent cannabis use is not associated with structural brain differences in adulthood. Therefore, the idea that the use of THC in adolescence causes changes in the brain structure has been proven in this study to be false. Here are the reference slides, slide 1, reference slide number 2, and reference slide number 3. Thank you very much. And should you want to get a hold of me, this is my contact information in all of the platforms available. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Cannabis education, a public approach.
Hello and welcome to Med-Cann World. Today we're going to be discussing cannabis education, a public approach. I'd like to introduce our panelists, starting with Dr. Karen Korn. She's a teacher, researcher, and educational leader in the United States for over 2 decades, and the creator of Leaf Medic. I'll let Karen tell you a bit more about her background. Karen, if you please.
Hello, and thank you for having me today. I have been an educational administrator as well as an instructor for years, and I migrated into the cannabis space at the end of 2017 and started a school in both Ohio and Michigan where I partner with a registered nurse and some other professionals in the field. We've created a curricula to educate bud tenders as well as patients and some clinicians, and we're migrating into a second project called Greenleaf Education that will be a patient-focused, patient-facing portal for educating the populace about how to use medical and adult use cannabis, because Michigan has an adult use program. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Karen. To move on to Guillermo Trejo Negrete. He's the founder and CEO of W Class Canada Incorporated. I hope I said that correctly. Originally from Mexico City, he's spent the last 14 years in Canada, where he works in the cannabis industry on advanced system integration, data analysis, and various other tech solutions. Guillermo, would you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the space and for having me. So think about that. My approach to the cannabis industry. Overall, we understand that there's so many different aspects that it could be treated towards, but the main point of focus, and this is why W Class Canada started, was for the cannabis education. Doesn't matter what products or what lines of in between the industry you move along, if you don't have the proper education and the knowledge in order to be applied successfully, definitely I mean, it has to be uncovered, it has to be deconstructed, and most of everything, the biggest problem that we have is the stigmas attached to overall the cannabis world. That's what we have to deconstruct in order to bring people into neutral, as I call it. When somebody's in neutral, is capable and able to take better decisions, more information. So that's a little bit of the background on what I am involved, and of course,
Thank you very much, Guillermo. We'll get back to you later with a couple of questions. Dr. Lucas Med-Cann is the co-founder and CEO at Cann Delta, where he provides scientific oversight on all the projects there. Lucas, would you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you, Thomas. My background is that I'm a chemist by training. My background is in synthetic medicinal or organic chemistry. I did study in a few universities across the country here in Canada. And as you know, Canada is part of a regulated medical and recreational framework for cannabis, which has been, I think, a good standing point for a lot of other jurisdictions as well, as an example. Further to that, I did a postdoc at Health Canada, which, as some may know, is the regulating body that administers licenses for the production, the research, and the analytical testing of cannabis, both for the medical and recreational streams.
Thank you very much. So, Lucas, what is being taught to the doctors about cannabis these days?
So I guess I'll highlight that I'm not actually a practicing physician, but I've studied the curriculum that has been made available for doctors in Ontario as they're moving through their programs. I think that there's a strong basis there that explains a lot about the history, the endocannabinoid system, which is something that we've all become familiar with, especially over the last several years. I'm sure Dr. Karen would be able to tell us a lot about that as well, and as well as how cannabis has been known to work within the body, the natural existing cannabinoids that exist there. But a lot of the challenges surrounding cannabis itself in terms of the education component actually have to do with the limited amount of research that's been done with the naturally occurring products. We do have some synthetic leads that have been used that are derivatives of cannabinoids that have been made in the lab. And a lot of those have, I think, some pretty unfortunate side effects that I think has sort of cast a negative light on the naturally occurring, for example, THC and CBD, the sort of VIP cannabinoids that exist there. The challenges there, I guess, in the education system is not so much to show that there's evidence there that not just synthetic but naturally occurring cannabinoid products have potential therapeutic use, but to actually get doctors that are practicing now to be able to accept that as an alternative form of medicine to some more classically prescribed elements that typically get shortlisted whenever folks are dealing with certain kinds of ailments. I think one sort of VIP there is the opioid category. We've seen that folks living with chronic pain will typically be prescribed opioids, which for short-term use is quite effective. And if you were getting certain kinds of reconstructive surgery, I'm sure that you would probably elect for some very strong opioids to help dull pain. But for any kind of long-term treatment, there's a tendency there for those living with long-term pain that is chronic and acute, that they can develop withdrawal symptoms that actually create a sense of fear for them that makes it very difficult for them to cease that and to try living life in perhaps a way that would
Lucas,
be without them.
Am I understanding correctly? Are you suggesting we should be using cannabis or medical cannabis for more everyday reasons, not as a last resort? I mean, in Malta, it's more like a last resort. But you're saying if someone just has a headache, cannabis should be prescribed, for example?
That's not exactly what I'm saying, but I'm saying that it should be considered. It should be considered along the list instead of the last resort. And in Canada, it's very similar. I don't want to make this sort of about the stigma in the medical world, but if you were looking to get a prescription for cannabis, when we don't have a prescription in Canada, we have what's called a medical document, because you're not allowed to prescribe something that you can't actually make a claim for. So that sort of speaks to how it's regarded in our medical climate here in Canada. But more specifically, you can't even acquire that medical document until you've tried the more classical therapies, and that's the challenge. There is, perhaps if we can further I guess, legitimize this with research from medical professionals, and a lot's being done. There are some huge studies underway at Johns Hopkins University, as well as in the UK, to legitimize this. Now that we have a regulatory path for research that is vastly more accessible now than it was a decade ago, that's going to bring, I think, a lot of possibility to light to legitimize this and validify this in the eyes of the medical community as a first approach instead of a last approach.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucas. Karen, what would you say we need to, what's going on in the world in terms of education for CBD, for medical cannabis users?
So it's interesting, after what Lucas just said, in the United States, I would argue that there are multiple players in the equation of medical cannabis or recreational cannabis use on the part of a consumer. And each of those players or each of those parties has a different level or a different kind of education that they receive. So medical professionals, it varies greatly in the US in terms of how exposed they have been to even the concept of the endocannabinoid system. There are still medical professionals who maintain a level of kind of ignorance when it comes to an understanding of what that is. So that group of people have a certain kind of information. And again, it's not streamlined. It's not universal in terms of who understands what. And then you have the people who are vending the product. And those individuals vary in terms of their levels of education as well. So the person that you talk to when you go into a dispensary to purchase your cannabis medicine or your cannabis adult use product, it has no standard level of education that has been established for those people, for that party in this equation. And then for patients, it's really kind of up to them to figure out what works for them the best. And in reality, we know that cannabis medicine is very individualized in terms of what works best for each patient. But it's taken to, I think, a greater level than maybe it needs to, because we do not have any kind of standardized education along that continuum. So what we've tried to do with our company is to provide different points of access to education along the way, hoping that if all of the parties involved become more informed, then the entire industry will improve.
And that brings along the point that how are these people, like you said, learning how to use the medicine? Usually it's just a peer-to-peer from one person to the other, and a lot of people don't use it properly in the end. I mean, I find personally, which can make a big effect to the symptomatic relief a patient might get from this medicine.
Many physicians are not aware of drug-to-drug interactions that are present for things like CBD. It's viewed as being somewhat of a, kind of universally harmless medication. And it is very helpful, and it does not have a tremendous amount of drug-to-drug interactions, but they do exist. And patients are not often very aware of that. So I think that, along the way, there needs to be various changes made in the way that we inform both the public, the providers of the product, and the clinicians that work with their patients.
Thank you very much, Karen. So to move on to Guillermo, I really have trouble pronouncing the name sometimes, sorry. Would you explain what you mean by the consciousness of cannabis? How does it work, and what is its importance to society?
Absolutely, Lucas. Backing up just what Dr. Lucas said and Dr. Karen, we are taking the perspective not only of the object, in this case, the cannabis plant, in the medical field, but also most people are social beings. And the better understanding of the consciousness of cannabis is when somebody feels okay, they are itself to be okay. And better, more productive behaviors through the endocannabinoid system in this case. So what I'm saying is in the global front exchange of technology and the incredible advancement of all these remedies through, we know through humankind history, that interact, seeking a deeper understanding of what the world is going to look like in the coming years, thanks to the human evolution toward cannabis. And then this consciousness basically is the interaction and the proper connection in between the medicine and the human body, in this case, the biological entities on the endocannabinoid system. So when we understand that perspective, we are capable of applying through technology and the data in order for better treatments, for more efficient isolation of compounds in cannabis. Again, we are using diapers in the industry, as been said, right? So all these conceptual patterns start opening new doors for everybody, including the medical field, for the proper data and technology, deconstructing those missteps in order for making cannabis a more usable tool.
Okay, thank you, Guillermo. We all, these days, everyone talks about the stigma that surrounds cannabis. It's quite a barrier, you know, for new patients, for doctors to prescribe. What can we do to achieve a situation where we can reduce the stigma or maybe get rid of it completely? What would you say, Guillermo?
Absolutely. The clear and closest example for everybody to understand, and in the cannabis industry, the first stage, as previously mentioned, it will be the way to take care of an individual or wherever it seems to be having an issue in the human body. In this case, medical application of cannabis. The clear example, it will be through chronic pain. When living with pain, especially chronic, so many people suffer basically participating in their normal everyday lives. And when you create stigmas on top of the uses of cannabis and the functional of the character of somebody trying to not only be, you know, okay or be on its best or maximum potential, the stigmas always are the most difficult. They are the more difficult to be removed. And by that, I mean, does not matter what problems you are having on your physiology, but usually because of that stigma or that negative conceptual of the cannabis plant in general, people don't approach the medical.
It's something we need to tackle altogether. Lucas, I remember you saying during your answers that they're actually teaching the endocannabinoid system in Canada's healthcare system now. Am I correct?
Physicians going through their regular training would be able to access a lot of information about the history of cannabis, typically how it's used, a lot of the effects on the endocannabinoid system, as well as the system that's in place, I guess, to make it activated with the exogenous source of cannabinoids that we find that naturally occurring in the cannabis plant. I think really the question is, you know, can this be used in a way to replace a lot of, you know, other less benign substances that are out there? And I think definitely you know, we've discussed that the answer there is yes, but also even from you know, potentially a recreational perspective, we've noticed that a lot of folks have sought out cannabis as a means of treatment because their body might be predisposed to maybe having an issue of ill absorption of the ones that are naturally occurring in their body, their own source of endocannabinoids, or that they're not producing enough. And we see a lot of folks that are using cannabis recreationally that are actually doing it for medical purposes unbeknownst to them because they're experiencing some kind of ongoing ailments. And that, I think, is quite interesting. In a system where we don't have, for example, let's say recreational or medical cannabis available for people to use, traditionally folks will look to other substances to sort of self-medicate and self-treat. And one of those very dangerous compounds, besides the ones that we've already mentioned in this talk, would be alcohol. And alcohol, as we know, has a very, very taxing effect, not only on society in terms of costs in the healthcare system, but also in terms of related crime and also in terms of, let's say, even automobile accidents. So it's very expensive, I think, to not have sort of these systems in place, both from a medical sense and also from a recreational sense, for people to try to learn about different alternative medicines that are there so that they can go on their life and just basically feel normal in their day-to-day. Exactly. So yes, you definitely did pick that up.
How about you, Karen? What do you have to add to how we can combat stigma?
I agree wholeheartedly, 100% with what Dr. Lucas was saying about the stigma-busting properties of increasing awareness for medical professionals. I think that that would really help, because I think that if when you go to your doctor, if you say, I'm having some kind of health problem and I think maybe cannabis might be able to help me, if your doctor doesn't look at you sideways and say, oh my God, that's a federally illegal substance here in the US, for example, but says, oh, let's explore that along with some of the other modalities that might be available to you. I also think I agree with you 100% that the majority of adult use consumers are consuming sometimes, and if not maybe, as I said, the majority of the time, for a medical purpose, meaning their effort is to try and either feel relaxed, sleep better, be more socially engaged when they go out. All of these things are actually, medical remedies, but we think of them as being a recreational pursuit. So I 100% agree with you. My husband works in the beer industry, and it's really interesting for us to have conversations about the impacts of the various substances that we each work with. And we're both fully aware of the very dangerous impacts of alcohol. And while, that's food on my table, so I don't, malign alcohol in general, and I do appreciate it and enjoy it. I definitely believe that if we see an increase in recreational use or adult use of cannabis, that we will see a decrease in many of these things that you pointed out, Dr. McCann.
Thank you very much. We're running out of time. Is there any last words, Guillermo, you'd like to add? Lucas, Karen?
Absolutely. You saw a little bit the emphasis on cannabis becoming a tool in all these applications. Now that we know that the endocannabinoid system gets activated by cannabis, and the conscious patients, they are able to transform through training and the proper applications of education and knowledge with equal quality on the products, they are able to transform into a more powerful and conscience-guided manage system.
Sorry to stop you, Guillermo. We're running out of time. Lucas, did you have a couple of words to say?
Yeah, I guess the last little bit of words I'd like to say would just be a warning too. This is a double-edged sword that we're talking about. And I think a lot of people on the very liberal side of cannabis do think that it is a cure-all, a miracle drug for everything. And that's not something that I think we should label it as such. We really need the research and an evidence-based approach with medical research surrounding cannabis products. And it, especially when it comes down to discussing compounds such as, cannabidiol, CBD, some folks just claim that this stuff should be added to the water because, it just should be literally consumed by everyone all the time, even when brushing your teeth and showering. And I'm not on that end of the spectrum by any means. I do think we need to approach this carefully as we would with any other substance, and that proper due diligence and evidence is required to make any conclusions on this. And this isn't, again, a snake oil product. It does have to be handled with responsibility and with care.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been great to have you here. Hope to meet you again in person, maybe next year in Malta.
We'd love that.
Until the next time, then.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Malta's a beautiful country. Can't wait till we have the return back there. So looking forward to it very much.
There we had some very personal stories and perspectives from patients and representatives of those who use medical cannabis. It's particularly striking and demoralizing how a treatment that has been shown to be particularly successful for those who need it are still potentially facing imprisonment. And we here at Sigma all hope that the laws catch up to the needs of those in need of access to their medicine. Next up, we're going to focus on the ongoing research in this sector, all the way from access to medical cannabis to how it can be used to treat neurological disorders. I'd like to remind you that if you'd like to interact with the speakers or other attendees, don't forget to log on to the Swapcard platform. We'd also like to thank our sponsor, Cloud9, for their support. And with that, let's jump into the next panels.
Cannabis Health Equity.
Greetings to you all at Medical Cannabis Digital Summit. My name is Dr. Rachel Knox, and I am truly honored to be here with you today to talk about the most important function of cannabis legalization, and that's cannabis health equity. So social equity is a term, a hot term these days in cannabis, but it's really poorly and inconsistently defined and applied throughout the cannabis industry from state to state, from country to country. And I think it's because it fails to consider all that creates and ensures equity across a diverse population. Now, the antiquated academic definition of social equity speaks to justness or fairness across social policy. But today, and in cannabis especially, equity must mean so much more. And when we think about equity in terms of its broadest, most encompassing or total meaning, we find ourselves identifying the factors necessary to achieve it holistically. And as we start categorizing these factors, right, these determinants of equity at a societal level, we begin to recognize that total equity is ultimately both a determinant and reflection of health. Health, good or poor, is the net result of systemic inputs into an individual over their lifetime, but also into a community or even a society, right? The state of one's health, or the state of community health, or the state of societal health, you see where I'm going, is a composite reflection of the ecosystems we build in which one resides, and only through the optimization of our ecosystems can we achieve well-being, right? Equity should achieve well-being for all people. So in simple terms, well-being is the sum of the optimization of 4 determinants: economic well-being, environmental well-being, human well-being, and social well-being. So put this way, equitable access to well-being is also known as health equity. Health equity is the impartial and intentional distribution of attention and investment across all 4 determinants of well-being, such that they're optimized and balanced within and across a total population, resulting in healthy infrastructures, healthy people, healthy communities, and a healthy society. So in terms of equity, I like to refer to these 4 determinants of well-being as the 4 pillars of health equity, where we find social equity not alone, but complemented by economic equity, environmental equity, and human equity. And so really quickly, I want to define those for everyone. Economic equity is the impartial assurance of access to the possession of economic resources. That includes income, savings, assets, access to capital, and the personal and collective agency over the flow of these resources through a household and a community. Environmental equity is the impartial assurance of the existence of, access to, and maintenance of clean air, clean water, clean land, and clean soil. It's also clean and safe natural outdoor spaces, and clean, safe, and consistent housing options. Human equity is the impartial optimization of an individual's knowledge, skills, ability, capability, and adaptability. And it's also the optimization of a person's physical, mental, and spiritual fitness. And lastly, social equity. Social equity is the impartial assurance that social infrastructures facilitate 2 things. First, the continual access to economic, environmental, and human resources, services, and justice. And secondly, social participation, cooperation, trust, cohesion, and productivity of all people, right? That's what social equity is, the infrastructure. So you can see that social equity is really the glue that holds all of health equity together, and it can only be maintained through the balanced capitalization of sustainable infrastructures in all communities, through which productivity and prosperity, right, another word for well-being, can be achieved, measured, scaled, and assured. Now, what does all this I'm talking about, health equity, what does it have to do with cannabis? Well, through its prohibition, cannabis, which in the United States especially was a valued cash crop that was grown by enslaved people, was weaponized against communities of color, right? The so-called war on drugs criminalized Black and brown people for its use, its possession, resulting in the disproportionate enforcement of marijuana laws in these communities. This disparity has contributed to intergenerational marginalization and disinvestment in the well-being of Black and brown people. And this has impacted every determinant of health, right? Every determinant of well-being in communities of color. So because of this, right, systemic racism and the war on drugs globally, Black and brown people and Black and brown communities have been denied health equity and thus the collective realization of well-being. This is why we need policy and regulations, especially as they pertain to cannabis legalization and the regulation of its economy, to be health equity centric. We need them to assure, and by them I mean policies, we need these policies to assure that infrastructural changes are made such that the system now facilitates the actualization of health equity and well-being for all people of all color, without question. We need to move away from the weaponization of cannabis towards the assetization of cannabis. I'm gonna say that again. We need to move away from the weaponization of cannabis towards the assetization of cannabis, right? Where cannabis was wielded to destroy Black and brown communities, we must now wield it to heal them. The ecosystems within which we all reside, and this includes our governing ecosystems too, need to be totally healthy. And cannabis, through its economy, through its innovations, and its integrous regulation is the right tool to achieve this. This is what I call cannabis health equity. And this is my call to action. To cannabis activists, advocates, entrepreneurs, researchers, regulators, and policymakers, we must stand united in demanding health equity-centric cannabis policy. At a minimum, cannabis policy should do three things. First, it should ensure that the regulated medicinal cannabis industry, all cannabis, personal care goods and medicinal, so medicinal cannabis industry, serves the wellness and medical needs of all people of all colors. Second, it should create unexploitable economic opportunities within it for those most harmed by the war on drugs and blocked out of this industry, right? Black and brown entrepreneurs and workers in a diverse landscape. And third, it should guarantee that the regulation, taxation, economy, and the agricultural, industrial, nutritional, and medicinal innovations of cannabis create impactful and measurable pathways to actuating health equity across all communities, beginning with the communities most harmed by the war on drugs. This is the duty of the cannabis industry. Cannabis must be legalized and regulated with integrity, and that means righting the wrongs of prohibition, and health equity must be our North Star. So my time is now up, and I want to thank Med-Cann for having me, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of this digital summit. Thank you.
The ongoing debate about cancer treatment.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have the pleasure to moderate this panel, which is titled The Ongoing Debate About Cancer Treatment. And we have two very knowledgeable gentlemen with us today, Dr. Ronen Shemesh from Israel and Alex Revish from Canada. And these gentlemen have a lot of experience in this field, particularly Ronen concerning mechanistic approaches and Alex from an educator perspective. But I won't say any more. I'll let them introduce themselves. So I'll hand it over to Ronen. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Dr. Ronen Shemesh. I have a PhD in genetics and molecular biology, about 22 years of experience in the market of drug development and drug discovery, consulting pharma companies, cannabis-related pharma companies, biotech companies, and a little bit in digital health. And proud to be here today.
That's great. And Alex?
Yeah, thanks for having me here. I've been in this industry since 2013, which is the beginning of the cannabis industry. And I did a lot of different things, like going on a lot of medical conferences, teaching doctors, And my favorite thing to do is education. So I created an education program called Cannabis IQ, which I'm very proud of. It was the standard cannabis education for the Canadian Nurses Association. And then I went on to start another licensed producer. But my favorite thing to do is education. And we're launching now cannabis in pharmacies, which is very, very important. So thank you for having me.
And we're going to kick off by talking a little bit about the history. We were saying that yesterday. The topic of cannabis and cancer is quite a vast topic. So we've got 20 minutes ahead of us, and we'll try and do our best to cover a little ground. We're going to talk about a little bit of history, and based on what we know of anecdotal evidence, and what's going on, what's the status today in terms of serious studies and data. And it'll be interesting to get both your perspectives. From Alex's viewpoint in the industry for so long and as an educator, and Dr. Shamish's viewpoint from your understanding and knowledge about how it actually works on the endocannabinoid system. So what do you guys think? Do you think cancer and cannabis really go together, or is it just all anecdotal? What do you think?
Well, Dr.
Who wants to
Shamish,
start off?
Alex.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think Alex, I think it's best you start by sharing your experience with people, with patients over all these years.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I actually, in our conversation we had previously, my approach is a little different. I don't really talk about how cannabis can potentially cure cancer. We actually stay quite away from that topic. When we started, there was a lot of negative perception of cannabis, and trying to say that it cures anything without really strong evidence is not something we wanted to do. So I focus on symptom management and treatment of side effects of the treatment around cancer. So looking at things like CINV, like chemo-induced nausea and vomiting, looking at things like pain, increase of appetite, sleep. Those are the things that I focused on. And when we started the industry, there was a lot of stigma around cannabis use, but the people who were very open to it was around the hospice and palliative care and oncology. So we really worked closely with them to make sure that people knew how cannabis can be used effectively. And one important point that I always like to explain, because people would, if they said, oh, I had a bad experience with cannabis, it was around how much were they using, what kind of type of cannabis, and what was the method that they were using. And once we were able to speak to patients about that, they were having a much better experience with the cannabis for their cancer treatment. And that's really what I focused on. And we really helped a lot of cancer treatment patients go through all these things to learn how cannabis can help. So that was my experience, and it was a really interesting one. And I'd love to hear Dr. Shamish's thoughts about where it can help, because Dr. Cristina Sanchez out of University of Madrid, as an example, she's done some amazing work about showing how cancer cells have committed suicide around THC, which was pretty fascinating. So I am very interested in that area, and would love to learn more about that, and hopefully we can make that a standard here in Canada as well.
What do you think,
Okay,
Ronan?
so I guess it's my turn. Well, basically what Alex has been referring to is the palliative medicine, which is what the cancer was for cannabis, or cannabis was for cancer for the duration of the time since cannabis was used in medicine. Now, the thing is that there are evidence from in vitro and in vivo assays that cannabis, or the cannabinoid system, is actually involved in many advancements and many mechanisms that relate to the cancer mechanism. For instance, it has an effect on cell proliferation and cell survival that is really crucial for a tumor to grow. They're also relevant for, they stimulate, the cannabinoid system stimulates autophagy, and they can induce apoptosis, which is actually a way by which the system can kill the cancer and make it shrink. They also inhibit angiogenesis, and they inhibit the metastasis forming. So that means that we can actually use it to starve the tumor and make it go away and prevent it from spreading to other parts of the body. Actually, there are now quite a few clinical trials that are ongoing with cannabinoids and synthetic cannabinoids and cannabinoid-like drugs that seem to have an effect on different types of tumors, from brain tumors like glioblastoma, which was the first tumor ever to be treated with cannabinoids, and also solid tumors like breast cancer, ovarian cancer, and other types of cancer that are actually, as we speak, under investigation. So there are some anecdotal evidence. For instance, some patients that we're using illegally, of course, nowadays, the Rick Simpson oil, for instance, have reported a really, really big advancement, or you would call it remission, in the tumor. And it seemed to be that the minute that they stopped taking this, the tumor got back. So again, it wasn't a controlled trial. These trials are only anecdotal. It's a case report and stuff like that. But nowadays, I believe the data is starting to accumulate and show that there are mechanisms in which cancer is involved with or the other way around, that the cannabinoid system, the endocannabinoid system, is involved with cancer. I will say another sentence about that, just that the mechanism of the endocannabinoid system is actually in the normal body was meant not for smoking pot, not for the plant, but rather for breakdown of cells, because the endocannabinoids, the actual compounds that activate the cannabinoid system in our body, CB1, CB2, are actually a breakdown of fatty acids. And when they are broken, they create arachidonic acid that actually is the induction of all inflammation and pain. So the system is actually being produced in our body to fight stress. And that's why the most stressful event is cancer. So the system is completely to the mechanism of cancer.
But now, when you mentioned Rick Simpson's oil, you're touching on the notion of what we were talking about before, of products which are coming from the cannabis plant world, such as these oils and extracts, and are finding an application in therapeutic use, like you say, for remission of cancer or for palliative care. But you also have the other approach, which is so from canna to pharmaceutical, or from pharmaceutical to cannabis. So you have two different approaches, two different notions here. And could you talk a little bit more about that and what you think is going now, and where do you think the future is in terms of getting the solid evidence that's required to really have products that can be used for curing cancer or putting it in a state of remission? Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So what you stated is actually the two different approaches. One of them is the canna-farm, what we talked about before, taking the plant, extract some natural products from it and using it. This is something that also derived from the entourage effect, that actually claims that no single compound has the effect of the cannabis, but it has to be a blend of cannabinoids as well as terpenoids and flavonoids and other parts of the plant. Things that could also be achieved by other plants, but to a lesser extent. The thing is that there is no way for regulatory authorities to really be able to eat it. I mean, it's starting now, but a plant is never reproducible. You can never take one strain and recreate it again and again and again with exactly the same blend. So sometimes you can get slips and you can lose one component or reduce a dose of one component, and then what happens is that it starts not to work. And in a palliative, sometimes people that get cannabis, medical cannabis for pain, they get another strain and nothing works. Now the other approach is the approach of Med-Cann, is taking the pharma first and then putting it in the context of the cannabis or cannabinoids. And that
means here you're talking about single entities, right? Single molecules.
Exactly. It's single molecules. It's single molecules that you know exactly what they do. You can actually synthesize them artificially. You don't need to grow a plant. You don't need to fight pests and pesticides and stuff like that. And the thing is that you can actually use artificial molecules, molecules that are not produced by the plant naturally, like blockers of specific receptors. And in this approach, what I believe is needed is to understand exactly how the endocannabinoid system is working. I mean, it's not just CB1 and CB2. There is also CB55, GPR55, which is considered to be CB3. This is another GPCR. It's a receptor. It's overexpressed in cancer, but nobody really knows what it does. It is activated by CBD. It is activated by other types of cannabinoids. It's not activated by THC, not to a full extent anyway, but there are different aspects of its activation, and nobody knows what is the downstream pathway that it activates and how it induces cancer, if at all. So I think that mechanisms need to be understood in order to be able to use the pharmaceutical industry and produce specific molecules that we know exactly what they do. And for these molecules, it's going to be a lot easier to reproduce, to produce them chemically, and do clinical trials to prove their efficacy, safety, and register them as known drugs.
But then they become very much like traditional pharmaceuticals. But what about that entourage effect that you talked about before? Wouldn't you miss that?
Well, it depends. Some of the tumors and some of the indications that are used, that we use cannabis for, would probably need the entourage effect. But there are some indications that don't. For instance, I will give you an example. There was a drug in the 2006. It came to the market in 2006. It's called rimonabant. It's a drug by Sanofi it's called Acomplia, and it was actually meant for weight loss. It's not for cancer. It's not for pain. It's not for palliative care. But it was a single molecule, an inverse agonist of the CB1 receptor, and it's completely synthesized. It's a molecule that was found by screening, just like any other drug. But it's a cannabinoid-related drug as any other cannabinoids. The mechanism of action is known and specific. The problem was it was unsafe. It caused people to commit suicide. So it got off the market at 2008 and 2009, and it disappeared. But the thing is that you can actually cure indications and diseases with one molecule of the cannabinoid family. And I believe that there are more out there waiting to be found.
Alex, how does that work with your experience?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. Consistency is so critical, and that's something we always like to explain, that a lot of times people want to talk about full spectrum, and they want to have the plant have all the components, but the problem is it's nearly impossible to recreate this plant every single time. And I know because we tried for 7 years with some of the best growers and the best technology and the best grow rooms like ever you can imagine, and it was still very difficult. And I'm a big believer, like Dr. Shemesh was pointing out, about something called biosynthesis, where we're going to recreate it. And entourage effect is still very important, but we just need to understand what is important about it, and we can recreate that entourage effect. It doesn't have to be grown in a plant, and we have to kind of get over that mindset. There's many other medications that are made from plants, but we don't grow these plants. Like something like aspirin, which might have a derivative from willow bark, we're not growing fields of willow trees to derive the willow bark from. So we need to change our mentality. And something else really important is around the methods of use. When we first started in 2013, we were talking to doctors. The only legal form of cannabis here was dried bud flower, but the only way you could either smoke it or vaporize it. And doctors didn't want to prescribe something that you had to smoke. It sounds crazy to get
damaging for your health.
To smoke. Damaging for health, stinky, and super inefficient. Like you waste over 50% of it in the garbage when you smoke it. So there's so many reasons why it wasn't a method. In Canada, we were really slow to bring on other methods of use. So at one point, it was illegal to do anything but dry flower. So which was quite embarrassing here. But once doctors were able to understand that there's other ways of using cannabis, that you don't have to smoke it, and we were able to use extracts like oils and topical creams, which are now coming. This is going to help patients a lot because we're also able to create consistency in the product, which will allow better for research and for the outcomes to be consistent. And that's something that we're very excited about. Unfortunately, it took a long time to get there, but I'm very happy that we are. And hopefully it's really nice to see someone from Switzerland, someone from Israel, and the world is starting to pay attention more. And hopefully we can all work together to move this thing forward to help patients in oncology and other symptoms and conditions out there, because this is critical, and I think by working together we can do this.
Totally agree with you. So what's the next steps? What do you think should be done now to progress on this?
So what I think would be really important to progress on this is it's through education. I think education is the most important thing. It's what we did in 2013 when we started, and what we continue to do, because it breaks down the stigma. And as more research is being done on these new forms of cannabis, and I love some of the points that were brought up around even this understanding CB1, CB2, maybe there's other receptors, and the amazing work that's been done by these researchers will really open up our understanding of the cannabinoids and the endocannabinoid system to really find the right products for the right people. And something in the future that I'm excited for is around the DNA of people and how cannabis affects you based on your DNA makeup. There's been some companies starting to look at things like that, and I really believe that the way that cannabis affects you has a lot to do with your DNA, and we can do a lot by looking at someone and then telling them, oh, based on what your makeup, this is what's going to help you, as opposed to that person which needs something different based on their makeup and their endocannabinoid system. So those are just a few.
That's interesting, Alex, because one of the things that a lot of patients or consumers like is self-medication. I'm throwing that in because they feel they're more in control and they can also find what works for them. Because it also goes back to this whole idea of personalization too, what you're bringing up now. And I think, Ronan, yesterday you made a mention that everyone is different, right?
Yeah, right.
So you need and then to be able to find what works, what's the best way forward? And do you think it's the best way is Pharma-Cann or Canna-Pharm?
Well, it depends. It really depends. It's a very good question, and the problem is that I don't have the answer, and I think nobody has the answer. I believe that the industry of cannabis is started not in 2013, as Alex has kindly said, but it started way when we Israelites, and I'm from Israel, were in Egypt. Yes. Moses ran away to the desert and found God in a bush, in a fire. I really believe that
was it the cannabis bush?
I believe that this bush was actually cannabis, and that's why he saw God. He believed that he saw God. And I believe really that the industry is going to be based on both approaches. But the thing is that there is a big gap between the two approaches. A lot of growers and people that are dealing with the plant don't want to accept the fact that it might work as a single entity, and that we need to understand the mechanism of action of the cannabinoid system. Now, I believe that the cannabinoid system is not devised by the two receptors that are already known. If you see from my title, I also have a company that is dealing with fertility. I know that fertility is one of the major fields in which cannabinoids are highly involved. And in this case, it's mostly in the form of the Pharma-Cann rather than in Canna-Pharm, because it's going to be a single entity. Now, the thing is that I believe
I think basically, because I need to come to a close with you two gentlemen, it's been a very good talk. So I think what we can all agree upon is that we've got a very positive outlook ahead of us, and good days and a good future in this whole world of developing new cannabis products to help people at the end of the day. All right.
Yes.
I'd like to thank both of you, Alex and Ronan. You've been great for sharing all your knowledge and experience. And I'd also like to thank the organizers as well for inviting us to do this today.
Yeah, hopefully we can do it in Malta. Hopefully see you in Malta.
In Malta would be nice.
Yeah, maybe next year we can go there and do
then we can actually meet. Yes.
Yeah, and with symposium on the stage.
I look forward. Very good. Thank you, everybody. All the best to you. Bye-bye.
Designing safer cannabinoid pharmacotherapies.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Laviolette from the University of Western Ontario. I run a basic neuroscience research lab that has been looking at the pharmacotherapeutic effects of cannabis for about 20 years now. Today I'm going to talk about some of our recent research looking at the possibility of designing safer cannabinoid pharmacotherapies. Just my industry support disclosure, some of the research described in this talk has received funding from private industry sponsorships or research contracts. So we're all very familiar with the major compounds in cannabis, cannabidiol versus THC. They have very different psychotropic effects, whereas CBD has been shown to have some very interesting clinical effects, especially its potential as an anti-anxiety type compound, as treatment for addiction, schizophrenia. THC, on the other hand, is the major psychoactive compound in marijuana. And in contrast to CBD, is the primary suspect in a lot of the unwanted side effects of cannabis exposure, including increasing risk of certain anxiety-like behaviors, paranoia effects, hallucinogenic effects, and in extreme cases, increasing the risk for serious psychiatric disorders like depression and schizophrenia. So some of the barriers to cannabinoid-based pharmacotherapies is this idea that we have this lack of basic research, a lot of unknown CNS effects of various phytocannabinoids. The therapeutic mechanisms are very poorly understood. And there's also a lack of clinical research. So there's very few controlled trials, and there's no current dosing standards by which we can use to more safely administer some of these cannabis therapies to patient populations. So this leads to a lot of resistance and concerns from both the general public and the medical community in terms of using cannabis-based pharmacotherapies. So from a basic research perspective, how do we translate basic cannabinoid science into clinically relevant treatments? So some of the research objectives that we have are the identification of certain biomarkers that are known to be linked to the therapeutic efficacy of cannabinoids, such as molecular, neuronal, genetic markers, translating these into effective doses, better understanding the appropriate ratios between things like CBD and THC and other compounds in cannabis, improving delivery formats, and finally, this has important implications for clinical research because it can improve its clinical utility in terms of developing more effective dosing regimens, better therapeutic combinations, and finally, safer formulations that are going to have fewer potential psychiatric side effects, which many patients find very unwanted and can lead to poor patient compliance. So identifying cannabis-related biomarkers that are associated with the side effects of THC. So first of all, we'd want to be looking at some of the behavioral symptoms of neuropsychiatric disorders, things like anxiety, schizophrenia, depression, looking at molecular biomarkers that are linked to neuropsychiatric risk factors, and also the neuronal biomarkers linked to neuropsychiatric risks associated with cannabis exposure. So in our lab, we use a method of chronic THC exposure to look at the potential risk for various psychopathology symptoms. And this is just, without going into the details, giving you sort of an overview of what we do. We give an escalating dose of THC to rats over time, which is designed to mimic increasing concentrations of exposure to THC, which is believed to be linked to the negative side effects of cannabis. And what we find typically is that with chronic THC exposure, we get things like increased anxiety, cognitive problems like memory deficits, depression, and finally schizophrenia-like symptoms like paranoia, symptoms of psychosis, and neuronal and other biomarkers that are linked to schizophrenia. This is just an example of the sorts of analyses we perform. This is a technique called MALDI imaging, where we can look at sections of the brain and try to identify abnormalities in various neurochemical markers, such as, in this case, glutamate. And if you look at the left side, we've got a vehicle control rat, whereas on the right side, following chronic THC, we're seeing that increased signal for glutamate indicated by the yellow markers there, suggesting that chronic THC can increase glutamate abnormalities, which is also, again, linked to some of the abnormalities that we find in disorders like schizophrenia. Finally, we see important changes in the brain's dopamine pathway. So this is just using recordings of dopamine neurons in the rodent brain. And if you look, just really the important thing is to compare the gray bars and the red bars. You can see that following chronic THC exposure, we see this dramatic increase in the firing rates of the brain's dopamine neurons. And this is a cardinal symptom of disorders associated all the way from addiction to schizophrenia. We have this dysregulation of the dopamine pathway, which is a really important side effect associated with THC exposure, and is believed to underlie the risk factors for a lot of these serious neuropsychiatric side effects. Again, just showing some basic firing differences between a vehicle control versus an animal exposed to THC. We see that dramatic increase in firing frequency following THC exposure. Now, we've been working on developing a novel theanine formulation, L-theanine, which is actually a green tea extract, which has important therapeutic effects in and of itself. It's been shown to help regulate things like glutamate in the brain. It's been shown to regulate dopamine. So we have developed a novel theanine THC formulation, which we wanted to test against some of these symptoms of THC. So what we found was that when we applied theanine with THC in this novel formulation, we were able to block many of the behavioral symptoms of neuropsychiatric side effects. We blocked the neurobiomarkers linked to neuropsychiatric risk, and we were able to block some of the molecular biomarkers that are linked to a neuropsychiatric risk for disorders as serious as things like schizophrenia. This is just showing you a couple examples of the data that we were able to collect here. Again, on the left-hand side, this is a test called novel object recognition, which is a basic memory test. And you can see that just looking at the white versus the black bar there, following chronic THC exposure, we see this significant memory impairment in the black bars there. But when we combine, when we administer a theanine THC formulation, we're able to completely reverse that effect. Pre-pulse inhibition on the right side, that is basically an animal model of cognitive filtering. And patients that have schizophrenia have severe deficits in pre-pulse inhibition. And again, what we were able to find was that first looking at the black bars versus the white bars, chronic THC causes these big deficits in the ability to filter out unnecessary information. But in the gray bars, when we administered our novel THC theanine formulation, we were able to completely block those negative side effects of THC. And also in terms of the abnormalities in dopamine neurons, again, looking at the black bars there, we can see that chronic THC causes abnormal hyperactivity of the dopamine system, but giving the theanine THC formulation, we're able to completely block that effect, as you can see in the gray bars there. Now, importantly, we were also able to block some important molecular biomarkers. These are genetic markers associated with an increased risk of schizophrenia following THC exposure. These are called GSK3 and AKT. And again, comparing the black bars versus the white bars first, you see that chronic THC causes abnormal expression patterns of the phosphorylation states of those markers. And when we are able to administer the THC theanine formulation, we can then restore those abnormalities completely. Now, moving on to cannabidiol as a potential mental health pharmacotherapy, as we talked about before, CBD is very different than THC, has different pharmacological profiles. Interacts with 5-HT1A, GABA-A receptors. Another pathway that it interacts with is the nuclear PPAR receptor. So there's an emerging role for nuclear PPAR receptors for its role in anxiety treatments, addiction, PTSD, depression, and schizophrenia. So we wanted to see if combining omega-3s with CBD, again, in another unique formulation, were they able to target PPAR receptors, and can they be synergistic at PPARs in terms of improving the therapeutic efficacy of CBD? So again, what we were able to find was that when we combined CBD with omega-3 fatty acids in a unique formulation, we were able to decrease mesolimbic dopamine abnormalities, increase cognitive flexibility, improve sensory motor gating deficits. And these, of course, have some very important clinical implications for designing better CBD formulations for treating things like addiction, schizophrenia, anxiety, drug dependence, withdrawal, that sort of thing. So again, what we found was that after developing this novel omega-3 CBD formulation with CannaQuest, we were able to improve anxiolytic profiles over CBD alone. We had an improved regulation of dopamine-related neuropsychiatric phenotypes versus CBD alone. And we were able to identify a novel mode of therapeutic efficacy for CBD through this PPAR nuclear gamma receptor system. So I just wanted to conclude by thanking all of the wonderful scientists on my team that are responsible for this research and our funding partners listed here, CannaQuest, NSERC, CIHR, and MyTax Accelerate.
Cannabis for the treatment of neurologic disorders. An update.
Welcome to another panel for cannabis, medical cannabis. This panel is going to be focused on cannabis for the treatment of neurological disorders. With me, I have Sandra and Amelia. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, starting from Sandra.
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation. This is an amazing opportunity to share our experiences. I am from Colombia. I live between Panama and Colombia. I am a physician. I am a specialist in cannabinoid medicine, and I've been practicing as a GP for the last 25 years. I am a professor of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Panama, in charge of the scientific program of Medical Cannabis. I am also the president of the Colombian Medical Association for Cannabinoid Medicine, and I am a co-founder of Med-Cann IPS. Those are medical cannabis clinics. I am very excited to be here, and thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Now let's go with Anne.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Anne-Kathrin Schlag. I'm the head of research of a charity called Drug Science. We're a charity UK-based, but with an international outlook, focusing on all kinds of drugs and drug policies and drug regulation. And our focus the past couple of years has been and continues to be medical cannabis, especially with the focus of medical cannabis and patient access of medical cannabis here in the UK. And we launched the Medical Cannabis Working Group about 2 years ago, and we've done a lot of interesting research in that regard, some of which I hopefully will be able to talk about a little bit. And we obviously also have Project T21, where Amelia is the project director.
Yes, tell me. And Amelia?
Hello, I'm as Anne's just said, I am also part of Drug Science, but I'm the director of Project 2021, which is around increasing or assisting patient access to medical cannabis. We are looking at anxiety, chronic pain, multiple sclerosis, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance use disorder, and also Tourette's syndrome. And we are hoping very, very shortly, we've got everything set up to be able to be looking at epilepsy as well in the near future.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's great to have all three of you on this panel. We have a lot to talk about and on a very interesting topic. So let's start really from the basics. Sandra, tell us a bit about the available scientific evidence as to whether cannabinoids can actually be used to be able to treat neurological disorders.
Well, there is a lot of scientific evidence available right now regarding to epilepsy, specifically refractory epilepsy, particularly syndromes like Lennox-Gastaut and Dravet. There are studies that they were made in the UK by GW Pharma. Very well done studies. They did all the phases of the studies with a very good sample of patients, and they were randomized, double-blind, very well done studies to prove safety and tolerability for the cannabidiol isolate. So we have quite important evidence regarding to the treatment of refractory epilepsy in children, which is very important because in most of the countries, medical cannabis, the trend for legalization starts because of epilepsy. In Latin America, in many countries, is because of epilepsy that the government start looking at legalizing medical cannabis. And of course, after that, they start seeing how medical cannabis can help other patients to improve the quality of life and to be an adjuvant treatment for other pathologies. There is also some studies regarding to combinations with CBD and THC. I think we have a good amount of evidence, but it doesn't mean we don't need more. Of course, it's very important right now that there is treatments available all over the world that we can start collecting that evidence and that data that the patients are producing day by day, because clinical research and protocols are very important, but we cannot dismiss the importance of the real world evidence. So I think I encourage scientists and doctors to keep gathering that data that is so important. But we have a scientific evidence from Israel, from the UK, from Canada, with studies that they are being well designed. Of course, with epilepsy, we want to keep looking more for the long-term effects. But I think we are going through a very important era where research is being more encouraged by governments and by scientists.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely agree with that point where you mentioned how important research is when it comes to these kind of treatments. Particularly, I feel like sometimes there should be a distinction made between qualitative and quantitative types of research. And Anne, can you please tell us a bit what the importance of patient-recorded outcomes is when it comes to this kind of research?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first I should say that, of course, I absolutely agree with Sandra on the importance of randomized control trials, RCTs, especially when it comes also to children and very sensitive population groups. And however, in the absence of randomized control trials for particular conditions or for particular compounds of cannabis, like Sandra said, the GW Pharma studies have been excellent, but many focused on CBD, of course, the isolates. And cannabis itself is a plant which is quite challenging to study in RCTs in many ways. So we also think, in addition to RCTs, it is important to put some value to patient-reported outcomes, especially when these build up to a pattern of evidence. For example, we've been working together with a charity called End Our Pain, which is a group of parents and carers of 20 children or young adults now with severe refractory epilepsy, just as Sandra outlined. And we've audited their outcomes reported by themselves, the parents, carers, or also the doctor, in terms of the product they've used and the reduction in seizures, and also the reduction in other anti-epileptic medications they were able to achieve. And our paper for that has just been accepted to our journal, Drug Science Policy and Law, and it is actually absolutely fascinating what can be achieved through that and how important it can be. And we're not here to say this is the same thing as a randomized controlled trial at all, but this is a group of 20 patients who had such amazing outcomes, amazingly positive outcomes with various medical cannabis products, from Epidiolex CBD to very high THC CBD ratios, or quite a big difference in these groups as well, but the outcome has been very positive for pretty much all of them. So we do think this should be taken into account as well, especially when it comes to getting access to these medications, which here in the UK, unfortunately, is very challenging still. As soon as the medication contains THC, or if it is a plant-based medication, and so on. So, yeah, it is important, we think, to also include this.
Mm-hmm. And moving on to you now, Amelia, can you tell us a bit about the importance of using real-world studies rather than these randomized controlled trials?
Certainly within Drug Science and Project 2021, we decided to go down the route of real-world studies because the government changed the scheduling of cannabis or medical cannabis back in November 2018. And they enabled clinicians within the UK, specialist clinicians, to be able to prescribe medical cannabis to patients who have maybe not got the results they hoped to get from the traditional medicines. So by them opening it up and rescheduling it, it enabled us to be able to run a real world study. So because clinicians were able to prescribe, we're able to watch those. And unfortunately, we're having to do it through the private market, because even though the NHS and doctors have been told, there's a lot of reluctancy to be able to do it with under the NHS. So in a random controlled trial, you're limited by the number of products you can use. Usually it's one product compared to a placebo. Now, in the area of medical cannabis, that doesn't really suit because, as most people are aware, that cannabis plants and the different strains of plants have so many different components towards it. It has terpenes, flavonoids, and cannabinoids, and you could have so many different combinations of those. And with patients with neurological disorders, often it's about microdosing, and you're unable to be able to look at all the different types of medical cannabis and their effects and their efficacy and their benefits towards that patient and whatever disability or illness they have at the time. And it may be one cannabis doesn't suit them. So therefore, a random controlled trial in this sort of environment doesn't fit in. What we have seen is people talking about using random controlled trials within epilepsy. And in order to get the best results from that, of course, a patient would have to come off their previous traditional medication in order to be cleaned out to show whether medical cannabis could actually work. And that's just not feasible for these patients to come off their epilepsy medication. It's a life-saving medication, and by doing it as a real-world study and an observational study, it allows clinicians to be able to keep patients on their traditional medication whilst they start medical cannabis, and they'll be able to then reduce their traditional medication if that is suitable. So you're not putting patients at risk. You're asking them to just go and see their normal doctor, and we are looking at the results that come from that. It's not controlled by a strict guidance. The numbers of patients that come into the study, you're able to look at a much broader group of patients. If you were looking at a random controlled trial, those patients would have to go through inclusion criteria. And so if they had any comorbid conditions or any other issues, they would often be excluded from the study. Whereas by being able to do a real world study, you're able to look at those patients in their true environment, look at the effect it has on their quality of life, and potentially, again, the impact it may have on some of those comorbid conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And Sandra, I saw you nodding there. Can you also give us what you think between this comparison between clinical trials and anecdotal evidence when it comes to this kind of research?
Yes, when you do, the clinical trials, of course, as Amelia was pointing, you have to see inclusion and exclusion criteria in order to enroll a patient into these studies, and the patients know they're part of a protocol. Even if you do placebo, they know that they are going through some type of a structure study. In the clinical practice is very different because there is a different varieties that you consider, and you when it's a clinical trial, you have to monitorize very well everything the patient is doing, from the what is eating, the patterns every day, and they are like a very, very close report, and it's for a certain period of time. When you are in the clinical practice, you have the opportunity to see these patients, and of course, the same, you need to do the follow-up and monitorize what the patients are doing, but it's in a different environment, and you have the opportunity to see long-term what are the outcomes. Some of the studies are just like 4 months, 5 months, but usually what we want right now is to be able to see the outcomes after a year and other type of reactions that the patient can have. So I find that it's extremely valuable in the point that we are right now with certain pathologies that they already have randomized controlled trials. Then we move to the next step, because as Amelia and Anne were pointing in different countries, the variety of products available or medications is very different. So, and sometimes availability and affordability is not the same. For example, in Colombia, we have access just to 3 different types of products. We use compound pharmaceuticals, and we create just a prescription for a single patient, for a single pathology. So it's hard, but it's the way that the government created the model. We actually have access to a cannabidiol isolate, like a type of Epidiolex. So I do see doctors that they move towards using just the isolate, and there are other doctors that they like whole plant. In my case, I like the whole plant because I do think the entourage effect is very important. And but you know, every doctor has their own agenda or their own book, the way they like to run things. But I do see a big difference because in the clinical practice, you have more freedom to see other things that you don't see usually when you are doing an RCT. And also the fact that you can do long-term is very, very important, and you can study a number of different products. So you will end up seeing if the patient is working with product 1, 2, 3, and how many patients did better with which product. So I think that will be a good future for the real world evidence and in the clinical practice for all of us. And I always say to the doctors in our clinics, we encourage the doctors to gather the information so we can have access to that data. And I heard somebody the other day say something that I found that is very smart. They said that data is the new gold. This is what we need right now. The data is so important, like for medical cannabis, and in general, data is very important. But I find that in medical cannabis, especially important right now for us to have it.
Mm-hmm. And that's a really good transition to what I wanted to ask about next, which in regards to prescription. Anne, what do you think about the issue of prescription when it comes to how the patient-recorded outcomes are applied?
How do you mean exactly?
Do you think the patient-reported outcomes should impact how the medicine is prescribed?
Okay, this is a very good question, because of course doctors are absolutely right to be cautious. You know, they don't want to make a mistake. They do not want to prescribe anything incorrect. I think the whole person has to be taken into account. If there is, for example, what we have the evidence base of a particular product or several products which have been used over a considerable period of time, as in the Endo-Pain database which we've been using for our recent analysis, then I think there's good grounds for doctors to be able to prescribe it. Indeed, these medicines have been prescribed by doctors, so none of this was illicit. However, the problem that a lot of these families experience, unfortunately, is it all has to go through the private sector. And because it's epilepsy, they need quite a huge dosage of the product. These are several thousands of pounds these families have to shed out repeatedly because, of course, it's a chronic condition. So this is basically the thing. I think they have always been prescribed. Only in emergency, as far as I can say, have patients gone through the black market or the illicit market. They didn't undergo any prescribing. But in terms of the data that we analyzed, this was all prescribed very regularly. But we are hoping to move towards certain NHS prescription if the efficacy for these particular conditions for these families has basically been proven over several years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, this is all the time we have left, ladies. Thank you so much for your input. We hope to perhaps have another discussion as soon as possible. To the viewers, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you for the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Well, it's great to hear from our panelists that research is moving forward in this field. Hopefully treatments will get to those that need them as quickly as possible. Next up we have Golan from Univo speaking with us before we get back to some more interesting topics to discuss. In the meantime, feel free to send questions in the chat and we'll get back to you after this presentation. See you in a bit.
A medical revolution is taking place worldwide. Medical treatment is becoming less conventional and markets strive to find more natural solutions. With more countries legalizing it around the world, medical cannabis is gaining popularity as a viable treatment. Univo, established in 2016, publicly traded at the TLV Stock Exchange, is proud to be an industry leader, being one of the few medical cannabis companies in the world that controls the entire chain of value, from seed to market, in order to promise high-quality cannabis. Our Univo IMC GMP manufacturing facility is based in Israel and covers 1,300 square meters, which includes R&D laboratory led by a team of professional cultivators, biochemists, and agricultural engineers. Our factory produces over 40 tons of high-quality product per year. In our cutting-edge laboratory, we develop a wide range of products aiming to treat diverse medical needs and creating disease-oriented cannabis solutions based on clinical trials. Univo has acquired 74% equity in the Amit farm. Our farm will enable us to cultivate and breed unique cannabis strains, which are targeted to meet specific medical needs. Looking towards the future, we aim to continue and lead research and development of medical cannabis and promote exporting our products to the international markets.
Univo Pharmaceuticals expands its footprint.
Hello everybody, my name is Golan Biton and I'm the co-founder of Univo Pharmaceuticals, a cannabis company that controls the whole supply chain and working in Israel. And now we start to export our products to another markets. I want to bring you a small overview about the Israeli market and about Univo and what we are doing here and what about the Israeli market. First of all, we are fully operated under the Israeli Cannabis Unit. It's the agency that called their car. It's under the Ministry of Health. And we hold all we needed about the license to grow and produce our own products. Also, we have our own laboratory that actually make the next stage of the products under the Ministry of Health regulatory. And those products are going to be right now in our pipeline, and this is the next stage of the cannabis industry. We have also 5 acres cultivation, breeding and growing facility, GACP standard, and 2 distribution centers that actually distribute our own products all over Israel. Our factory, of course, one of state of the art of our factories, between 20 to 40 tons per year. It's one of the best factories in Israel. There is only a few factories, and so because when you grow, you have to go through a mini factory because you need to produce your products, and it has to be in a clean room, and it has to be another unit. You cannot do it in the farm or next to the farm. It has to be a mini factory under the GMP standard. So first of all, we are one of the 5 manufacturers in Israel. And of course, the technology one and the best one. We have also our own farm, and it's currently under construction, and we're going to start our own grow in this quarter. And this is actually bring us the ability to control the whole supply chain from grow to distribute. Right now we're producing and we are distribute our own products. We buy our own raw materials from another farmers, and the next stage is to grow by our own. And of course, as you can see, our team, we have Mr. Ehud Olmert, the former Prime Minister. Our chairman is Mr. Chaim Horowitz. Of course, myself as a CEO. We have Dr. Shaul Mukhtar, Dr. Ilan Lavon, and Dr. Miri Halperin. They are our advisory board. And of course, the pharmaceutical side. And of course, Mr. Shmulik Rubinstein, the co-founder of Tower. Those are our board member and our workers. Dr. Ilan Lavon, she is our VP R&D. Those are the best team in Israel that's working under Univo umbrella. Israel Arena, Ministry of Health started to actually treat patients with cannabis in Israel in 2012. maybe 1996. Israel is one of the first country that started to treat patients in cannabis with California. Right now, we are in 2020. We have near to 71,000 patients, and it's estimated about 720 million shekels market. It's something like between 300, 350 millions US dollars. It's a huge market in the cannabis, in the medical cannabis area. Of course, there is 4 or 5 production facility. We are one of them. This is, of course, the bottleneck. We have more than 90 pharmacy stores that selling the medical cannabis. Those are the retails. And Univo right now, in the first year that we only started, we are 50% of the market share in Q3. This is amazing because this is the first year that we just started to distribute and to sell our goods, and we got those great numbers. The international presence and the import and the export activities, Israel right now is one of the biggest import of the medical cannabis in the world, because our market is one of the biggest in the medical field, and Israel is allowed to import and now to export, which means we are going to be one of the most valueless players in the world, because our regulation is allow us to import, export, and of course to develop and to make a research and development, and of course to go through clinical trials and to start some kind of a testing group or whatever. So this is give us the ability not only to buy out of the country raw material, produce it or develop it, and sell it in Israel or around the world. It's also give us the ability to innovate new products and not to be under the ability to grow locally. We can grow it out of the country. Our export activities is right now we are the first company that export actually flowers to Holland. We have some kind of operation that goes on in Brazil and of course in UK and around Europe. Those are the next market that we are aiming to, and there where Univo is going the next level. Our portfolio right now is we have our own R&D lab. Of course, Amit Farm is our own facility, the manufacturing that we have, and of course the distribution center. Our next level products are in our pipeline. Everybody right now can grow and can sell. You can know there is a lot of strain in the world. We can import, we can export, but the uniqueness in Univo is first of all the control the whole supply chain. We're not only a farm that can grow, and the farm need to wait to the manufacturer to produce their products or to buy their products from the farm. There is something between 30 farms in Israel. It's a lot. And there is only 5 manufacturers. We are actually the producer. We actually the brand name. The brand is Univo. Univo right now doing the selections in the raw material. We buy from 7-9 farmers around Israel and from 4 farms around the world. We pick them up very, very specifically because our QA and our quality unit is very, very, very selective in the strain and how it's look like and how it smells and where it's go through, because the market right now, it's tied up. The market is talking about QA, the pricing is still high, and if it's the product is go and approved by our QA team, so it's go to producing and then it's go to the market, which is mean that everything that Univo actually produce, it sells. We not destroy any goods or any raw material because we know what we buy and we know how we can produce it. This is what makes Univo so unique. The next level is to grow our own strain, and this is going to be in this quarter. Amit Farm is started to grow our own strain, and the next level is going to be control actually the whole supply chain. In the next year, we're going, of course, to export our own goods because Amit Farm is going to be in the EU GMP certificate. You don't need only the manufacturer to be EU GMP certificate. You need to get your goods or your raw material also as a GACP or EU GMP dry or dried in clean room, like in the post-harvest, like in the manufacturer. This is what's so uniqueness, because right now you can export to Europe only with EU GMP certificate, and if you have your own if you dried your own flowers in a clean room, Univo is going to have this ability. This is why it's so uniqueness, and it's make Univo so fast forward above those all competitors that we have in Israel, and we have competitors in Israel and around the world. With that, because we have the ability to go through clinical trials and to go to a testing group, we know what our strain are going to do, and our strain are doing tremendous. Because right now we have something between 20,000, 25,000 patients that actually buy Univo products every month. The market in Israel is between 25 to 30 tons per year. It's huge. And Univo, in the first year that we started, we are already 50% of the market. And we rapidly ramp up. And this is what we're going to do, I think, until I'm the CEO of Univo. Of course, we have the best team, not only the board team, also the C-level team that take Univo to the next level. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Golem, for that presentation. Thank you for the viewers who are continuing to watch. This morning we had an amazing response, hundreds of attendees tuning in. And coming up next, we have some panels on the important aspects of the medical cannabis business directed at newcomers, things such as quality control, supply and demand, and education. I'd like to remind you that if you'd like to interact with the speakers and other attendees, to log on to the Swapcard platform using the event code Med-Cann World. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors, Cannabiz, for their continued support. And with that, enjoy the upcoming content.
Quality aspects of medical cannabis-based products.
Okay, I would like today to share with you some reflections on quality aspects of medical cannabis-based products. That is, cannabis when we mean to use it for medical purposes. The quality of cannabis-based products for medical use is follows that of medicinal products, mainly medicinal products obtained from herbal material. and this presents some particular significant problems in their quality assessment. One particular thing that these, when we are obtaining a product from herbs, this is a herbal medicine, is that one has to follow, in order to ensure good quality, the good agricultural and collection practices, what is better known as, in short, as GACP. This provides to ensure that there is quality control from the very start. These are the starting materials for our purpose, for cannabis. So the starting materials very often would come from herbs. Now, applying GACP ensures that you don't have contaminants, adulterants. Agricultural products very often are subject to adulteration, and the GACP requirements are there to ensure safety from lack of adulterants, which could be harmful. Now, the second point after GACP that concerns the manufacture of products which are meant for medicinal use is to follow good manufacturing practice, GMP. GMP requires the basics of the GMP is a pharmaceutical quality system, which in general, it means that you have to do qualification of all the processes that are done and validation. And this is part of the quality requirement. You have, and the key to have a good quality system is organization and people, training and education. In products for medicinal use, whatever the product is, the key to success, and I can tell you from my own experience in this field, number of years of experience, that the key is training and qualified people, namely education. Now, cannabis-based product, the quality is essential for the safety and efficacy of the product. What one has to do is one has to have a good quality assurance and the quality control system. So having a certificate of analysis is not enough in the production of products for medicinal use. The characteristics of products for medicinal use is that you have to have a complete quality assurance, which includes quality control in the lab, but it also includes that you have validated instrumentation and validated methodologies of how you carry out the whole processes. There are one of the features that one has to assure in quality measurement is that to avoid contaminants. We have different types of contaminants. I will just mention just 3 of them for the sake of examples. And one of the important contaminants is microbial and then heavy metals. In addition, since in agriculture very often one uses pesticides, although in many cases, in the case of cannabis and in the case of medicines for obtained from herbal plants for medicinal use, one would try to avoid the use of pesticides, but this is a requirement. One has to ensure that there are no pesticides present, especially the organophosphate types, which could affect, are well known to affect the endocrine system. Now, to summarize the analytical considerations that one uses, first and foremost, you need the assay. That is, you need to know how much of the active ingredient you have in the product. Now, this is of great importance. So you want to know how much THC, how much CBD, and what other active ingredients you may have in the particular products. Then we mentioned that you have to look for pesticides, heavy metals, and microbiology as possible contaminants, especially, for example, aflatoxins, which are of great importance today. We have also to look at other matters in the quality. For example, one of the things that we need to see is, since solvents are used in the manufacturing process, we have to ensure that there are no residual solvents in the final product, and any other type, for that matter, of foreign matter. We also would like to know how much moisture you have in the particular products, and this is obtained by a simple test of loss on drying. Quality determination is very important, again, to realize that quality determination depends on the sample preparation. The sampling is of extreme importance in these particular cases. The sampling is the starting point, and if you start on the wrong foot, then you will end with wrong results. Now, you require separation, you require analysis, you have to be careful about the results, and then finally how one interprets the results, the interpretation, the presentation of the results, and the interpretation is of essence. The keyword that we use for quality is robustness. Robustness, which would involve in order to ensure that the robustness, you need research, you need good analytical techniques, you need to understand the needs. Why are we carrying out this test? You need to validate the instruments of carrying out the test. You need to have good consumables, and therefore you need an investment in quality consumables. Sample preparation we mentioned, then the data analysis. The data of analysis is important. And then to report in an intelligent manner. To achieve this, you need a number of instrumentation. The instrumentation used could consist of LC, MSMS, or GC, MSMS, or ICP analyzers. Pesticides and mycotoxins could be determined through the use of specific kits, validated kits, and then the residual solvent analysis would require a special GC with a headspace analysis system. If one needs to analyze terpenes, which is of importance in the case of cannabis, one will have to facilitate the instrumentation, the GCs, to be able to inject liquids. So they have to have special systems for liquid injection. And now we are going into a more advanced aspect in our analysis. In our analysis, for example, in the case of looking for Aspergillus, for Salmonella, for E. coli, where one is using modern techniques, more advanced techniques, such as PCR, to detect unique DNA sequences. This is to give you an example what one is talking about. It's the same PCR that is being mentioned and used today to detection of COVID, for example. The regulatory system of which we are highly concerned with, Morta, and highly advanced to have a good regulation, this entourage effect requires, therefore, the synergism of the aspects that I have mentioned, the GACP, the GGMP, and other product-specific considerations depending on the various products that are available for cannabis and the various dosage forms. In short, I cannot stop without mentioning that everything we do, this is going to patients. This is for medicinal use. And therefore, in any step we do, starting from the operator, ending up to the distributor of medicines, we have to keep in mind that at the center we have a patient, and therefore all our approaches should be patient-centered. And that is why we want quality products, because these are going to patients. Then, to conclude, we need advanced research. We need advanced research to anticipate and address the clinical efficacy and safety implications. We need to develop evidence base and to facilitate the evaluations in policy making and to have good, then, as a final product, clinical practice. Thank you very much.
Moving from the farm to pharma.
Hi, everybody. This is Roy from Israel, and we are going to discuss about the amazing topic that most of the countries around the world are discussing these days, moving from farm to pharma. Here with me are two amazing people, which I understood that really understand the industry. Quentin from The Hague and Daniel from Kalex. Both of them are from Europe. Quentin comes from Brussels, and Daniel, as you probably know, Porto, Portugal. I'm here in Tel Aviv, and we have a lot to talk about this amazing conversion from people started as farmers and ended up as pharmacies. And I would like to start with a small 60 seconds overview of what happened in Israel. I've started to work in cannabis a decade ago when Israel had 3 LPs licensed producers, and the idea was to get those producers the license to grow medical cannabis, cultivate, harvest, process, and then distribute to the patient's house directly. That was the case for the first 8 or 9 years in Israel. In 2018, the IMCA, the Israeli Medical Cannabis Agency, decided to change the method, which called medicalization, and move the concept of farmer, which are being connected to patients, to build a full value chain, which I elaborate in a second. The idea was to get all the details, all the information, all the know-how into the pharmaceutical arena. That change made all the LPs move to a full value chain, starting in the nursery, from there to the cultivation facility, to a GMP production facility, for a pharmaceutical wholesale, and directly to pharmacies, and then an Israeli physician can prescribe medical cannabis to a patient according to a specific medical indication. That was the case in Israel, and now I would be more than happy to start our discussion with Quentin and Daniel about how they see this amazing change. I will start with Daniel and give you guys a short overview about who he is. So Daniel is a health lawyer and a managing partner at Kalex. They are based in Portugal. He is also the member of the National Board of Bioethics, to which he was elected by the National Parliament, which is great. Daniel is the president of the Portuguese Association of Health and Law. He has a degree in law, innovation, and technology, and he focused his research in professional career in IT and the health law. Daniel has been following closely the recent legal developments concerning data protection, cyber, and of course, medical law and medical cannabis in Portugal. Daniel, say hi to the audience.
Hi, thank you for having me. How are you? And hi, Quentin.
I will give also a short overview about Quentin, and then we will go into our amazing panel. So Quentin is a account director at the Hague Corporate Affairs. They are located in Hague, Amsterdam, Brussels, and Paris. Quentin is a lucky person. He's now in Brussels. He has a background in political science and communication and European affairs. At Hague, Quentin oversees and implements the EU public affairs and communication strategies for agri-tech, health, as well as research and innovation related projects. He is focusing on the EU regulatory framework, which is what we are going to discuss, and specific on medicinal cannabis, and engage with the EU policymakers and, of course, the topic of medicinal cannabis. So it's my pleasure, guys, to host you here. And if it is okay with you, I would be more than happy to start with our questionnaire. So Daniel, with your permission, I will start with Quentin.
Sure.
Sure. So Quentin, the first question, How do you see the EU policymakers positioning themselves in relation to the medicinal cannabis? Is there a positive consequences-based approach?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for having me here today. And thanks, Roy, for the introduction. And Daniel, it's a pleasure to be in this panel together with you two today. When it comes to the European approach to the development of the medicinal cannabis value chain, first of all, I would say that things have drastically changed over the past few years, as you've certainly all noticed in your own situation, in your own job. What I would say is that the approach at European level is very much fragmented till today, in a sense that the framework is very much based on what is happening at the member state level. And at European level, however, what we see is that members of the European Parliament are willing to take steps in order to change what is the current approach, in order to ensure, on the one hand, patients fair access to high-quality medicinal cannabis, on the second hand, enabling the development of a truly European licensed industry, because as you may know, most of the import right now are coming either from Israel or from Canada, just to name two countries. So there is a clear need for having a truly European approach here. Now, when it comes to a consensus-based approach, what we clearly see is that policymakers are getting interested in this topic and in the issue of medicinal cannabis. Why? Because this is changing within society. There is much more acknowledgement of the benefit of medicinal cannabis applications from the patients and from the medicinal cannabis community, from the medicinal communities on the one hand. And so what we see is that flourishing of an industry, startup, but also long-standing players in the field of medicinal cannabis, continuing to grow and developing new applications. So with this in mind, the policymakers are very much looking at the fact that since there are changes at member state level, that there is now an opportunity to enabling the development of a truly European regulatory framework. Obviously, right now, since it is quite fragmented, it requires to take steps. But however, members of the European Parliament are very much willing now to take to go beyond this fragmented approach. And so within 1 week time, there will be an event in the European Parliament, for instance, on the topic of medicinal cannabis Europe. And this will be a very much game changer approach in order to really pave the way for having a truly harmonized framework at European level that would enable, on the one hand, patient fair access, and then on the second hand, the development of a truly European industry on the issue of medicinal cannabis. So in essence, the consensus is gaining ground, and what we see is much more interest from policymakers, regardless of their political group, when it comes to the development of a medicinal cannabis framework.
Got it. Thank you for your answer. Daniel, if I may, after hearing Quentin, I want to hear about your opinion, or from your point of view, how do you see the regulation? Does it limit or promote investing in the pharma, in the medical cannabis sector?
Mm-hmm. It's not. Hi, Roy again, and thank you for having me here, Quentin. It's a pleasure. Well, it's not because I'm a lawyer, but I believe that the legal,
you know that.
the legal framework, it's vital for any business. So if you want to invest, if you want to be certain of what you are doing, you have to have a stable framework. You have to know that the law is not going to change. You have to have ways of settling disputes, because they will arise. And so you really have, and you also have to have means to protect your investment. For instance, on IP, you have to have ways to protect the knowledge that you develop. That's really important. And so only once you have this legal landscape, you are able to move forward. And I totally I want to be positive as Quentin, and he knows better about the ways that the law is going from the European perspective. So he's in Brussels, so he's really near there, and we have some developments. We had the a resolution by the European Parliament that dates last year, February, I think, that urges the states to promote harmonization on cannabis for medical purposes. So this is really topical, and I'm sure that the fact that we have even paradox within the EU concerning the applicable laws doesn't make it a good way to find investors. So if you want to move to Europe, you know that you will have 27 legal frameworks. You don't have a common ground, and that doesn't help. And I'm positive as well. I know I would add one thing that I believe it might play a vital role for future. That is the kind of a case that it concerns to a decision by the Court of Justice of the EU that concerns to freedom of goods within the EU concerning CBD. So the Advocate General just came to say, okay, CBD deserves free movement of goods and should not be treated with an outright ban. So it argues that the law in France is prohibiting CBD products, but there are no effects that justify that. And so if the court follows suit, if this is the decision, more than the case itself and the specifics of the case, I think this brings ground to the future because it's precedent on this issue particularly, but it can make states reassess the rules that are being applied to CBD and to medical cannabis in general, and make change a little bit how we see this. So from the law itself and from the decisions. So I want to be positive to the future as well.
Thank you, Daniel. I will share with you that in Israel, CBD at the moment, at the end of 2020, is like THC, unfortunately, is a drug. And anybody that want to have CBD has to get a prescription from a physician. This is how it works today. But I also try to be positive that it's going to change probably next year. I'm going back to you, Quentin. What priority steps must be taken at the European level to enable a true European approach on medical cannabis from your point of view?
Thanks, Ray. So I think very much it jumps back on what Daniel just said. Last year, the European Parliament voted a motion for a resolution on the use of medicinal cannabis in Europe. And this resolution was calling for a clear definition on medicinal cannabis, because right now the truth is every member state has its own definition or interprets international standards in its own way. So this first step, I think, is coming from this resolution will be defining medicinal cannabis at European level, so that there would be a common ground between all the different 27 member states about what do we mean by medicinal cannabis. But then different questions will follow and will ensue, and certainly the Cannabiz case that you mentioned, Daniel, will also shed light towards the future and push towards much more regulatory developments. But clearly, next to a definition, what will be important will be the standardizations. How do we look into standards? Because currently, we have GMP, for instance, GMP, sorry, for the moment, and other standards, and they are interpreted in different ways between member states as well. So there are clearly room for improvement when it comes to the use of standards between member states in order to make sure that common rules would apply for industry. Again, there can't be a truly European value chain of medicinal cannabis if there are no clear rules, because if rules change from one member state to another, the industry cannot develop and neither patients can access high quality medicinal cannabis. So the very first step, again, definition, then looking into standards. And then there could be specific minimum rules between member states, together with the Commission, when it comes to, for instance, licensing. Should we enable only one company to be the only manufacturer per country, or should we have different companies per country? That would be different approach in member states. That's fine, that's normal. But there should be clear rules in order to make sure that industries can thrive in the different countries of the EU in order to develop the production of these products. But then the next step is, how do we make the distribution? Distribution is quite different as well between the different member states, but there should be clear, at least set of rules on how distribution should occur to make sure that patients at the end of the day can access medicinal cannabis. And then what about reimbursement schemes? For the moment, it's quite stringent. To be reimbursed, in some cases, you need to receive a prescription either from a general practitioner or from a specialist. This makes it even harder for patients to get access to medicinal cannabis and, to a certain extent, pay high fees to get the medication that they need in first instance. So there will be harmonized rules for definition, for standards. And there will be somehow a set of guidelines that could be used between member states for the licensing, for the distribution, and for ensuring patients access and reimbursement to the product they are buying. And currently what we see to enable this framework to slightly step-by-step evolve is that we currently have at European level the discussion around the EU Beating Cancer Plan and as well the EU Pharmacy Strategy. And these two specific strategies will enable specific discussions on, for instance, the use of medicinal cannabis products in the case of cancer treatment, or at least complementing cancer treatment to prevent pain or alleviating the pain that patients face. And when it comes to the pharmaceutical strategy, there is room as well to look into how medicinal cannabis product can enter into the scope of the pharmaceutical strategy, and therefore being much more accessible for patients right now. Because, as you know, there are kind of two procedures for getting medicinal product right now, either the centralized approach with the European Medicine Agency or the decentralized approach with the member states. And so the pharmaceutical strategy could help also putting a certain direction for medicinal cannabis.
Got it, Quentin. Thank you very much. Daniel, if I may, last question for today. As a lawyer, what are the challenges and opportunities for IP protection when we are talking about the change from moving from farmers to pharma, to the pharmaceutical world? How do you see it?
There is a room for IP, certainly, because it's a pillar of a framework. As I said before, you know that if you want to invest, you have to have means to protect your investment. So IP must be seen as a way to promote investment. So as an example, in the cannabis sector, it's said that GW spent more than 100 million euros only in 2017 on Epidiolex, one of the drugs. So you won't make this kind of investment if you cannot count on IP. So IP protecting your research is vital, and it's an opportunity namely for EU companies, but for companies globally, but for EU companies. On this side, I would like to say something that is curious and that should make the the European startups think about that is that in Canada you have a really evolved cannabis investments, but the main filers for IP, for patents, talking about patents, are not Canadian companies, but UK, US, and Swiss companies. So we should acknowledge this, and we should know that IP is something you should put your money in, and this can be on new active ingredients or even novel plants for cannabis. So you will find this on patents and also on trademarks.
Like any other industry, if we are talking about that, right?
Exactly. That's an active that you should treat as such, and you should know that it's something important for your business and to the value that it's given to your business. Of course, patents it's the core of the issue, but you have also the trademarks for instance that are common, contrary to the US, where you cannot trademark in this sector.
Got it. Daniel and Quentin, from my point of view, I'm feeling like we could have continued speaking here for 2 more hours, but unfortunately in this amazing conference, our time is up. I would like to thank you both, and I'm sure we are going to meet again, probably after COVID-19, but hopefully before that. Thank you, both my friends.
So.
Be well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Quentin.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Daniel.
Bye-bye.
Canada, supply and demand.
Welcome to my talk entitled Canada, Supply and Demand. What can European markets learn from Canada for their accurate forecasting of demand in this new industry? My name is Daniel Yazbek with Yazbek Investments. To give you a quick outline here, I'm going to talk about the overview of the global cannabis markets today. We'll look at the European and German medical markets and their global suppliers. We'll take a deep dive into Canadian leading companies' revenues and their strategies in the coming years. We'll look at international flower and oil export markets. We'll then have a look at the global cannabis market forecast, looking at everything here. And then we'll look at some challenges for current and future exporters in this market. So to start off, let's look at the overview of the global cannabis market. Today, 43 countries around the world have legalized cannabis for medical use. 7 of those countries have partially or fully legalized cannabis for recreational use by adults. Despite global prohibition, over 200 million people worldwide consume cannabis every year. It's estimated that there are 1.2 billion people worldwide suffering from medical conditions for which cannabis has been shown to be of therapeutic value. The global cannabis market today, illegal and legal, is estimated to be $344 billion. Worldwide legal cannabis spending is only $14.9 billion of that in 2019, and that's up 46.1% from 2018. The U.S. Legal cannabis spending increased 36.5% to $12.4 billion in 2019. So out of the 14.9, 12.4 is coming from the United States, which is a significant portion of the global cannabis market today. Canada's legal market revenues increased 174% to $1.6 billion in 2019, and they're over $2 billion into 2020 forecast. So Canada is looking like a solid market as well. And needless to say, cannabis is one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing industries in the world. Let's look at the European cannabis market. The total retail value of that market in 2019 was between 230 to 250 million euros, as reported by MJ Business Daily. That figure includes isolated cannabinoids and finished pharmaceutical products in addition to flower and full spectrum products. So that's really the total gamut of products. Germany continues to be the largest European medical cannabis market, representing 73% of that, with an estimated annual sales of at least 170 million euros, about $185 million. Italy was a distant second with an estimated retail value of 20 million euros. So roughly half of this market, these market numbers we're talking about, are represented by markups by mom and pop pharmacies. So you can look at half that market to look at the actual value of product sold. The German cannabis market is the biggest market, obviously. 110 million euros of flower was sold into that market. So 5,700 kilograms were actually sold at an average of $20 per gram, 20 euros per gram. 60 million euros was extracted oil. So based on oil-based products, so full-spectrum extracts, single cannabinoid preparations, as well as finished pharmaceuticals such as Sativex. Health insurers covered about 123 million euros of this. A little more than half of that amount was flour. So over 53% of sales are in the form of flour that was covered by insurance, but a bigger portion of that was sold. So it's mainly flour, 25% or so in oil of what Germany sold in this year. Pharmacies prescribed over 267,000 prescriptions, and the market's up 44%, so you can project it's going to continue in that trajectory for next year, for 2020. Germany's market will be, this is important, will be 100% dependent on imports for at least the end of 2020, when their first domestic harvests are expected. Even then, Germany will continue to rely on exports to fulfill its demand. So who's supplying Germany with cannabis? Germany imported 6,500 kilos last year in 2019 of flour. 54% of that came from the Netherlands, from Med-Cann in the Netherlands. 38% came from Canadian companies competing for that business, from Aurora, Canopy, Kronos Group, Tilray, and Wayland in Canada. Tilray has a facility in Portugal, and they've already been selling full-spectrum extracts to Germany since 2018, but I think you see 8% in Portugal. Part of that's coming from Tilray. Now, C3 is the leading European producer of isolated cannabinoids in the of pharmaceutical quality, and almost exclusively supplied the German pharmacies with this product category. In 2019, more recently, a company out of Israel started producing Drabinol and some other products to compete. But in 2019, Canada's Canopy Growth acquired Germany-based C3 in an all-cash deal for 226 million euros. Is, I think, the largest acquisition in recent years for the European market, so that they can have a good hold on the German market's importation of this oil. So let's look at the Canopy, and let's look at their revenues and their strategy. So in their last fiscal year, they generated $400 million in revenues. 43% of that came from Canada's recreational market, 13% came from Canada's medical market, and only 18% came from international medical export sales, which is approximately 7 million, which is still a healthy number to start. International markets developed, though, at a much slower pace than Canadian CEOs had forecast. They had overbuilt, and in 2019, they right-sized their business, reducing Canadian production capacity by over 40%, and took asset-light approaches. Other companies did the same. So they shuttered a bunch of greenhouses. They ceased operations in New York. They transferred all their African operations to local businesses, and they ceased cultivation operations in Colombia. So companies such as Canopy, Aurora did this as well. They've been downsizing, or right-sizing, I guess, so that they can find the right inventory and market fit. But the interesting thing with these companies, they're sitting on a lot of cash. Canopy's sitting on $2 billion in cash as of the end of Q4 2020. So they're in a good position right now to grow. Let's look at the product mix. So the top producers in Canada, on average, Canopy, Afria, Aurora, generated nearly $100 million a quarter in medical and recreational market revenues combined. So Tilray was a little less, $30 million, but it clinched EU GMP certification in April 2020, positioning it to do well in the international export markets. If you look at Canopy's product mix, Canopy, in Canada, the recreational product mix was 89% flower. So in the recreational market, you're selling mainly flower in Canada, and for their global medical product mix was 72% oil. So they've been selling a lot of oil globally versus flower locally. Now, I've spoken to a lot of my friends in the industry, and active procurement specialists in some of these competing companies have stressed that actually the main demand right now is for flour. So greater than 80% of demand internationally is for GACP, GMP compliant flour, not so much the oil. But they also note, as global medical oil will become much more popular once once vapes and let's say cannabis pills receive medical approval, that's a healthier dosed option. Those sales should increase accordingly. So let's look at the international cannabis flower export markets. So today, global cannabis producers are exporting medical cannabis mainly to Germany and Israel. 27% GACP, GMP flower can be bought today for as low as $3.50 a gram, but the German government said it would only buy future harvest from domestic producers at about $2.73 a gram. So they're still trying to find a good market price that meets everybody there. But assuming the $2.73 and assuming Germany grows at 40% plus, they should be able to import 8,000 kilograms of flour in 2020, making Germany a 20 million plus wholesale market for these people, for the folks that want to export to Germany. Wholesale market potential, and this is real numbers. Folks are actually buying and spending these numbers. So as of July 10th, 2020, of note is that Israel passed Germany as the world's largest importer of medical cannabis flower. As of early June, they imported almost 4,000 kilos of flour. And so by the end of the year, they should go over the 8,000 that we're expecting for Germany. And that should, and also Israel has looser requirements on the GACP, GMP compliance requirement, which makes it an appealing target market for folks entering into the international markets. Israel and Germany will likely be the only markets outside of North America in which more than a metric ton of high THC flower will be sold in 2020. So these still remain to be the main markets. And if we look at the LAL markets, it's different. Australia is the only significant importer of high THC oil, with roughly 3,700 liters shipped in 2019, according to sources. So Germany and Denmark were a distant second with 790 liters and 336 liters. These three countries accounted for 90% of all exported oil out of Canada, and the oil, the remaining 546 liters were sent to 10 other countries. So a total of 5,372 liters of oil was exported out of Canada in 2019. Now, Mexico recently allowed imports of formulated products only, creating a new demand for isolated chemical compounds derived from cannabis. So that's going to help increase this market. And according to ArcView and BDS, recreational marijuana in Mexico recreational marijuana sales in Mexico are expected to reach $582 million, close to $1 billion between the recreational and medical spending. So Mexico is going to be an interesting market in the coming years as well, as they continue to implement their legalization. So taking all this into account, let's look at the legal cannabis market worldwide. So importing countries today represent less than 1% of the upcoming global potential market. So there's close to 200 countries that can be buying or selling in the coming years. Europe is waiting on Germany to set up their medical program, and Germany's been rumored to start the recreational market soon as well. And so Spain this year also legalized. So you got all these countries coming on board. Projections from ArcView as well as BDS look at this market growing to 20.4 billion in 2020 from about 15 billion today, and to reach 46 billion in 2025 in the next 5 years, growing at 20%, I think, conservatively. So this is definitely a market here to stay, and it's growing, and this is a realistic forecast of where we expect it to go. Now, if you look at international exporters coming online, certain regions in Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East are poised to potentially compete in the export market with low production costs and optimal climate for outdoor growing that can allow more than one harvest per year. So these guys are coming on board. Lebanon, for example, legalized in April of 2020 the cultivation of cannabis for export. There's estimated 100,000 acres of hashish can come online within 5 years in that country, potential revenue of 1 billion. I personally have been involved in those legalization efforts with my group because we believe Lebanon could be an incredible export market in the future. And we've been working with politicians and local scientists and business folks and universities to make that happen. The Lebanese genetics are also very interesting in terms of the strains coming out of that country, which have a higher than usual CBD ratio, making them especially relevant to the medical market. So Colombia is also an exporter of legal cannabis, but only oil. The country passed a law. They don't want their local producers to compete with illegal growers. So the law allowed export of cannabis oil only, which forced local cultivators who are licensed to partner with local extractors to get more value out of processed oil. But there's a bill in Parliament now pushing against that, saying we're not able to export flour, and the whole world needs flour right now. The attraction is cheap flour at 10 cents a gram, which they could probably produce it at. So, and they're not really known for extraction. So there's a lot of dynamics at play there. Some of the additional challenges facing exporters today is mainly it's the GACP GMP requirement, right? You can't import flour into Germany unless it's GACP, good agricultural and collection practices, and good manufacturing practices approved and for those types of exports. So GACP standards really apply until you cut the plant. So until you grow it and cut it, you want GACP. You want to make sure that there's no bird flying over and maybe, leaving some residue on plants. There's a lot of different standards to make sure you can grow under good agricultural and collection practices. Once you cut it, you are now governed by GMP requirements, which begin when you harvest until you package your plant. GACP standards are guidelines, really. You can't have livestock, you got to wash your nets, store your tools, etc. There's no big regulatory bodies. There is EU GACP that's been coming out recently, but that's all in the process. Some companies even send their own certification officer to inspect and issue that permit. So GMP is more strict with various jurisdictions issuing certifications such as EU GMP, CGMP, etc. Now, a lot of Canadian cannabis producers might meet Canadian GMP, GACP, and GMP standards, but only a few of them are actually, internationally certified for export. So I'll give you an estimate, maybe 160 licensed global farms, 80% of those are GACP, 10% of those, maybe about 13 farms are trying to become GMP. So other challenges folks might be facing today is even with demand and certifications and orders, countries like Germany and Canada have blocked imports of products for up to 3 months in certain cases, whether it's CBD in Canada or even THC-based products in Germany. Now, the U.S. is the biggest market and represents the biggest portion of the global cannabis market. So will this become an international market for people to compete in? Now, as it stands, 33 states have legalized medical cannabis, and of those, 11 have legalized it for recreational use. Cannabis sales in states that have legalized the plant for medical recreational purposes generated about $15 billion in 2019 and $30 billion by 2024. California alone could bring up to $1 billion in tax revenue this year, but you can't cross state lines. We've got licensed distribution farms in California, and I can't cross state lines right now. So that market is isolated there. So this year, voters are going to vote in 5 states: Arizona, New Jersey, South Dakota, Montana, and Mississippi, on both recreational and medical. So that should continue to increase this market. And if Biden-Harris win, they've stated they would like to legalize it at the federal level. If they do, and they want their companies to export, they're going to have to allow others to import as well. The country to import, which should open up the U.S. If Trump wins, it might be a different story there. But either way, COVID-19 is going to push legalization further in most countries. Sales have gone up significantly since COVID-19 for various reasons. But the way I like to look at it, the end of Prohibition got us out of the Great Depression. Maybe cannabis might get us out of this COVID depression. So that's all for now. If you'd like to reach me, you can reach me at daniel@yazbeckinvestments.com if you have any questions. And thank you for your time.
Educating medical professionals.
Hi, welcome to Med-Cann World. Today we have a panel educating medical professionals, and we have 3 wonderful speakers today to discuss this. I will be very brief because we don't have much time. So first of all, we have David Berg, who is the president and CTO of Strainprint Technologies Limited. I'll pass on to him to tell you a bit more about his background.
Hi, thanks for that, Thomas. My name is David Berg. I'm the president and CTO of Strainprint Technologies. We are a real-world evidence data and analytics company that analyzes patient interaction with medical cannabis products. We do so across Canada, and we look at treatment behaviors, dosing, product compositions, and their relative outcome. So we help doctors, regulators, formularies, and pharmaceutical companies to better understand what's in the products, what works and what doesn't, quite simply.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to introduce Jackie Cohen-Roth. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, thank you.
She's the founder and CEO of TPAD and Cannabiz MD, and she'll now tell you a little bit more about herself.
Yeah, thank you for hosting me on this event. I had Cannabiz MD is a platform that focused on meetings and as well as a robust platform digitally that focuses on educating healthcare professionals as well as the industry stakeholders. It's imperative that healthcare providers have access to credible information on how to use our sacred plant for adjunctive therapies, as well as my focus is on ensuring diversity and inclusion in the cannabis industry, and that led to the founding of social enterprise TPAD, which is focused on breaking down barriers to entry into the cannabis industry and empowering access through education, no matter gender or race.
Fascinating. Thank you, Jackie. And now to introduce Hannah Deacon. She's a medical cannabis campaigner and mother of one of the first medical cannabis patients in the UK, Alfie. And she'll now tell you a little bit more about herself.
Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much for having me here. I really appreciate you having me. As you say, I led a campaign to help my child access medical cannabis on prescription through the NHS in the UK. He was the first patient to do that. I now work with the Medical Cannabis Clinicians Society, which is a UK-based society that trains clinicians and allied health workers in the use of the cannabis plant as a medicine. And I feel very strongly that that is something that's very, very important to help unblock access in the UK, which unfortunately is still a very difficult thing for people through the NHS.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So now we have a couple of questions we'd like to ask you. So we'll just go in the same order. David, beginning with you. What are the key trends you see in terms of patient use, especially with what you're working on?
Sure. So we, like I was saying earlier, we track patient interaction on our platform. People download an app that's a journal and outcomes tracker that is indexed against the Canadian supply chain. So since 2016, we've been tracking real-time use of medical cannabis from a population of over 50,000 patients that interact daily with us. We've gathered over 1.7 million interactions and built a data set of 85 million data points. So we have a lot of data on patient interaction. I think the top treatment areas that we see in our platform are predominantly around pain, muscle pain, joint pain. Then we've got stress, depression, anxiety, insomnia. Most of the treatments that we are seeing behaviorally are in the area of depression and anxiety, with a fair bit of treatment for PTSD. Those are the treatment trends that we're seeing. What we're starting to see is that patients, when they go in, or consumers, therapeutic consumers, when they go in to purchase cannabis in Canada, about 25% of them are looking to use cannabis for a specific application. Typically, it would fall into those areas.
So keeping with the theme of the panel, so you're using this information to help to educate the practitioners in your area, or?
Yes, exactly. So the data that's collected on the platform is provided back to patients, because cannabis is a personalized medicine and everyone interacts differently depending on your gender, depending on your age, or the conditions or sub-symptoms that you might have. You're going to respond differently to different cannabis types. The medical professionals and the community right now, the way they typically prescribe is based on THC content or CBD content, or CBD count as a ratio. What we really look to do is to educate physicians and care providers that you need to move beyond CBD and THC count to also look at the broader spectrum that's in cannabis that contains flavonoids and also the terpenes, because it's the ensemble effect of those components that are leading to medical outcomes. Our job is to educate physicians, regulators, and patients on what those ensemble effects are and how they can use them.
So I don't know if anyone wanted to interject with what David had to say, Jackie or Hannah, or we can move on to a question to one of you, if you prefer.
Yeah, I think I applaud David and what he and his team are doing at StrainPrint. Is I regularly look at StrainPrint as a resource, and yeah, it's unfortunate that the critical information is missing in the education that the healthcare providers have received to date in their respective training. In the U.S., it's more than 90% of medical schools do not include any cannabis science education. And although this endocannabinoid system was discovered more than 30 years, this is what maintains homeostasis and balance in the body. It is not a panacea. What is also unfortunate is that with this missing information and education, the doctors are not aware of possible interactions, for example, drug-drug interaction. So, yeah, underscoring what David has shared.
Yeah, I think that point that it's still not studied in medical schools is incredible today.
Right, right.
So, moving on. Hannah, a quick question. So, since we've met last year in Malta, has there been any progress with the situation in the UK with medical cannabis?
Well, the cannabis plant was rescheduled as a medicine to Schedule 2 on the 1st of November 2018. And, you know, I was really happy that that happened because I thought that that would bring access, especially to children like my son Alfie with refractory epilepsy, which is a very chronic, a very small amount of the population, but a very chronic, debilitating illness that does need other options for medication. And what's happened basically is we've seen very restrictive guidance come out from NICE, which is the body that oversees whether drugs are cost effective and should be available in the NHS. And due to that guidance, doctors just will not or are not able to prescribe. And this comes right back to the lack of education, the fear and stigma around cannabis. The doctors that do want to prescribe for some of these children are being told that they're not allowed to, but yet we see these prescriptions of other unlicensed medicines, single pharmaceutical compound medicines that are very dangerous in some children with very debilitating side effects being readily prescribed. So there is still a huge amount of work, and it does come down to education largely, I think, for doctors and for medical professionals to sort of unlock the understanding of this medicine and give confidence in prescribing. But basically there is a huge amount of bureaucracy at the moment, a huge amount of fear, and still only 2 NHS prescriptions in the last 2 years, and 1 is for my child. So it's very, very sad.
It is. Hopefully something will happen about it. I don't know, do we need a change of government for this to happen?
Yeah, I think maybe so. Well, actually, I think we need members of parliament with, let's say, some energy for it, some wish to see change. And I think at the moment we see a lot of people saying the right things, but actually doing nothing about it. And you know, we continue to campaign every day in the media and to MPs. And again, MPs don't understand what the cannabis plant means as a medicine, and that's the real problem. The people that are making these decisions don't understand what they're talking about, and that's again something that needs to change.
Absolutely. Education is the key point here, for sure. Thank you very much, Hannah. Jackie, a quick question for you. So why do you think it's so critical that the medical cannabis industry has the full acceptance of healthcare practitioners?
Right. Well, I think across the globe that I think it's imperative that healthcare professionals at all levels, physicians, nurses, on down to and inclusive of every advanced care provider understands that where the stigma came from is that it's racially biased. that there is this history that started in the U.S., unfortunately, in the 1930s that all of us in the industry are well aware of, but that's where the stigma came from, and that cannabis has been used therapeutically for 5,000 years. And so the physicians need to be aware of the understanding of this, again, racially biased regulation that is a wall between the ability of to deliver quality patient care with an understanding, a clear understanding, again, of the cannabis science.
So, based on a lot of the things we've already discussed today, it would seem somehow we need to put pressure not on the government, but more on the education providers to healthcare practitioners.
Right, so
sure
that they have,
that
right,
it
exactly.
starts, yeah.
Right, that the physicians and again the healthcare providers, everybody needs to have a seat at the table. That, as Hannah stated, is that this is it's frustrating that not making as strong as a forward trajectory we have been, but yet we need to educate first and foremost to remove the stigma, so that again this plant-based medicine is available to everybody.
Absolutely.
So, Jackie, what are the greatest innovations you would see in the medical cannabis industry currently?
I think it's very exciting to see drug delivery and dosing alternatives and methods available. Not every formulation is available, or every drug delivery system is available in the U.S. in every state, certainly in every countries that do include a medical cannabis program. But I think it's just exciting to see the formulation of future delivery methods or concurrent drug delivery methods. And this helps address the challenges of dosing, which is an overarching challenge to healthcare providers, is the proper dosing for each patient. And again, this goes to the underscoring of education, is that every patient has a different endocannabinoid system and is going to be affected differently. So again, going back to innovation is I would say I'm most excited about drug delivery systems.
Thank you very much, Jackie. So moving back to David, what are some of the prescribing fallacies that patients deal with based on some of the data you've seen, for example?
Yeah, I mean, this springboards well off of what Jackie was just saying, and with Hannah's experience as well with her daughter. Because cannabis is a plant-based medicine and it varies based on a variety of hygiene factors during cultivation, harvest, storage, or what have you, it degrades over time. It's a non-stable molecule in terms of the way a physician looks at it. When doctors or pharmacists look at drugs or a compound, they need it to be the same composition every single time so they can monitor dose and variance. That capability does not exist within cannabis. So frankly, it scares a lot of physicians that are trained on clinical process. It scares pharmacists because they want to be very precise in what they do. So really what doctors have to get comfortable with in this case is observation of their patients and understanding that self-medication is something that's important. People will guide their own treatment based on the response from their body. And they need to listen and understand that prescribing things like THC distillate or CBD isolate to a patient is not really what it's about. It's about listening and understanding the way that they respond individually. And unfortunately, that is not something that they're really trained in school to interact with these types of products. So it's a challenge going around and educating, and everywhere you go, different physicians will have different levels of understanding. It's not standardized, unfortunately.
And it's this discussion up now that's more about the entourage effect and not the isolates, which we thought it may have been 10, 20 years ago, as the data is showing based on all the patients we're seeing.
Yeah, And one of the interesting things that's going on in the U.S. With the legalization of hemp farming is you're starting to see CBD appear in everything. There's not much discussion about full spectrum CBD. It's really about, I'm going to throw this CBD into this gummy bear, this drink, this what have you, without much understanding of what a relevant dose is or what the true application is. There's some issues with toxicity in the liver and in high volumes, and these are kind of things that no one really is paying attention to.
So we're running a bit short on time now. So shall we try to conclude towards the theme of the panel? Hannah, what would you say needs to be done in England to improve the amount of prescriptions coming out? Do you think we'll see an NHS prescription in the next year or two?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I'm going to be the ever optimist. I think in the UK, the public have been won over. You know, the families I talk to every day, they're having grandparents talking to them about cannabis, and they're very, you know, supportive and really on board. So I think we have the confidence of the public. We have a massive issue with lack of training and education for doctors in university as medical students. We have a very big problem with MPs, members of parliament, having no or little understanding of cannabis. And I would say then how can they make decisions for that's in the best interest of patients when they don't understand it? And the same for the MHRA, the same for NICE, the same for the Home Office. These people have grown up in a world in the last, as Jackie was saying, the last 70 years where cannabis has been vilified. And I remember when I worked with the Home Office, they were terrified. They actually, when they phoned me to say that I had my license, they said, "We're sorry it took so long. We were just really frightened." And that was the man in charge of the Home Office at the time. You know, they were frightened about it, and that's something we have to undo. And the only way we can undo that is continuing to campaign, continuing to talk about our stories in the media, and continuing to push for education for medical students. And we do that through the society by doing road shows, by doing podcasts, by doing webinars. We're doing as much as we can to get the story out there. But it's going to take time, unfortunately. And until that time, we do have the beginnings of a thriving private sector, which is great for availability for people who can afford it, but not so good for people who can't. And I don't want to see that sort of two-tier system, unfortunately, in the UK. It's not fair.
Well said. Well said, Hannah. Thank you very much, Hannah, for your insights. Jackie, is there anything you want to add, how we can help to educate these medical practitioners better to prepare them for the future?
Yes, I think so underscoring what we are doing, and certainly, you know, it's interesting is that the patients and the mothers are driving much of the advocacy. What Hannah has done in the UK is really incredible. And again, referencing the US, is more than 80% of the population would like to have access to medical cannabis, so that the providers and our regulatory system across the globe needs to catch up with what the majority of human beings on this planet would like, is access to plant-based medicine. We do need regulation to ensure that it is safe. Again, underscoring what David is saying, it's very scary when I see these CBD products that are out there and people have no idea what they're ingesting, and there absolutely are dangers to it. Again, cannabis is not a panacea, and we need to have the healthcare providers educated so that they understand.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I think we need to all team up together and bring all the information we have to convince these educators and politicians. And so, David, do you have any last things to say?
I just think I'd like to end up with, I mean, the number one thing you can do is to be an advocate, especially in the case of when you're looking at pediatric cases. Like Hannah, I have experience with a very close friend whose daughter has a similar situation with pediatric epilepsy. I have a young son with Crohn's disease. These were the personal reasons why I got into the area of study. But if not for advocates, then unfortunately I don't think we'd get anywhere. because there's a lot of FUD, if you want to call it, around the topic of cannabis and cannabinoid medicine.
Exactly.
Advocacy, working together, and education are key. And that's what's going to improve the situation.
That's how we move forward, for sure.
Yeah.
From what I see, the people change their minds when it's someone in their family, or it's a friend of a friend, or someone with direct contact, and then all of a sudden it's this holy grail of medicine.
Yeah, it's like you can either take this drug that might cause cancer down the road, or you can take this plant that seems to work, but we don't understand it because it's a plant. So we're going to prescribe the cancer-causing drugs. We have a spec sheet on it. I mean, that's as ridiculous as it gets, and that's what happens every day, frankly.
It's nonsense. We need to change that.
So
absolutely.
As much as I'd love to carry on discussing this all morning or afternoon, depending where you are, it's been lovely having you all on the panel today. I hope we get a chance to meet up sometime in the future.
Definitely.
Until the next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The future is female.
Welcome everybody to this panel called The Future is Female, how women are leading disruptive change in the cannabis industry. Quite an interesting topic, I would say. With me, I have three amazingly powerful and enigmatic women. I have Leah Hayes, Alex Hadley, and Halima Al-Hatimi, who will be sharing their experiences with us today. Just to sort of open up, cannabis is a new industry, and it's really a chance to get away from the century-old biases that were, found with industries that were older and predominantly dominated by men. So this is a chance to start afresh, and the movement that fought for the legislation of cannabis is really coming from the same angle as that of empowering women. So today I just wanted to sort of hear it from the horse's mouth. Is this really what's happening? Are women having access to good positions in cannabis? Are they being pushed forward to shine in the same way that men have been in the past? So I'd like to start with you, Leah. Tell me a little bit about you and what you've done, and if you feel like cannabis industry has helped you thrive.
Sure. My name's Leah Heiss. I have been in the cannabis industry in the United States since 2015. I own a dispensary in Baltimore City, Maryland. I also work for two multi-state operators. In the U.S., that means that you are in multiple states, and we have different regulations from state to state. Currently, I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for a company that's in 5 states, and this will be the second cannabis company I've taken public. Do I think that we are going towards a future of female empowerment in the cannabis industry? I do not. I think that when I came into the industry in 2015, the statistics in the United States were showing that female leadership was at 28% in the cannabis industry. It is rapidly declining. It is dramatically unfortunate as the industry matures. The opportunities for females to break that glass ceiling, as they call it in the United States, is being removed. The voices at the table are becoming more homogenous in both color and gender. And it is very disappointing. I also find that the female voice is neither respected as much as the male voice in terms of decision making, and it is very disappointing, and we need to do better.
That's not great news. That's not good to hear. So we're moving forward in this industry, and we're not seeing any tangible change. Well, at least reported from your side. What about the other women? What do you think? Please tell us a little bit about yourself, Alex, and your achievements, and then where do you think this industry is going?
Thank you, Dr. Tanti. I am a master cultivator. I'm also the CEO of several companies here in California that are vertically integrated, so from cultivation, distribution to retail. I've really run the full gamut as far as cannabis occupations and experience. I've been in this field for over 20 years. And from what Leah is telling me and she's absolutely correct. I'm able to break the glass ceiling as far as executive direction, but as far as seeking investment and furthering my company, that's a much harder mountain to climb. I see it in cultivation all the time with females where their expertise is not given the merit that men are. This patriarchal energy is absolutely consuming our industry. And it's quite surprising to me, honestly, being that women are the original horticulturalists, that we have this divine connection to earth through our wombs. And we were the original caretakers, the tenders, the medicine makers, the cooks, the crafters. And we have such a natural ability to amplify this industry. And it's really unfortunate to not see more of us, especially in cultivation.
That's, I understand where you're coming from. Yesterday, Alex, we spoke a little bit about as well, sort of handling investments when it comes to cultivation, bringing big investments on board is a hard topic for women, and Leah as well has shared with me some stories of the sort. Would you care to elaborate a little bit more about maybe these types of situations and
absolutely. Being in California the last 2 years has been a very busy landscape for investment and growth of cannabis industry. It's the mecca of cannabis in the world. We've had exponential growth here as far as licensing and permitting. And all of my male counterparts that own companies all secured investment, whereas I did not. So this is a 20-to-1 ratio that we're talking about here, roughly, and it's plain as day that it's not happening.
Let's hope the men are listening here and are ready to open up to more women who want to enter the space and have more trust in their abilities. I'd like to hear a little bit from Halima, though. Tell me a bit about what you've done and what you're facing in the industry.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tanti, and thank you, Leah and Alex, for being here today. It's such an honor to be able to share a panel with such amazing women. I am definitely with them with everything that they said with respect to our position as women in the industry. And I think when we're talking about the future of the cannabis industry being female, that we have to look at the history of the cannabis industry and prohibition and the war on drugs, and how, Alex just made an amazing point there where, it's sad that she was the only one who was not able to secure investment. And it's almost as if it's they're not acknowledging her labor and not acknowledging that she is entitled to be compensated for her labor. And so now she has to continue doing the work that she's doing because she's passionate about it and she really wants to do what she's doing, but she doesn't have the resources to be able to keep up and actually materialize her full potential. And this is, I truly believe, based on my research, that this was strategically designed, because as Leah said, historically, the way we have contributed to our communities as women, the way we've contributed to our communities, the way we've contributed to the economy has been through healing, doing healing work, and plant medicine has really been at the center of that. If you look back at the Salem witch trials, for example, of the 16th and 17th century, where women were being disproportionately targeted, they were being raped, some of them were being burnt and hung at the stake, some of them were being tortured, beaten, incarcerated. Yes, here in the West for healing with plant medicine. And if you look at the example with, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly here, Marie-Claire Camilleri. I was in Malta in and around the time that she was arrested for cultivating 6 plants when the law said she was only supposed to cultivate 1. But they were saying that, there was 6 small plants that could have just been 1 massive plant. But this is an example of how a poorly written poorly drafted policy has disproportionately impacted a woman who was growing this medicine to heal herself, and how a poorly drafted policy means a poorly thought out policy. There's no way that you would draft a policy sensibly if you didn't think about it. If you didn't think about the policy well, that means you're not going to draft it well. And so who is thinking about these policies? Who's behind making these decisions? And who are they strategically excluding so that they can monopolize and capitalize on the industry?
That could be be a force to reckon with. But also, cannabis itself is really good at treating women's issues, right? Women's health issues as well as men's. But you quoted some statistics before comparing the rates of anxiety and depression, men versus women, incidence of pain, and these are sort of perhaps amplified a little bit in women, and so women would benefit more from access to medicine, but also from the destigmatization around cannabis use in women.
And women are the primary purchasers of healthcare for their family. They're the ones that make the medical decisions. So any company that's looking to profit from cannabis and from plant-based medicine it doesn't make any logical business sense to exclude the female voice from making decisions at their table. Do you not want to understand what your market is? You need to have a diverse voice and voices at your table in order to have a strong business plan, even if they're telling you things that you don't want to hear, especially if they're telling you things you don't want to hear.
Yes. Notwithstanding that, you floated 2 companies on the American Stock Exchange, cannabis companies. What were the struggles in that area, Leah? That's a major feather in the cap.
Well, I
Do you have any experience?
Not the primary driver. Mm-hmm. I have very interesting experience. In the U.S., you can't go public on the U.S. Stock Exchange as a cannabis company. So both companies that I've been in that are going public go on the Canadian Stock Exchange. I am not the primary driver of that particular process. That's primarily led by legal and finance, but I've been through one public entry and I'm about to go through another one. Very challenging. Again, it brings in all types of capital assets, the increase in hiring that you have to do in terms of your financial compliance and things like that is large. And unfortunately, the finance industry is also one of those industries where females are not prevalent. So you have limited access to people to help, female voices to help you get through that process. And in addition, board seats.
Yeah, it's really sums it up, where modern industries meet older industries, then sort of the progress then stops, because the same constraints that applied to the old industries are still scuttling down to cannabis as well. What can one do in these situations? I'd really like to hear from you, maybe discuss a little bit. Are there any solutions or suggestions for women and men who perhaps can help us be more included? And if there's any tips we can provide, I'd like to hear from you. Halima, perhaps? Would you like to?
You'd like me? Yeah, sure. So I gave a talk last year, at the summit in Malta, talking about the connection between menstrual menstrual pain management and medical cannabis, and how we can support that. And so what I think, and I mean, there's so much to say, but so little time, but in terms of what we can do, and I'm doing this right now, and I have been doing it for 3 years, is before we can do anything else, we have to awaken the consciousness of humanity. I think part of the reason why the industry is still predominantly is dominated by men is because women have forgot their place in the industry, and it's a place that cannot be replaced by men ever. And it's because of a very key issue here, and I'm specifically talking about women who carry wombs, as what Alex, my colleague Alex, was saying. This makes us a receiver of divine light, of divine energy, but it also, having your menstrual cycle makes you, the science is showing, makes you more empathetic and compassionate and just in tune with others around you. And that's emotional intelligence, and that's very critical. It's actually indispensable in business. And that's just a role that cannot be replaced. And so I think it's really important for us to continue to create platforms like this, so that women's voices can be heard. But then also with me, I'm actually working directly with government. I'm working with the European Union, Miriam Daly. I'm working with government out in Kenya. We're trying to do some work out in the Middle East as well, just to awaken the consciousness and help people understand. I think if we can remind people that cannabis is actually a feminine plant, like it was used, its use can date back, in China to 2500 to 2900 BCE. It was the Emperor Shen Nung, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, who talked about cannabis use for menstruation in the Chinese Medical Encyclopedia that he wrote, Pen Cao. Now, this is so critical for us to be able to go back to that history. Sorry. Yeah, to go back to that history and remind society of our role in the industry and the part that we've always played, and just revive that.
Yeah, that's an absolute great tip. I mean, women have a lot of value and contributions to make, especially in the area you mentioned. Yeah, do I have any more suggestions from the other women? We're closing to the end of this panel. There's around 5 minutes left. Are there any parting thoughts and some further suggestions, maybe?
Alex, do you want to go first?
No, you please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that you get your voice. I think one of the things, and I said voice, so I think one of the things that we need to do is continue to raise our voices and make it known that it is not acceptable not to have females and Black, brown minorities. We need diverse voices at the table in order to be fully functioning companies. It doesn't make any sense not to be. I think we need to work on legislation, as Halima's doing, raising awareness, raising consciousness, and pull more females in with us.
Yeah.
If it's a safe environment for them to work in.
I mean, one thing I that always sort of boggles me is if the playing field, if the game was made by men and the rules were made as such, then how can women sort of, change the game when the rules weren't made by them? And so let's really try and think about applying new rules here and making sure the industry is able to facilitate women's voice being heard. I know you've been doing some work on that, making women meet other women, creating a platform. Was that helpful, do you think?
It was helpful, and I think there needs to be more of that. The voices got a little fractured as more groups came in, but I think we need a lot more voices out there.
I think it's important to remind women to not take away their masculine energy in this space, in any space, and really try to respect all people wherever you are in the gender spectrum, whoever you are, for your unique qualities and your skill set. But it's so common for women to be stripped of their masculine qualities and be told to be women. And I think it's really important for us to not disassociate the masculinity, the femininity in ourselves, and to associate the masculinity that we do have to create better balance.
Yes. In fact, Alex, you say it very nicely yourself in other talks we've had, that when one sort of thinks about the future is female, and in the context of cannabis, sort of the female plant has very desirable characteristics, but in fact the female plant cannot exist on its own, and neither can women, and neither can men exist in their entirety on their own. So we ask for inclusion and ask for more our voices to be heard more. With
partnership.
Partnership.
Yeah,
is the
and
goal here.
That's what I wanted to say is, like, men need to stop seeing us as a threat. We're not a threat. We actually have a lot to bring to the table that can enhance the work that you're already doing. So we're not here to take over. We're not here to threat. We're just here to add on to the industry and bring that feminine energy and that feminine voice. That's it. We're here to make the industry bigger and better. That's what we're here to do. So don't see us as a threat. See us as partners that you can collaborate with.
Excellent. Yep. So great. I think that brings us to the end of this panel. Thank you very much for listening, and bye from Malta and Canada and the US. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you to the panelists for their insight. Working in the medical cannabis industry is certainly no walk in the park, and the work put into creating a quality product is definitely something that should be appreciated. Now, we had a poll going around for the viewers, and we basically asked whether blockchain would be something that would increase efficiency in the supply chain, and the response was overwhelming, and many of you seem to agree that this would be a good technology to focus on for the future. Now, coming up next, we're going to be delving into investment and funding for the sector, particularly how that may differ depending on the location of your base of operation and whether traditional sources of capital are accessible. Now, I would also like to remind you, if you'd like to interact with the speakers or other attendees, log on to the Swapcard platform. And I would also like to thank our sponsors, the Canna Consultants, for their support. Let's get back into the show.
Cannabis Industry Outlook.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, thanks to the Sigma team for keeping everyone updated and together through this online engagement, even if offline events aren't possible nowadays. I just hope that things come back to normal for the events industry so that we are able to meet again offline as well. So I'll be talking about the cannabis industry, giving you an overview, and let's see that is it just another bubble or it has a strong shot on being a long-term investment. I mean, there are a lot of factors driving this sentiment in the market. So I will be talking about the fundamental aspects of the cannabis stocks and the industry as a whole. The time is also limited, so I won't be deep diving into both the analysis as it won't be possible. So let me start by talking about the global market adoption. As you can see the graph, it shows that North America holds almost 80% of the global market share for the legal marijuana market. And then comes Europe, and then MEA, and then Latin America, and then Asia Pacific. Honestly, I don't have high hopes from ME and Asia Pacific, but let's see how it turns out. I mean, there are a lot of countries like Canada, Uruguay, Colombia, and some states in the US that have legalized the cannabis market. But there are a lot of countries that are currently looking to legalize, such as UK, New Zealand, and Netherlands as well, I guess. Then countries like Israel and Australia, they are at the forefront of creating new technologies. I know with Israel, they have a very good contribution that they have done in the past as well for the agri space, and this is what I expect for the cannabis as well. Their new technologies have resulted in higher yields and also new strains in the agri space. So I don't expect anything less for the cannabis market as well. And I guess certain companies have already started working from Israel for the cannabis industry. Let's see how they contribute. Then there are particular countries in Latin America, for example, Colombia. They have been benefiting a lot from the export ban that US has, federally the export ban that has been imposed in US for the cannabis industry. Like, so they are able to capture that particular region, and let's see how they take advantage of the situation. Then talking about the Asia side, I had recently read about Pakistan. The Pakistani government is now thinking of regulating the cannabis market and bringing this as well. See, what they are planning is that in the start they will keep it pretty restricted, and they will oversee the production 24/7, and only certain companies will be allowed. And then later on they will lessen the oversight, but in the start it will be very strict. And I think the state, the financial state they are in right now, and most of the developing countries are, they really need to look out for new sources of income. And they can not be any best alternative besides cannabis for the same. So, and of course, in order to cover the declining deficit, I think cannabis is going to play a huge role in the developing countries. So this was pretty much about how the global market adoption is playing out currently. And I'll talk about two major markets only and the companies operating there. Like, I'll discuss about the Canadian market, and I'll also discuss about the US market, because we don't have time, so I won't be discussing all the markets in general. So let's talk about the Canadian market. Let me show you a graph. So see, for the Canadian market, like the whole 2019 for the industry was nothing but missing EPS expectations, lowering revenue, and also ban of vaping products, particularly in Quebec and Alberta. And these two are the biggest markets for cannabis in Canada. And if you can see the graph, a very interesting thing happened here. In May 2020, there was a revenue of 185.9 CAD. That's around 135 million USD. And the cannabis recreational market was actually expecting a huge upside in 2020. And this was not just a sentimental expectation. This was due to various products like health drinks also hitting the shelf. And because of that reason, it literally hit its revenue to its highest ever. Like, whatever has been, as you can see the past revenues, and you can see the May touching its highest. So actually there are also 2-3 things attached to this revenue that happened in May. One is that quarter of the revenue came from Alberta. Now, Alberta being the biggest market, it's not just that people over there are more happy with cannabis than any other province in Canada. No, there is actually a retail store outlet imbalance. And like, there are around 500 retail stores in Alberta. That's more than many provinces in Canada. And this is one of the reasons why Alberta has quarter of the revenue out of this May total revenue. And if I talk about Ontario, the regulators are pretty much open to adopting this market and being at the forefront in Canada. So the Ontario's cannabis store regulator has actually started issuing 10 retail store authorizations, that RSA, per week, double the amount that they were issuing before. So before they were just issuing 5, and now they're issuing 10. So this shows that how the Canadian market is turning out. For me, it's a very positive thing. And most of the companies are actually generating revenue from Canada only as of now, and not US, even though North America in general covers both the countries. Then this was about the Canadian market. Now let's talk about the US one. I'll show you the US graph in a bit. Let's stay over here. I'll just give you a brief in the start. So currently 9 states have legalized recreational marijuana, and almost 29 states have legalized medical marijuana. Like, once the acceptance, the sentiment is like, once the acceptance comes from the federal level as well for the recreational marijuana, it will just open up more financing and sales for the companies. Like, currently most of the consumption is being bought on the streets through the black market. The problem for this is high taxes and also high regulatory costs that the companies are facing right now. This has been eating up the revenue and profits of the companies, and in turn increasing the prices. Like, the same situation actually persists in Canada as well. The black market is almost 40% cheaper than the legal cannabis market in Canada. The same issue persists in US as well. The price might be different in West Coast, a price might be different in the East Coast. And this is not just it. The banking relationships are also an issue. Like the banks are really having a hard time providing a smooth banking experience to its cannabis customers because of lack of regulations and laws that they are also not aware of as of now. And actually, there has also been kind of a high hopes that were being created by the end of 2019 and kind of the early 2020, wherein the scheduled MORE Act was going to be discussed in the House. Now, the MORE Act is basically the Marijuana Opportunity, Reinvestment and Expungement Act. And that MORE Act was going to be discussed, but eventually it was announced that it will be postponed, obviously due to political reasons. Like both parties and the front runners from the both parties were not sure how the voters would react. Now, let me share you an interesting graph here. As you can see that most of the states in US are going to have a shortfall of funding. Like in 2020 fiscal year, 10% funding shortfall is going to be there. In 2021 fiscal year, that's going to be around 25%. And it's going to be around 550 billion in total. And this is going to really hamper the US as a whole. And also, like in order to plug the deficit, I probably think that there's going to be a huge wave of regulations and legalizations coming our way. So I think many states are going to go for it because there has been a reduction in sale and thus less taxes. And also in order to contain the coronavirus situation, they have spent a lot. So let's see how US plays out in the future. So this is pretty much about the Canadian market, the US market, and the market share in general. Now, I'll be talking a bit about the stocks as well. So let me jump on to the very first stock, Aurora Cannabis Inc. That's the ticker name is ACB. According to me, they have seen a continuous downfall, and it was not just due to what the industry was facing in general. According to me, there are a lot of flaws that they have internally as well. Like on September 23rd, the shares fell almost 30% because of the company forecasted sales have been falling now. And there is an analyst, Bill Kirk from MKM Capital, and he said that please stop growing so much weed. And basically, he meant that the company has said that they're gonna produce almost 35,000 kilograms of pot per quarter on an average. And he said there is no demand. What are you doing? So this is basically a squeeze scenario, if you ask me, wherein the supply catches up to surpass the demand. And the law of supply and demand basically dictates that the price will fall for sure. And this is how the marijuana growers that have very high production cost will be struggling in this scenario. If you see this chart that is being showed on screen right now, the top executives were awarded millions of dollars in bonuses and raises for the fiscal year that ended June 30th. Like the company disclosed massive layoffs, and there has been a loss of 3.3 billion on their balance sheet, and for the fiscal year 2020. And yet the top cannabis executives are being paid millions of dollars as bonuses and raises. And the revenue they actually had, it was just 35.3 million CAD. That's almost 8.5% down from their last quarter as well. So the revenue is 35.3 million, the loss is 3.3 billion, yet the executives are taking huge raises and bonuses. I don't know how. So for me, I would literally stay away from Aurora Cannabis. I don't know, they really need to change their management if they want to improve. So now coming down to Cannabiz growth, like Cannabiz growth, the ticker is CGC. So in 2019, the revenue was around 230 million USD, which grew by almost 180% year on year with respect to 2018. And in 2018, it was about 80 million. But there is a very crucial thing to see here. The real issue is the cost. In 2019, the cost were around 640 million. That grew by around 326% more than what it was in 2018. So there is a different scenario in marijuana companies. Like more the revenue due to sales, more the cost as well. At least for now, because there are a lot of tax and regulatory costs that are eating up the revenue, and also the staff cost that comprises almost 280 million for CGC, as to what I saw last week. And like for the future, I think it's a very big firm which can actually take the headwinds and survive as well. Though the profits are not something which we have seen in the past for this, and I really don't expect a profit in the foreseeable future as well. and their 80% sales are coming from Canada, and their major stakeholder is a multi-billion-dollar liquor firm that holds almost 37% in the company. So I would say that they have a very deep pocket as well. So they have access to deep pocket and they can survive. And not just this, they have another factor in survival, and that's they have 2 billion CAD, Canadian dollars, as cash reserves. And their long-term debts are just 450 million long-term debt. So I think that's pretty good actually. And CDC is gonna see, and they also have a very good relation with the regulators in US. So let's see how it plays out. Now, my another favorite company, like these are the other three companies that I'll be talking about. The another one is Innovative Industrial Properties INC. The ticker is IIPR. This is one of the stocks which actually doesn't have an industry risk. It is basically an REIT, that's Real Estate Investment Trust, which owns about 46 properties in almost 15 states in US. So what they do is they buy the land and they lease it to marijuana growers in US. And they have a very good strategy because they get mostly unaffected due to the price and the regulatory pressures. Like their price has already increased almost 23% from the past 1 year, and they are regularly paying dividends. So it is kind of a rare story in this industry. You will not find a cannabis firm which is actually paying dividends and is profitable related to the cannabis industry. The second one, that is the Kronos Group INC with a ticker name CRON. Like Kronos is a considerably large company that sells both medical and recreational marijuana. Then most of the sales happen in Canada. They have a cash reserve of almost 1.5 billion USD, and their debt is like just 10 million USD. So this is like one of the major signs for this company, and they also are into strategic partnerships throughout the globe. So surely a good one. Then coming down to the last one, that's GW Pharmaceuticals PLC. Like they are completely focused on the medicinal side of things, and their product, which was launched last year, one of the products is Epidiolex, that's a cannabidiol CBD, and it clocked almost 296 million USD in revenue. I mean, it's surely a good sign, and they are on a strong momentum. So I guess I have covered a couple of stocks, and also the Canadian and US market, and also how the market share is in general. On ending note, I would say that this industry is surely going to go up in the coming 3 to 5 years, because now is the time for adoption, and that's going to come in picture. Like in the last 2 years, it was just about roadblocks, and a lot of people are jumping onto the cannabis wagon, and this is going to change the picture for sure. Like if you are looking to go into a cannabis stock, then it should be either for a quick trade to profit just from the headlines, or a long-term investment wherein you give companies the time to scale and thus become profitable. And for the cannabis companies, I would say that no doubt that you have faced a hard time, but things are going to change and there is a positive business environment coming for sure. And you have to focus on your brand scalability, just focus on becoming a top consumer brand. And this is what the space is all about. And I'll just take on to the next screen. I'll move this here. So yes, thank you so much guys for having me today, and it was a pleasure speaking about this industry and giving a bit on what I have researched. I didn't talk much about myself, so I'd love to connect offline or online. These are my Instagram and LinkedIn handle is The Investment Ninja. That's my email, and you can surely reach out to know more about what all businesses I've been involved in and how maybe I can help you and we can partner up. Thank you so much guys. Thank you for having me.
Raising funds from traditional sources.
So, welcome everybody, and we're going to have what should be an interesting panel discussing a very important element in any ecosystem, and that is access to finance and raising funds. In the industry of medical marijuana, we have a bit of an idiosyncrasy, right? So we have very fast growth, double-digit growth, but and then we also have unbanked companies or companies facing it hard to raise funds through traditional sources. So we have a bit of a detachment over there. My name is JP Fabry. I'm a co-founding partner of Seed Consultancy. And joining me on this panel, I'd like to welcome Brad Hoffman, who's a business consultant from bizfincanvas.com. Also, Daniel Sachs, who's the founder and CEO of Sensi Properties, and Offe Spotheim, who's the CEO of Candrew. So, without further ado, I think we can jump straight into the conversation. Brad, the first element that I'd like to discuss, I'd like to channel it to you. I mean, we're seeing that a lot of governments are opening up to medical marijuana, to developing an ecosystem within their countries. The market potential is known. Lots of governments are opening up. We're seeing the States, we're seeing Europe, but all are coming up with different regulations. We don't have any common standards. Do you think that this is proving to be a challenge when companies come to raise funds? Do you think that compliance issues, compliance costs, different regulations, can this deter firms from raising funds?
So I think there's both a yes and a no to answer that. I mean, running a cannabis business is expensive, and running multi-state cannabis business, when each state has different rules, it makes the economies of scale quite difficult. And also this lack of access to traditional debt and equity financing also makes it a challenge. But we've got two sides. On the one side, you have customers that are becoming much more savvy. And because they're becoming much more savvy, they want to know what's in their product. So the regulation itself becomes quite important. And I think the regulation also puts in certain barriers, which allows companies to charge a premium, which customers are willing to pay because of the quality of the product. So that's the one side. I think that's a positive side. I think the negative side is that the cost of the GAP or GMP good, agricultural practice good manufacturing practice is a major cost. It's a cost that takes both time, and I think it also takes quite a bit of money to get that up and running. And each country has its own regulation. But I think what I hope to see, or what we're seeing in North America, is that there's starting to be much more of a standardization around this kind of domino effect, where we see that one state legalizes, the states around it start to legalize as well. And then there's these, I would call them, where one state can pass to the other. And we've seen this now with Luxembourg, because they've actually started to legalize, and there's a chance that the other states around Luxembourg will also start to legalize. So I think from my personal experience, I see that clients are looking to enter into the market. I think that sometimes they do go for non-traditional sources. They go for angels or individuals that actually see a profit potential. And the market it's proven to have high growth. And I think where there's a demand, there'll be a supply. It's just gaining finance from traditional sources might be a little bit more challenging, but there are individuals, and I have seen and I have clients that have approached other individuals, high net worth individuals, that definitely see that this market will lead to large returns. So there is interest in it, even though maybe not from banks or from traditional sources.
I'd like to turn to Daniel. I mean, very, very briefly on this point. What's your experience in Canada? What are you seeing in terms of raising funds, the different regulations?
Yeah, not necessarily in terms of the regulations. I mean, the regulations have been clear for a couple of years here, but the capital raising environment has evolved considerably. The public markets were very loose and fast for several years there, and Canada became, about 4 years ago, became the place on the planet to raise capital for cannabis companies. Any company that is now one of the leading, U.S. MSOs all went public in Canada. All the international companies are listed on the CSE or the TSX in Canada. It's obviously matured. The market is far off its highs, and so we had a bit of a bubble environment that existed for a little bit with valuations that got out of control, and people made a lot of money in that process, and a lot of people bought in at the top and lost a lot of money on the way down. And so I think there's been a souring to a little extent where investors have become jaded to what I would call Me Too projects. So, if you're launching an LP and your idea is to be vertically integrated, operate in every country, you're going to be the best at extracting, the best at growing, no one cares anymore. So the market has evolved considerably from where we were a couple of years ago, where you could come with a business model that was similar to other business models and you could raise capital around it because there was a thought that everyone was going to be able to carve out a piece of the pie. And now the market's become considerably more sophisticated. So you really have to have a very differentiated business plan if you're going to raise capital from investment banks, et cetera, in this market. Or you have to have already raised private capital and have stabilized and gotten a business that is now cash flowing, either EBITDA positive or on the road to being EBITDA positive. Because, on a pro forma basis, every business that was shown was going to be making $100 million a year. And the reality is few, if any, are making anywhere close to that. And most have still not turned a profit because it is an early stage industry. And there was a unrealistic expectation of how quickly companies are able to turn a profit in that environment. Like most startup industries don't become profitable by and large in the second or third year. And I think that's what the capital markets expected of cannabis, unfortunately. So, in order to access the public markets, you've either got to be differentiated or have a real clear path to profitability. From an investor standpoint, there still are opportunities in the public markets, but you've got to be very cautious. Like the people who bought the ETFs in the market all lost money, if they bought when those ETFs came out, because they came out at the top of the market. And, those portfolios, while they are diversified, they're diversified with a mix of good and bad companies. And sometimes those bad companies, really take a hit on the earnings.
Thanks, Dan, for this. Offer as well, linking to what Daniel said. Daniel said there have been some unrealistic expectations, but now the global economy is going through a very particular challenging time. COVID, now it's going to be even harder because you have other firms as well trying to raise capital, and the choice is going to be much broader as well from an investment perspective. So given this situation, what is your approach? What should companies do and not do when actually drafting their own prospectus, their own pitch decks within this very highly uncertain environment? And do you think that medical marijuana companies will be recession proof, and if there is a silver lining behind after COVID passes?
Okay, so first we should answer the question: Can we still raise money during the COVID-19 pandemic? The good news, yes, we can. The bad news, it is much harder and will take much longer. So first of all, the word of advice: now more than ever, you should raise funds whenever you can. Meaning, don't think that you have enough money because you're going to make the next round soon. It is now much harder. Take the money whenever you can. It is always true, but now more than ever. We cannot ignore the paramedic, okay? When we approach investors. So I have a few advice to you when you are going to raise money during these crazy times. First of all, international investments become less common. Don't ignore it. Focus on synergetic and strategic investors, because as a Brad mentioned, the competition is harder. Try to be more precise, because the big party, the big hype, is much less common during this pandemic, the COVID-19. I want to say another thing. Don't ignore it when you approach. When you approach investors, don't ignore the COVID-19. What you can mention, that although in many industries there was a recession because of the COVID-19, as far as the actual sales, in most countries, they are still stable, and in fact, in some countries, the sales of the cannabis is bigger. Don't ignore it, because this will show, let's call it, this will show confidence that the market is stable. Okay? This is something that you can use, because the sales are harder. The sales are, although they are bigger. Secondly, most of the countries, the cannabis ecosystem has been declared as essential, meaning this cannabis ecosystem is here to stay. Okay, investors hesitate, because in times of trouble, investors hesitate. You must show them that it's stable and it's here to stay. This is my word of advice, but do not ignore it. If we're talking about more impacts of the cannabis, okay? People will ask you about the Canadian market. And indeed, in the last 1.5 years, the shares value went sharply down. Don't ignore it. But when investors ask about it, show them that for the long run, if you have bought 3 years ago and 4 years ago, you made big money, although the latest decline. So it's a question of from which time period you're starting to see the value of the shares. And in most cases, you will be asked about it. Okay? It's happened in Canada, it happened in the United States, it happened also in Israel. In the last 1.5 years, prices went down. Be ready to answer this question. This is my word of advice for when you're approaching investors. Another thing, 2 years ago, everybody wanted to be in the party. Like every papa and mama want to be in this party. Now, it's not going to be there anymore, at least not for the short time. So when you're approaching investors, don't waste time on papas and mamas. Try to focus on strategic investors. Try to focus on people who knows about the cannabis industry. Don't just assume that people are still in the party or wants to share the party. So in a way, so it's focus now. It's not a party time.
In fact, Ofer, I think because time is running out and this conversation could carry on for hours, I think if there are a few main points that we can dilute from each of the interventions, Brad, Daniel and Ofer, clearly we're seeing that the market is challenging in raising funds. COVID is not helping because now there are much more companies chasing such funds. Investors are looking at obviously rates of return and the latest rally in terms of prices of cannabis companies are what they are. So I think it's a question of ensuring that the business model, as Daniel said, the business proposition is differentiated, is solid. There's also the cost element in terms of the regulatory and the multi-jurisdictional approach that companies are taking. So I think we'll all agree on this point that raising funds has been a challenge, especially through traditional channels, but now the likelihood is that the challenges will increase. And that is why that companies need to remain focused on strategy, but also on strategic investors, and ensuring at the end of the day that the market has proven to be, from a fundamental point of view, recession-proof, right? Because of the demand, the sales for the product has increased. And I think that this needs to be communicated within the whole broader ecosystem, and that will obviously support funds flowing in the industry. I'd love to continue this conversation, but time is running out, so I'd like to thank everyone for joining, Brad, Daniel, Ofe, for your insights, which I think together have complemented each other really well, and the challenging environment that we're in is definitely going to leave its mark, but as a temporary crisis, it will also pass, and the industry has shown that it will continue to grow in the future and has potential to do so. So thank you very much for your time, for joining in, and I hope that our viewers have found this conversation as interesting as we did over here. Thank you very much.
Strategies for risk mitigation.
Hello, my name is Matt Nordgren. I am the CEO and managing partner of Arcadian Capital and Arcadian Fund Management. Glad to be here with you today. We're going to talk a little bit about risk factors, which in an emerging industry is something that is all too prevalent, but with great risk comes great return. So let's spend a little time talking about that. First, in context of Arcadian. Our perspective is one that is an asset manager, fund management, specifically in terms of growth equity, but a variety of ways to address a growing market. And in the United States, we represent roughly 85% of the world's legal revenue today. And in a scaled environment, it's an easier place to understand risk tolerances. And hopefully we'll be able to apply those to the Asia Pacific market and other markets in the world, which we have been doing for a period of time now, by way of a couple of international investments that Arcadian has made on top of our 35 companies in North America. So I think understanding our perspective as a manager and having a wide degree of companies in different varieties throughout the supply chain, one of the things we've always thought about when we're building a strategy or investing in a company is risk. And one thing I think we have to understand is that there is not a ton of institutional support today. I think if you look across all public cannabis companies, you're going to see that it's roughly 5% or less of all cannabis public companies' cap tables represent institutional investors, truly institutional. Now that's going to change, and the fact that we're a $16 billion market revenue generating opportunity in 2019 legally in the world, I think you're going to see international institutional support potentially after the U.S. elections look for a flurry of activity. But because of the fact we're as big as we are and we haven't had a tremendous amount of those resources is quite remarkable. So I think you have a lot to look forward to here at the end of the year. But right now it's about de-risking it for that asset class. And they look at the entire industry as high risk, higher return. So you have to think about who you're talking to from that standpoint in terms of what are the risk tolerances and how do they think about it. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're an investor, we can wear a different hat and talk about it a little bit more about the entrepreneurs. But for now, understand the institutional support is coming. They are going to care more and more and more about understanding the risk, and you're going to have to do a really, really good job of clarifying that if you're an entrepreneur. If you're an investor, what are the things we look for? In a scaled market like the United States, we can reverse engineer a lot of it and come up with our own risk. Said another way, if there's 16 billion in the world, there's a little over 12.5 in the United States, I think around 13, 14 in all of North America. And so when you look at throughout the supply chain, we understand who is a piece of that and what type of business they are. And being able to do that takes out a lot of risk if you know that there is a real market and you understand what that is, and you don't let these companies talk about the blue sky and what could be. We want to know about reality. And as long as we do that, with an industry growing at somewhere between 30 and 36% compound annual growth numbers on an annualized basis, we ought to be pretty good. And so that's a place that we understand what the risk factors are from a market share standpoint and understanding what an opportunity is currently in a market with its relative position in that vertical with the overall market that is available. And so we've been able to look at these different verticals of asset classes throughout the cannabis ecosystem and assign a proper valuation. That's the next thing from a risk factor we have to really pay attention to is valuations. They have to be realistic. And so one of the things we try to do is understand real market share in a real market. What is that today? And then conservatively, what do we think that's going to be going forward? But then ultimately, within that market, what type of company are you? Are you an agriculture business? Are you a technology business? Are you a consumer product business? Are you marketing, packaging, media, software? All of these businesses have a different multiple applied to it. So we try to understand not only what they really are, what their real potential is, but what would they trade for as an asset class outside of this industry if they had nothing to do with cannabis. And then we can get comfortable with that multiple on the valuation metrics from a revenue or EBITDA standpoint. And then we can have a dialogue as to, is there a premium multiple applied here for a particular reason? Or in some cases, a discount multiple. But you have to kind of talk about the real world and get on the same page to really understand the risk of that asset class, how it trades, and how this company is positioning itself. So that's number two. From a risk standpoint, there are things that we do that I would suggest everybody does in terms of minimizing that risk. Because when you're in an emerging industry with high growth, and remember, characterized from institutionals as high risk, you're going to have to do your best to de-risk that and still understand the type of returns that are being asked. And so now you have to put in structure. This is something that's really important always, but particularly in the cannabis space. You have to be focused on board seats. You really should have some controls. These companies at this stage will allow for that with your support. So make sure that you have a structure that allows for board seats, allows for you to be interactive if you need be. At Arcadian, we focused mostly on preferred share classes. We want to be in preferred positions when it comes to certain decisions, and many times that comes with some type of board seat, which can de-risk things. Outside of a board seat, you can do things like independent boards, which are also good to have in place. Things like forensic accounting on a quarterly basis if you can, but definitely annually. And on-site field examination, very important in this industry, constantly having rules change. And what we've done at Arcadian is have a system in place such that these things are met. All kinds of things you can do to look at risk, but these are some of the most important. And they seem fundamental, but all too often they get lost. Lastly, you have to make sure that the personnel and the makeup of the management team is something that you feel like can solve problems. Because don't forget, in emerging industries, you have to expect pivoting of all shapes and sizes. And so to decrease your risk, you really have to make sure you can work with a team, because you have to grow together. In many cases in emerging industry strategies, 20% of the companies end up being 80% of their return. And you have to be prepared to move and shake and be open to whatever this industry does. And if you have to have certain things happen, then you're adding on too much risk. So in the world we are today, make sure that you think about all of these topics. Please reach out to Arcadian if we can be helpful to you in any way. That's our goal here at the firm. Our website, www.arcadiancap.com. We would love to connect with you. We believe in nothing more in terms of collaboration that's valuable for the industry right now. Work together, have accurate news, understand the risk. The return will be great. Thank you.
Opportunities and the barriers to investment in the European space.
Hello, I'm Stephen Oliver, along with Matthew Lawson. We are the Canna Consultants, a UK-based consultancy, and I'm here today to talk to you about the barriers and opportunities to investment in the European space. I suppose, broadly speaking, we can describe the market as having three elements. First being recreational, the second medicinal, including pharmaceutical companies and medicinal cannabis, and the third, the CBD or the supplemental market. Until recently, you could be forgiven for having dismissed the recreational market in the European space. We've all seen from afar the success in North America and the problems that came with that in both Canada and the States. But that's all changing. Luxembourg is leading the charge in the European space, and their current government intends to have legislation by 2024 which will not decriminalise, but which will actually legalise the recreational use of cannabis. Now, that in itself presents an opportunity, and we see within the next 5 years a number of other states following this precedent. Most probably Northern Europe along with the likes of Poland and Germany, but also we could see an emergence from Southern Europe with Spain and Portugal following suit. If the UK are to decriminalise or legalise cannabis, then essentially we have a Europe-wide opportunity in this space. But at the moment it's fraught with danger, which we'll come on to shortly. The second area is medicinal, and I think we can split that into two parts. We can look at the medicinal cannabis products, which are prescribed, and perhaps some of the smaller states take a lead with this. In particular, I would look to Malta, North Macedonia, and Germany has to be seen to be leading the charge ultimately. And then we have the pharmaceutical companies, who at the moment are lagging behind slightly, but that's probably because of the lengthy and costly trials. So we would predict that in the next 2 or 3 years, they will actually overtake the medicinal cannabis products once their products come to market. We then have the CBD and cannabinoid supplement market, which until recently has been burgeoning. In the UK alone, the market is estimated to be worth 300 million. That probably brings us on to forecasts. So the cannabis space, or the legal cannabis industry, is forecast to explode over the coming years, with forecasts ranging from 3.5 billion across Europe to 64 to 65 billion by 2028. Whatever those figures are, and nobody knows at the moment, what we have seen from the States is that those investments are risky, and if you back the right horse, they can be very, very successful. So what are some of the barriers? Well, the first barrier would be investing in activity which was deemed criminal in the country that you reside in. Across Europe, there is anti-money laundering legislation, and in the United Kingdom, we have the Proceeds of Crime Act. This has been a barrier to many people wishing to invest in Northern America, but not necessarily so now in Europe, as we see a number of states legalising activity. It's probably still a very high risk, and that's because the laws are not harmonised. The laws are broadly drafted and have left many people wondering whether or not they would expose themselves to criminal sanctions. Let's briefly look at POCA. There are some defences drawn in there. We have what's called the Spanish bullfighter defence, which literally means a Spanish bullfighter from a region of Spain where bullfighting is lawful, coming to the UK where it's illegal and spending his wages. And there's an exemption in the regulations, which was introduced in 2005, which states that if the offence conducted was punishable by less than 12 months imprisonment in the UK, then if it was lawful in the country where the investment was made, that's an absolute defence to the criminal sanctions. Unfortunately, in the UK, possession, supply, cultivation of cannabis are serious offences, and maximum sentences range from five years for possession up to 14 for the supply and cultivation. So that's not a really true defence. There are what we call suspicious activity reports, which means that you can advise the National Crime Agency in advance of making an investment and ask whether or not that would be exempt. The problem with that is it has to be made for each and every investment. Although there we've seen progress. There's been a recent consultation which has resulted in a recommendation that a SARS, a declaration, could cover a whole host of investments transactions. So investment, share, capital and remuneration. Another glimmer of hope there, I think, is the fact that if you are investing in a company and that company then decides to move, or that fund moves into the cannabis space, that would appear to be a fairly robust defence. But we're not looking for defences, we're looking for avoiding any type of criminal sanction. And I think we'll see harmonisation of laws across Europe, and the withdrawal agreement, once it's finally concluded, will have a manifest effect in the UK. Obviously, legalisation in the coming years will have a direct effect, but at the moment the industry is beset with barriers. The barriers to investment are large, but they are coming down. I think we could really summarise the barriers to investment into sort of four groups. And the first would be the lack of harmonisation, as we've just discussed, with regard to laws, varying laws at European level and in each individual member state. Secondly, there is a mistrust from medical professions. So when we're looking at cannabis products and we're looking at cannabis-based medicinal products and pharmaceutical products, we still have real barriers to prescription, and that's limiting the amount of revenue that can be generated. Clearly things are changing in Germany, who are again taking the lead with regard to the number of patients who can access these products. But the problem still exists. In the UK, for example, in Ireland, we have huge public patient demand, but that's just not being facilitated. I think thirdly, there's a lack of funding for research and development, and we would hope that that will change. Malta certainly seems to be encouraging that area for investment. And I think finally, companies themselves are potentially to blame because of misinformation and because of the way the message about the plant has been spread. So drawing to a conclusion, there are barriers to investment, there are immense opportunities, and I think because we may see a switch between medicinal to recreational in the future, cultivation can be difficult to change, so switching from one species of plant to another takes time. So perhaps one of the best bets at the moment for investment would be those involved in extraction and processing, who can very quickly gear to an alternative method and offer a safe haven for investment. Thank you very much. If you'd like to discuss this further, then Matt and I would be more than happy to pick this up on a Zoom. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. It's been a pleasure to speak to you, albeit briefly. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your insight with regards to investment. Navigating the field is, of course, never an easy feat, and having such quality insight is always very good help to those looking to enter the fray. Next up, we're going to be focusing on grow operations, specifically the various methods that one could use and the emerging technologies that could be of great help. Would like to thank our sponsor Seed for their continued support, and with that, let's get back to the show.
Good manufacturing practices.
Hello and welcome to another panel for Med-Cann. With me for this panel we have Dr. Aziz Shaibi, Chen Porat and Sigal Ofek. Thank you for coming on the panel, guys. Would you like to go around and introduce yourselves quickly? Starting from Dr. Aziz.
Yeah, good morning from Canada. I am Dr. Aziz Shaibi. engineering and compliance director with PB expert, and I am Health Canada expert and MAPAC expert. MAPAC is in French, Ministry of Agriculture, Fish and Food Industries in Quebec province in Canada. Thank you.
Okay, Chen?
Hi, my name is Chen Porat. I'm a co-founder of Nova Plasma and Nova Green. These are companies that are using cold plasma in order to disinfect cannabis. And we'll talk about cannabis disinfection.
Mm-hmm. And Sigal?
Hello, I'm Sigal Ofek. Good afternoon. I'm speaking from Israel. I'm an agronomist. I hold a second degree, a master's degree from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And I'm a co-owner of two agricultural companies. One is AgroMega Project, which deals with greenhouses and all the equipment, especially for medical cannabis, but anyway, other greenhouses too. And the other one is IBG Agro, that gives consultation in agriculture.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's great to have all three of you on this panel. I'm sure we're going to have a really good discussion. And so let's start off with the basics, because I think this is going to be really interesting, because all three of you come to the discussion from the three different directions. So let's just start from the beginning. When it comes to choosing a location and the right climate, depending on the kind of cannabis you wish to grow, what do you think are the most important aspects to look at? Maybe we can go around the panel, starting from Dr. Aziz.
Yeah, the first thing to deal with cultivation, to target EU GMP, GCP regulations in Europe, is the big decision where we will deal with cultivation outdoor or indoor, with all the advantages for outdoor and greenhouses for the cost issues, but the quality and the controlled environmental air, plants, soil, water are very important to deal. And sure, it's more expensive in indoor, but we can control at the end all the products quality for the crops and oil once extracted, to target pharmaceutical industry requirement and EU GMP, GCP as well.
Mm-hmm. And Chen, where do you come on this?
Well, I absolutely agree. I think that there is a balance between location that you choose to save cost, and at the same time, if the source of water is very clean, if the ability to control all the different elements of growth is better, for instance, if you do in-house versus outdoor growing, then the amount of challenges you face when you grow the cannabis is very different. Your control on the pathogens, on the amount of contamination, all of that varies according to a lot of different aspects. But if the areas are contaminated, if the water is contaminated, then maybe you saved on these costs, but you pay a lot of money when you try and deal with these problems. So I tend to agree. There's a fine balance between indoor and outdoors in terms of controlling the parameter versus the cost of the land and so on.
Mm-hmm. And Sigal?
Okay, so I'm shooting from the agronomic point of view. Of course, when you choose the specific location where you will do your medical cannabis farm, there are many considerations like the geographical, political, socio-economical points of view. But if I'm looking only from the agronomic point of view, so because we're dealing with a photoperiodic plant, the best place to choose will be near the equator, because we have a regular regime of light, which is the best for what we need, which is 12 hours of light and 12 hours of night. So this will be the best place to grow the cannabis. So we have natural conditions, and we don't have to add any form of photosynthetic light. which is the biggest burden on the budget of medical cannabis farm. And if we're talking about the signal, the photoperiodic signal needs of the plant, and I'm talking about the juvenile phase, which is what we call the veg in the United States, or the vegetative phase. So in order to achieve the right or the minimum needed of photoperiodic lighting, we need only an addition, an additional light of low voltage lighting, which gives the photoperiodic signal. So I think that this will be the best place to choose.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, apart from location, when you get on site, you're probably going to have to decide on some kind of model, how to grow. Where do you fall on this, Sigal?
If we're talking about the model of the greenhouse, so this is something that I choose according to the place where the client chose to build his farm. In general, I can say that the greenhouse needs to be as much as ventilated as possible. Yeah, so we use the Venturi phenomenon, and we use the models that are very high greenhouses of 7 or 8 meters to the ridge, with a fixed or open window at the top, at the ridge of the greenhouse. So we can use as much as we can the natural ventilation through the Venturi force. And also, we provide very wide curtains, and everything around is covered by an anti-insect net of 50 mesh to prevent the pests from getting inside. And we do ventilation as much as possible, but of course we use other methods to cool down or to heat the greenhouse. Mm-hmm. There are many methods, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where do you fall on this?
Well, I'm not really an expert on this. I can say that if you look, for instance, in Israel, there's a very big gap between different farms, depending on probably on the historic date when they were built. I think historically they were all outdoors, extremely outdoor type of farms. I think the general move today is to indoors, with international companies coming to Israel and setting the standards similar to what they have in other countries. You see more and more of indoor or semi-indoor type of arrangements. I think there's definitely more control of the process when this type of growth, but still growers that have been around for many years and are using the old way of doing things still reach very nice results. So it's not necessarily only one solution to this problem, but we do see a move into more indoors or semi-indoors compared to the old established cannabis farms.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Aziz, do you see it the same way? And also, is there some form of specialized equipment you think would impact this decision?
Yes. We have very good experience in Canada, and the weather and climate for psychrometric data is very challenging this decision. In Canada, we can get pretty 70 degrees Celsius between greenhouses inside and outside. And imagine all the wasted $1 billion in greenhouses, and many companies were crashing their business investment in Canada. Pretty for recreative cannabis. We don't speak about GMP cannabis. PBE, that is not involved in any recreative project, only in EU GMP cannabis, targeting the pharmaceutical industries for drugs manufacturing products. And imagine all the malts may be set up inside the greenhouses if you have this huge temperature gradient between inside greenhouses outside, because condensation issues on the walls. And this is not so easy there in Canada. I can't imagine in other countries where the weather is very appropriate, but there is impossible. All the big companies like Aurora and others converted now their recreative greenhouses in EU GMP indoor, because they wasted huge $1 billion in their greenhouses and outside. When we are in outside and greenhouses, we can't control anything. We can't control the air because all the pathogens and molds, bacteria come from the air. We can't control the soil. We can't control the water, and we do all the difference in the indoor building. It's very expensive, but at the end, it is market driven by this decision. If for pharmaceutical industries, they will challenge the source of the cannabis, because you can get small investment and a huge production of cannabis plants and oils extracted, sure, but the investment for purification, the oil extracted, will be huge, and they will be not a very good investment at the end. The balance between is very clear of target EU GMP pharmaceutical industry is indoor, and this is what we recommend.
Mm-hmm.
May I add to this?
Sure, go ahead.
About the equipment in greenhouses? So of course, we have a total and complete control on the first on the quality of the water. Most of the greenhouses are equipped with reverse osmosis equipment, and we check the EC, the electrical conductivity, and the pH of the water online all the time. The Israeli irrigation systems are cutting-edge technology, and these are not only for cannabis. These are things that I used to work many years for. All kinds of agriculture, for starting from orchids through lettuce and the hydroponics and whatever. So we control at all time, 24/7, the quality of the water. Second, we exchange the air in the greenhouse between 40 and 50 times an hour. So actually all the air is exchanged every minute or 90 seconds. The facility is highly ventilated, a lot more than indoor facilities that I've seen, and I've been in the United States, and I saw many problems of indoor facilities, and we reach very high yields and in premium quality. And I'm talking about the new, only the new farmers of and new projects in Israel, and not what we know as the 8 new guys that had the permits to grow cannabis in the past before the reform of the medical cannabis in Israel. I'm not an expert about cultivation in a cold, in extreme cold climate, but as I see it, because I come from the arena of environmental studies, this is my master's degree, and I care about the globe. So I don't believe in very big facilities of indoor in Canada that use a lot of energy to support the facilities when this can be grown very easily in other countries.
Mm-hmm. And what is there some kind of technology or a different model that's being used perhaps for this?
Christopher
or Dr. Aziz?
Yeah, Sure. When we target, again, the EU GMP compliance, this is our expertise, and we were involved in pretty 15 facilities. I do agree with Sigal that many facilities are not well designed, and at the end, if we don't have expertise for HVAC and dehumidification technologies, the crash will happen. But believe me, we are coming from pharmaceutical industry. This is our core business, and we do know very well how to fix these problems. And believe me that this is not simple. And we have to set up which classification for environmental indoors. Classification is a regulatory requirement, and how to set up all the critical environmental parameters, critical process parameters, critical plant parameters in some ranges, design range, operation and validation ranges, and we have to meet these ranges all the year, each minute, and this is what we say when we talk about EU GMP is not easy. The companies have to get the skilled people to manage this design first and to be validated these technologies, because environmental issues is very tricky in cannabis, because we deal with VPD, with humidity, with temperature. All this stuff have to be set up during the preliminary design engineering and to be validated at the end. And the environmental control with BMS, all this stuff, we have very good technologies now in the market for the environmental growing control. And the big challenge, what is the dehumidification system? And indoor is not only environmental issue, but also the exhaust. The regulation there in Canada and I think in the United States doesn't allow for any cannabis odor outside, and we have to set up amazing technology to remove these odors as well. This is many balance between investment and technology to be set up. And like Segal said, energy is also a big issue, because indoor we have to pay for electricity for LED lights or HPH lights for growing, and this is very expensive. We know that. But at the end, the business is very fructuous for the EU GMP indoor cannabis.
Okay, thank you, Aziz. And I just wanted to bring Chen in for the final question before we go to our closing statements. Can you, and Dr. Aziz touched on this a bit in one of his prior answers, can you tell us a bit the difference there should be, if any, between the medical and the recreational cannabis when it comes to these kind of decisions?
Medical and recreation when it comes to, I'm sorry, just the end of the question?
The distinction between the decisions you have to make when it comes to
decisions.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think that there's a difference in regulation. There's a difference in what is required from the purity of the product that is brought out. Obviously, Dr. Aziz is much more of an expert on the medical side of things than I am, but I would say that generally speaking, medical cannabis falls within the area of, it's more like pharma. So the requirements are very, very strict. There's a deep look into every parameter of the whole process. It's not just the end result, but it's how you follow the GMP throughout the whole process of growing and then cultivating and then packaging or the final product, because that's what pharma is all about. Whereas recreational is just to grow it under certain conditions and bring it to market under certain minimum requirements, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I think Dr. Aziz is definitely more of an expert than me on this.
Big difference.
Okay, well, it was great to discuss with all three of you. We have the last couple of minutes. I don't know if any of you would like to add anything before we go. Maybe Sigal or Dr. Aziz or Hen?
Okay, I can just close from my part that I did several projects of medical cannabis farms, including an interesting project in Uganda near the equator, and in very natural sources we accomplished to receive also the EU GMP, and so if there's a will, there's a way. Everything there is under climate control. It's greenhouses of 31,000 square meters. And besides that, also in Israel and in the States. So I think this is going to be the future. Anyway, taking under considerations, of course, what my colleagues here said, which is very important from the side of the medical cannabis, of course. So I wish luck to all the founders and investors in cannabis.
Would you like to add anything, Dr. Aziz?
No, I think the question is investment budget and capital. The market is, if you target worldwide market, the plant and the oil extracted shall be EU GMP compliant. The plant shall be GCP compliant, but the oil and some parts of the cultivation facility shall be as well as EU GMP compliant. And this is very strict and very complex model to be EU GMP compliant. This is not only to put the seed and to grow, but many issues shall be fixed, and many environmental control as well, till the validation is a headache as well as for the equipment, for the products and all the stuff. And the companies want to target EU GMP, know that very well, and they invest accordingly because this open the huge markets worldwide. This is EU GMP.
Okay. So our time is up, unfortunately, guys. Hopefully we get the opportunity to have this conversation again. Thank you to the viewers, and stay tuned for the next panel.
Bridging the knowledge gap.
Hello and welcome to another session at the Med-Cann Digital Summit. On this panel we're going to be focusing on bridging the knowledge gap in a variety of areas. With me I have three illustrious guests. I have Stephen, Dr. Bronstein and Dr. Grimberg. Just a little introduction, guys. Can we start from Stephen?
Yeah, hi, I'm not a doctor. My name is Stephen Murphy. I am co-founder and managing director of a company called Prohibition Partners. We are a data and intelligence company for the global cannabis industry.
And Dr. Bronstein?
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Bronstein. I'm a psychiatrist and a cannabis specialist. I've been prescribing cannabis for about 20 years. I also own a cannabis dispensary and grow operation. And I'm also the CEO for the Reconscious Medical Group, a vertically integrated psychedelic medical company.
And Dr. Grimberg?
Hello, I'm from Israel. My name is Dr. Moran Greenberg, and I am the CEO of Med-Cann Inc., which is a cannabis-based data acquisition platform that actually Med-Cann was established to solve two problems. First is bridging the gap between the traditional cannabis industry and the pharmaceutical industry, and we are aiming to create a whole person therapy through a Med-Cann platform, and I will elaborate on this topic much later.
Okay, thank you very much for that intro, guys. So let's get right into the meat of the topic. So before we get into how we're going to bridge this knowledge gap, explain to us a bit, Stephen, maybe you can start here. Why do you, obviously when it comes to medical cannabis there has to be prescription. Why, what kind of data is critical when it comes to this kind of thing?
Well, I think I'm not a prescriber, and perhaps the other doctors on the panel are probably more attuned to that. I think why it's gone down the prescription route in certainly European markets is this is or has been outside of Western medicine's education system for some time, and for doctors or for even governments to allow cannabis access into medical programs, it needs a certain level of regulation, and it needs a certain supply chain that is monitored and controlled. I also think as doctors and medical professionals who are looking after patients, they are aware of the full circle of the patient's needs. I don't think there would be any circumstance where doctors would not be actively involved in the prescription process. I think we're seeing in some markets telemedicines quickly speed up the process, but doctors would need the full overview of the patient's needs and requirements and progress under their supervision. I don't think we'll ever see a perspective where prescriptions are not part of the medical cannabis industry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Dr. Bronstein, let's get also a doctor's opinion on this.
It's almost like that was the way that the government first allowed regulation of cannabis, was by putting it onto the medical profession. And I think that was a good idea, because we're going to think about it with safety and efficacy and compliance in mind as well. I wonder if maybe alcohol and nicotine and cocaine and heroin were put into the doctor's hands to regulate and dole out. They might be in a better position there as well.
Mm-hmm. And let's go back to you, Stephen, because maybe you could help us a bit more when it comes to data specifically. You mentioned like a lack of education in this area, particularly with doctors. Have you noted any international effort when it comes to this sharing of data?
I think it's still relatively new. I think you've got the traditional channels of education and doctor education being a little reluctant to accept and acknowledge cannabis based on their perceived lack of data around the plant, and not wanting to go off of efficacy data. So what you're seeing is a lot of private or non-profit enterprises emerge who have led the charge on doctor education around the world. Now, is there much international partnerships on this? Well, I believe so. I think we're living in a small industry or a small bubble when it comes to cannabis, and thought leaders are scattered around the world. You know, we've from Dr. Bronstein, Dr. Moran, we've individuals who have built up their knowledge base through travels from Australia to Israel to North America, and that knowledge sharing does exist within a very close community, I would say. I think we're still in a very early stage of cannabis where not only the knowledge can be shared somewhat easily, but individuals can get access to each other in a much more accessible way, which is why, you know, events like these are still critical for helping us within the industry connect, but also those who are looking inwards to the industry, looking in terms of I may be a doctor, where do I get education? Well, if you look online, there's a number of portals from the UK, the Academy of Medical Cannabis, right through to private platforms across North America and in Canada and in Israel. I think doctors are especially those who want to be educated, can find education. I think there is sufficient amount of education out there. I don't buy into the fact that there isn't enough education or opportunities to be educated by doctors. I think it is a simple excuse as to why things have been delayed or why things have been slower than they should have been.
It's a very simple excuse. Unfortunately, I think there's also a hesitancy from physicians to seek out these educational routes because they're non-traditional, right? It's not Johns Hopkins or NYU offering courses in cannabis education. So unfortunately, they deem them as less than optimal, right? And that's where it gets back to collecting the data. As we can further collect the data on cannabis and show the doctors evidence, then they'll be more apt to go for the education. But again, how do we collect the data when the doctors involved aren't interested in collecting the data, right? It's largely a privatization move. Yes, Stephen, I'm sorry.
And we need to get fancier certificates, to attract more doctors into these education platforms. I think is probably how we should be looking at it, because it's 100%, Mark. Like, we're not going to have the third level, or we're not going to have the likes of John Hopkins bring in proper cannabis seminars anytime soon.
And I want to bring in Dr. Gruberg into the conversation. I want to bring Dr. Gruberg in the conversation. Stephen was mentioning how the private sector has kind of been
I'm just smiling because, like, you gave me like the best intro for my platform. And the biggest problem, like, I come from the pharmaceutical industry, you guys. I'm not a cannabis smoker. I never dealt with cannabis, and I was in love with cannabis, but I was more in love with the patient and the patient need. And what most of the problem in the cannabis industry, the traditional, is, I call it the 3C model, that you need consistent in the product, you need certified product, as Stefan mentioned, and you need a consistent formulation. Now, everything should be solved through a database platform. Now, the database platform will actually do one thing. We don't need to educate nobody. We don't need to educate the doctors. We don't need to educate the patient. All the answers are in the patient files and their body and their feeling. And what Med-Cann should do is actually translate all aspects, starting from blood sample, MRI, even the mental state, because we know this is the uniqueness of the cannabis. And also, I'm not talking also about cannabis specific. We have another herbal medicine world that we are aware of it, and doctors use it, and we can get a prescription for it. So everything should be through data. Like the medical world today is going to use digital data device. So we will not have to wait for education. So this is my intro for my platform. So sorry for the overwhelming.
No, but you made a good point there, particularly how the possibility of a database could help. But the question is there enough data to put into a database to really drive the commercial interest?
Absolutely. And I think that it's a smart database that will continue to learn and optimize for the patients. And that is the future.
Exactly.
To be able to, I see in the future taking the physicians like me out of the equation somewhat. And that it's not up to me to figure out the dosing, but really to be smarter than that, and to use platforms like Dr. Grinberg's to really look at that and come out with a more optimal, accurate dosing for that specific patient.
And also not only the dosing, because the platform allows the patient to update everything in his body through medical device, doesn't matter which one especially, but you as a physician will have a follow-up, like the patient will update his condition. So you have a follow-up information, not only like, okay, my patient today did a blood sample or something like this, because it's one dimension data and it's not enough because we are a whole person and we have our mind and body. So
Stephen, what do you think about the potential for this kind of database?
It's badly needed. I think we've got a point where patients are facing a lack of access because there's certain barriers in the way. Anything that can alleviate and eliminate to a certain extent some of the stages for patients to get access and to track the progress. You know, I think with cannabis, we're one of the most exciting aspects that I see is that it can be personalized moving forward, and we can move towards personalized medicines. That is something amazing and unique about cannabis that has huge ramifications across not just for cannabis itself, but pharmaceutical and healthcare. The personalized medicines and our ability to track its impact on individual patients is really, really, really exciting. And it seems like, you know, it is a big challenge. I don't think, you know, we're going to solve it overnight. And the task that Dr. Greenberg has taken on here is very amenable, but it's also, you know, it's so timely in our understanding of the impact cannabis can have individually, you know, and being able to decipher how a patient can benefit based on their conditions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so let's go full circle now, because the title of the panel is Bridging the Knowledge Gap. So I noted some areas where there might be a bit of a knowledge gap to bridge. Where do you guys think that these bridges are? Is it the ability to use this database, the ability for the patient to understand how to use their data? Any of you can answer this, really. What do you think? Maybe we can go around. Can start from Dr. Greenberg. Yeah.
Actually, I dealt with this issue in my platform all the time, and when I started was like 8 months ago. So when I met patient, so also data company, all they could offer for me was a platform that are sold to hospitals. So the patient is going into a system and with a lot of windows and a lot of parameters, and it was like, I couldn't understand nothing, and I was like exhausted, and my patient was cancer patient. So, you know, they need something that is much friendly, Facebook-like, and this is what I'm aiming to translate the big letter, the hard letter to the patient. So it will be much friendly, more sharing, and more data for physician. This is the way, to my understanding, we can solve it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and just so we can wrap up slowly, because our time may be running out. Can we get some closing remarks? Does anyone have anything to add? Stephen.
Yeah, I think we're in a very early stage. I think the term data can be elusive, and what we are constantly fighting for is not only access to quality data points, but trying to agree on what data is universally important. You know, from a commercial perspective, from an operations and logistics perspective, from a physician and healthcare perspective, we've got millions of data points that we can argue about in terms of what is important. I think we're very fortunate in this industry that we're very passionate about making this plant accessible to all and showcasing and demonstrating the good of what cannabis can bring. So I would say go far and above the norm in other industries of openly sharing data, sharing knowledge, and sharing intelligence on what is happening in sectors and regions throughout the world.
Dr. Bronstein, would you like to add something before we go?
Absolutely. For me, it's twofold. First will be that the companies such as mine and Dr. Grinberg's that are producing software platforms for physicians to use they were able to think ahead ethically of why we want to be collecting this data and keeping the patient's end result in mind, so that the data being collected is always being driven for patient care optimization. That's one. And then I really think, two, is that all the individual physicians utilizing these centralized platforms so that the data is able to be collected.
Dr. Grinberg, would you like to add the last comment?
Yeah, first of all, I have to thank my partner, and I'm very honored to be here. And what I want to say that this panel is actually a good example for integration of the cannabis industry and the pharmaceutical industry. And this is what I'm aiming to do, to get all sides to speak with each other. And the most important thing is the benefit for the patient.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. Hopefully, as all of you noted, this brings some light on this area, and we'll see you next time.
Traceability, how blockchain and cannabis are a match made in heaven.
Hi, thank you all for joining us for this interesting conversation where we're going to discuss two important elements of the modern global economy, the future economy. We have medical marijuana on one side, and then on the other side we have the growing role of blockchain technology, DLT, and how, as a transformational technology, it is transforming a number of industries. So I think it is very interesting that in this summit we actually discuss how blockchain and medical marijuana can come together and actually add value to the global economy and to the industry as well. I'm JP Fabry. I'm a co-founding partner at Seed Consultancy, a boutique advisory firm in Malta. And joining me, I have Mr. Deepak Parikh, who's the founder of DigiAgri Technologies, and also Robert Galarza, CEO of TrueTrace. So thank you both for joining us on this session. We're seeing that the medical marijuana industry is blooming in terms of a regulatory framework and ecosystem. We have in the States a number of states coming through with regulation. We have the European market, which is opening up. But we all have different regulations and ways in which the sector is regulated. Deepak, I'll turn to you. How do you think blockchain can aid the regulation of such an industry, right? From crop to product, audit trails, regulatory compliance. Where do you think blockchain can add value within this regulatory ecosystem?
Yeah, sure. If you see that the medical marijuana industry is having a very, very different attributes compared to any other supply chain, from production to the testing to ensuring that actually the thing doesn't go to the black market, contamination checking, all those things. And on top of it, even in one country, in different states, different type of rules and regulation, restriction of crossing of the borders with a specific type of data behind it, and cross country, a lot of regulation where in some part it is not allowed, some part it is allowed. So it is actually having so much of variations that the trust become a basically victim. Now, how do you ensure that the trust is there among all the stakeholders to engage without any fear and any issues of breaching the law? And there is where the blockchain plays a very, very vital role, because it is a technology which ensures that you are able to engage with the system with 100% trust. Second, because you are not able to, on the back end, change things unilaterally, you are ensured that actually the records, the data is not getting contaminated with the vested interest. Because as I said, there is also a lot of big illegal sector sitting next to this nascent sector of medical marijuana. These things become more of challenge for even the governments, where they don't want the data to be played with. These two specific factors, I believe, makes blockchain and medical marijuana married as a couple in heaven.
Yeah, and I think you touched on an important element over here, which is trust at the end of the day. Governments want to ensure that the regulatory framework is foolproof, there's a trusted system, and all of that. Robert, what are your thoughts on this, also from this regulatory ecosystem?
Yeah, I think that the challenge that many of these jurisdictions are playing with is we're still under the 1961 Convention of the UN, which classifies cannabis as a Schedule I narcotic. Right? It's banned in most countries with one exception, and that is the basis for medical cannabis. The challenge is each jurisdiction is trying to live within that framework, and some jurisdictions are actually technically crossing the line, including the country with which we do most of our business in Canada, which is doing recreational cannabis as well. So you're skirting this interesting line of what's classified as medical, what's classified as recreational, and that becomes a little bit challenging in terms of how you structure the legislature and how you structure the legal framework. The other unique aspect of this particular product is, unlike most products out there, it is completely variable from a batch lot basis. So not only are we talking about something that is it's a psychoactive narcotic, there's variabilities amongst the various jurisdictions in terms of the limitations, because the consensus being discussed amongst a large portion of parties around the certain parameters being put around the testing and being put around the management and being put around the supply chain, the various variabilities of every single product on the shelves. And that becomes a real challenge in terms of, what we've seen is the trying to bridge the gap between what we classify as the traditional medical industry. So the traditional medical industry is looking at cannabis with curiosity, with interest, with intrigue, but there's still a little bit of a hesitancy to necessarily make it a part of your overall integrated health and wellness program, which really is where medicine is going these days, right? Medicine is becoming personalized. There's no longer a one-size-fits-all for medicine. And so cannabis needs to find a way to be able to fit within the framework of the entire integrated wellness plan and solution for individuals. And that just becomes very challenging when it's such a even under the best conditions, the variability of the products in terms of its output is better data systems, more secure data systems. It becomes that much more imperative in order for it to be an industry that could actually be adopted by the traditional medical framework.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to take an insight as well from what you mentioned, right? We have two industries running in parallel, but at the end of the day, they're both medical at heart. And we know that the medical industry relies heavily on clinical trials. So if we're going to see the importance of medical marijuana hitting the mainstream markets, clinical trials are going to be central to this. When we're looking at medical trials as well, there is a big data issue over there, right? So logging patient details, logging batches, symptoms, and all of that. Do you think that even here, blockchain can really support medical marijuana in its growth as a medical product?
Yeah, sure, 100%. So when we talk about, sorry, was it for me?
No, please, Deepak.
Any one of you can start.
Go ahead, Deepak. I'll follow up.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Robert. So if you see, like, anomicity as well as validation and verified data. These are two very strong pillars of any clinical trials, right? And this is where actually blockchain is having its strength, where actually you ensure that the data is incorruptible, verifiable. At the same time, if you want, you can also have the anonymity in that. And these three are very, very strong reason why if we are able to deploy blockchain in the clinical trials, it would be a very big boon to the whole industry. Second thing which are again is very, very relevant here is that if you see that cannabis medical properties, right, it depends on so many of the ingredients, the cannabinoids which are there in actually the marijuana plant. Now to trace each and every component of it, right, I'll say that it's very, very difficult until unless you have a mechanism where you are having a framework, a technology which is able to actually connect the dots at the same time, ensure that that is easily verifiable. And that is where actually blockchain plays a very, very vital role, that you can have any type of data, right, and the complexity of the data can be on top of just one token, and that's make this very, very interesting. At the same time, it also ensures that actually any government, right, very easily they can ensure once they become the network operator of this whole ecosystem, that the data is not corruptible, right? So you cannot fudge with the data, which generally you'll find that if you see since 1960s, right, lot of companies have been doing that in clinical trials. That will stop here, and that will give more reliability as well as also that required trust to even the government agencies to believe in these clinical trials. So that would be my limited intervention on this.
Robert, your comments on this?
Yeah, to echo Deepak's comments, he's absolutely correct. The challenge that exists, and this is one of the things that I think philosophically, a lot of people look at industries as they come to light, and the quality controls that we put into place when we build, quality control teams and quality assurance management teams, and all there's an old saying that all great intentions, that can go awry, right? If under certain pressure and conditions. Commercial conditions cause these things to happen, right? So commercial pressure causes companies to cut corners, causes companies to take actions they typically wouldn't take. It causes these particular issues, which ends up unfortunately affecting the overall view that their particular industry has. We've seen it in everything from auto manufacturing to the cigarette industry, right? In the food industry. When you have third-party validation, the basis for that is to protect almost the companies from themselves in terms of the kind of corporate malfeasance that can occur when there is economic pressures and business pressures that exist in every industry across the board, right? So we've seen it in the pharmaceutical industry, unfortunately, as Deepak was mentioning. When you start getting into really trying to understand the efficacy of a particular product that you're manufacturing, the most critical detailed data is going to be how it affects patients, and the specific data associated with those particular conditions allows you to then communicate that your cannabis is in fact a particular medicine that fits a particular use case. And that's very valuable information. If it's not secured, if it's not validated, if it's not immutable from the framework of how it's going into the system and how it's being taken out of the system, then the entire system becomes less credible in terms of its efficacy and what it actually is trying to accomplish in terms of the clinical trial. And really all the work that we're all trying to do in the industry to grow it can be set back, and unfortunately we saw it in Canada with a few bad operators. The industry was set back, I would say, years, because one or two operators were trying to cut corners from a commercial perspective, and unfortunately it affected the entire sector.
Yeah, I think we've seen the use of blockchain covering the full life cycle, right? From crop to production to clinical trial to taking it to market. One of the key issues that the industry faces, and which I believe blockchain can also add an important dimension to it, is the lack of financial intermediation within the sector, right? And then blockchain through token economy, cryptocurrencies also looks at or provides solutions for financial intermediation and inclusion. Do you think that the token economy in this case can also be an important stimulus to the medical marijuana industry. Robert, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely. I think really in the light of even in the light of what we've seen with COVID-19, the entire world has gone into a digital framework to begin with, right? We're moving away from the methodologies of how we even transact business these days is virtualized, which means that in a lot of cases the experience for even buying these products potentially becomes virtualized or digital, or e-commerce aspect of it becomes even more robust. When that occurs and you don't have the appropriate framework and even monetary framework behind it, there's a lot of capabilities for people to cut corners and to be able for the black market operators to be able to jump in the framework as well. Digitizing this aspect of the transaction, it helps facilitate the tax management. It helps facilitate the appropriate patient get the medicine from the appropriate buyer. There's a lot of incredible benefits that can take place when these kind of transactions from the monetary source are tracked and managed and immutable within this sort of methodology that we're utilizing. And I think that's the one thing that when you look at any criminal enterprise, and you look at most of the jurisdictions out there that they always have a mandate. Part of their mandate is to reduce, restrict, or eliminate the black market, right, which is a criminal enterprise. When you look at criminal enterprises, the only way to stop criminal enterprises is to stop the financial part of incentive to be in the business. And if you can find a methodology that allows you to do that by creating tokenization and digital currency with which only allows legal operators to exist within the framework of those transactions, as well as the, quite honestly, the conversion of those into fiat currency, which was really what everybody's still going to want at the end of the day, post-transaction. The key there is you end up only allowing permissioned stakeholders to be a part of the cannabis ecosystem in terms of from a financial transaction perspective.
Yeah.
And therefore you do away with the incentive of black market to come in.
Perfect. Deepak, shortly, in a very concise manner, what are your thoughts? Because we soon have to close up this most interesting conversation.
Yes, sure. So I would like to add off what Robert just said. There is another dimension, anything which is valuable can be tokenized, can be monetized. That's what blockchain stands for. So whether it is a physical asset, which could be the product, the concentrates, the goods in move, or it can be the knowledge which was created basically based on the research, based on the live verification, the third-party services, all those can be tokenized and monetized. And that's what what blockchain brings to the table in addition to the general economy which we are having currently. And as Robert rightly mentioned, COVID makes it more interesting and more feasible for us to use blockchain in such complex value chain to ensure that actually the flow of information as well as to the value happens in a democratic manner.
Yeah, so I think with these comments we can close off this conversation. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Deepak. And I think given that we've seen supply chain management, clinical trials, and also financial intermediation and the role that blockchain can really give to this industry, I think it is safe to conclude that blockchain and medical marijuana are truly a match made in heaven. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you found this conversation as interesting as we did over here. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, a full day of great panels and presentations on medical cannabis. We went over everything you could think of, starting from policy making and regulation, all the way to the nitty-gritty steps required to have a successful growth operation. We'd like to thank the hundreds of viewers for tuning in, our sponsors for supporting the event, and our speakers for participating. Tomorrow we're going to be focusing on medical technology, on topics such as digitized healthcare and artificial intelligence. Last but not least, we'd like to thank the Malta Tourism Authority for their continued support. And with that, see you tomorrow.